close up where it looks like a heart, though, right? right, good morning, world, and welcome to CNET's live coverage of CES 2014. I'm Donald Bell, she's Bridget Carey, and we are at the CNET stage in the South Hall of the Las Vegas Convention Center on opening day of the Consumer Electronics Show.
And we are moments away from the opening keynote from Sony President and CEO Kaz Hirai, and that's taking place across town at the Venetian Hotel.
All right.
There's been a lot of news already announced from Sony the other day when they had one of the last press conferences of the day. So, gosh, they have all sorts of devices. The phones and cameras and TVs are big, and 4K TVs are really big with them.
Did they have any washing machines, dishwashers?
No, I guess not. That's one thing that they're missing, the smart home.
These companies like Samsung and LG who just make everything. Sony's one of those too.
Yes.
But they're a little bit more particular about the kinds of products they're chasing after. But with still a lot of themes we've been seeing. Sony has their fitness tracker, the Core.
Yeah, everyone has to have their own fitness tracker now. LG has their own, now Sony has their own, so it's kind of like a Fitbit where you just wear it like a bracelet and tracks your steps. Nothing that special, I would say. Just, hey, if you like Sony devices, we have a Sony version of it.
Right, it looks like one of the more cooler looking fitness tracker devices.
I like colors. I appreciate colors to accessorize, but it has a cool little silver knob on it, so instead of looking, too dorky. But that's not coming out until the spring, and I didn't even see a price yet announced on it.
No, and that's one thing to warn people about. In CES in general, you are not going to see pricing. And when you're talking about release dates, you're talking about quarters, right? You're not talking about a specific date.
Yeah.
All of this is purely speculative.
Like general,
and
sometime maybe
at the end of the year, we have the roundup of vaporware that never came out at all that was announced at CES. But we can keep our hopes up now. The other thing that Sony is doubling down on, or tripling down, or quadrupling down on, I guess, would be 4K.
Nice one. I got what you did there.
They got their 4K TVs. We've seen the entire lineup, the entire range of more affordable, and then the ultra giant, high resolution. I don't know if we've seen any bendable or curved Sony 4K
poor
TVs.
Sony. Everyone's talking about now the bendable curved
Which
TVs.
Which is ridiculous,
really,
really, still.
But,
I still
Sony
don't
just
know
kept
the
it to
reason
4K.
for that. But
don't you want wings on your TV to just fly away,
It's like a TV fad.
But we first started hearing about 4K last year. That was the big thing. And now Sony's really just amping it up. And they have a lot more TVs now that are 4K.
Well, Sony also has kind of the lockdown on 4K camcorders, all the kind of 4K technology you'd want for actually creating 4K footage, at least at a consumer level, if you wanted to go out and buy a 4K video camera right now.
I think they need a 4K in the smartphone, because people aren't walking around with camcorders that much. But they have it if you want it. It's kind of those things where we have a TV that shows it, we need something that produces it.
It's getting there. We'll see if it's getting there. Well, no, that would be the most obnoxious feature on a smartphone ever. Can you imagine filling up your entire smartphone with like 1 minute of 4K footage that you can't play on anyone's television?
Yeah, a lot of advances in memory would need to be made before that, and battery.
Maybe at this keynote,
well, you know what?
We're going to hear about how that's going to happen.
We saw that with 3D cameras on phones.
Yeah.
So it's the kind of thing. Maybe it'll just fizzle out. It's not necessary.
The other thing I know Sony likes to do at these at their press conferences and keynotes is talk about their entertainment, because it's not. Sony is one of the unique manufacturers in that they have both their hands in movies with Sony Entertainment and also with gaming. So I'm sure that's going to get thrown in here as well.
Yeah, you wonder if they're going to talk about anything with the PlayStation. There's been talk that maybe there's some PlayStation news. I know rumors are sometimes true and not, but it'll be interesting if they do throw in some new info about that, because they usually just save it all for E3. But maybe they have a little something up their sleeve.
They'd have to. I'd hope so. What else am I looking forward to from Sony? What else could they do to dazzle us?
Like Sony itself,
like the trend we keep
Kazuo
seeing
Hirai,
about
President and CEO
laptops
of Sony
that
Corp,
keep
is a man.
flipping into tablets. They have another one. It's the Sony Vaio Flip 11. It swings into a tablet. These convertibles, like you can't make up your mind. Do you want a laptop? Do you want a tablet? Let's get both in one. It's not very light because it still has that keyboard attached to it. But
Or the giant table-sized tablets, right? The tablets.
yes, the tabletop tablets. Yeah, basically, if you want to play some air hockey with your finger, that's pretty much the only thing
Maybe
that's good
Sony's
for.
got one of those. All right. We're looking at the keynote now. We've got Gary Shapiro is on the stage, and I think we're gonna, oh, he's right behind me. That's where he is. All right, let's go to the stage now.
Hey, Gary. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Gary, for that great introduction. Good morning, everybody, and thank you for being a part of the keynote this morning. And as Gary said, I know a lot of you had challenges coming in to Las Vegas. I'm glad you made it, and I'm doubly honored with the fact that you've made it this morning to our keynote. So ever since I was a boy, I've been curious. All sorts of things interested me, whether they're cars, science, gadgets, and of course, electronics. I was, and I still am, very inquisitive. Now, as you all know, childhood is a time of wonder and awe. It's a time when the whole world around us captivates our curiosity and our imagination. Our fascination with children's books, to the questions about how things work, our experience as children, they're defined by play and by discovery. And one of my earliest memories was sitting in front of the television set watching Romper Room. I'm sure many of you watched it as well. It was an experience of magical connection and, for me, emotional engagement with friends that I did not really know but was relating to via my television. Now, one day, I remember the hostess passing out cookies to the children on the show. I waited patiently and wondered where my cookie was. All the children on the television set, they were getting their cookie, and I kind of felt left out. How did these people arrive in my living room each and every day? Why couldn't they hear or see me? My curiosity was piqued and has continued to be throughout my life. And today, I suspect many of the people in this room, right here, like me, still hold on to at least a bit of their childhood curiosity. Now, we choose to be engineers, inventors, and creators because we've retained our childlike wonder and imagination. And at Sony, we cultivate curiosity. Asking questions about how we might improve an everyday experience propels our desire at Sony to make things. And making things is a reflection of our desire at Sony to connect with people, to create surprises, to transform the ordinary into the extraordinary, and to inspire people to experience wow. Wow. Often, our curiosity stimulates creative thinking that yields those great innovations. For example, in 1979, the Sony Walkman became the first portable device that enabled a personal playlist, a favorite album, or that beloved mixtape, remember those? To go everywhere that people went. It was mobile, and I have to say, it was a wow. In 1982, the compact disc was introduced. This innovation improved recording, storage, and above all, sound quality. And I still remember the first time I heard a compact disc on, of course, a Sony CD player. And it was Billy Joel's 52nd Street, and it sounded incredible. That, to me, was a wow. In 1994, in Japan, we introduced PlayStation. And of course, PlayStation became a game-changing home entertainment console. In fact, I was so wowed by PlayStation, I left the music business to pursue further development of the PlayStation franchise right here in the United States. And PlayStation proved that consumer electronic products could be more. It could be more than just a modern convenience. Devices could provide emotionally rich experiences. And today, our legacy of providing action-packed adventure takes another step forward with the launch of the PlayStation 4. The market, wowed by our technology and by our engineering and by our software. The gamer, thrilled by the lineup of amazing titles, they've responded enthusiastically around the world. And these innovative products created or redefined categories. And they are all the result of curious minds asking, what if? What if? They all emphasize the power of emotion in determining what has value to people. myself, everybody in this room, everybody around the world. Mobility enabled by the Walkman awakened to the people to the idea that they could take their favorite stuff with them wherever they went. Not just because it was convenient, but because it mattered to them. It matters to me, it matters to you. The compact disc delivered a more powerful listening experience, one that allowed people to feel the music that they loved. And of course, the PlayStation continues to shatter all conventional thinking about gameplay, social connection, and the emotional rush of epic adventures and innovative games. At the same time, however, there are challenges on the pathway to WOW. Making powerful, emotionally compelling products is not always a straight line. Sometimes at Sony, we zigzag our way to great innovations, and simply other times, we fail. You probably don't recognize or remember any of these products, but don't despair. Neither does the rest of the world, so it's okay. But, you know, at Sony, failure is not really an end. It's a reason. It's a reason to keep trying. So we show you this. This is the Betamax. Now, despite Betamax being first to market, and dare I say, offering superior technology than that other format, but I'll be the first to admit, VHS won the battle for commercial success. However, before you completely write off Betamax based on its failure to become the consumer standard, think about it as an idea. Take a look. Here's the headline for Betamax featured in an advertisement back in 1975. Watch whatever, whenever. 1975. This idea still resonates and defines everything people desire and expect even today. We're talking about freedom. We're talking about flexibility. We're talking about control over your own time and choice. Watching whatever, whenever. That was almost 40 years ago. 40 years ago. Now, as an interesting aside, by the way, Betamax, unfortunately, didn't have that consumer success that we expected, but ultimately it found its way as Betacam, a broadcast format with the same form factor as the Betamax, and became, as you probably know, especially the people in this room, the de facto standard in broadcast and professional industry, so all was not lost, as an aside. Anyway, so we continue to be driven by that desire to evolve this idea of unlimited and improved access of watching whatever, whenever, while at the same time meeting consumer demand for experiences that are untethered from conventional devices and conventional wisdom. But in an enterprise that makes things, we must first and foremost make that connection with people. Our product's value is measured by them. And we find that it's not just functional value that people desire, but the deeper and more elusive emotional value. Emotional value. And in Japanese culture, we call this kando. Kando translates to mean emotional involvement. The power to stimulate an emotional response. The power to make people say, wow. All Sony products must be inspired by a spirit of kando. Advanced technologies and more elegant ergonomic designs are important ways products can seduce our sense of sight, sound, and touch. The wonder once associated with tangible products has been expanded by the migration of content, games, music, television, and a lot more to the cloud. However, even though the cloud promises a connected future, the cloud itself is not the wow. The wow happens when your senses are engaged. When you see the stunning visuals, when you hear the crisp sounds, when you feel the weight and balance of a perfectly designed device in your hands, when you are dazzled by a sublime form factor, when you are amazed at the ingenuity and cleverness of a technology that you never thought was possible. This is the heart of Sony. Those tantalizing objects that not only deliver the wow, but in and of themselves are also the wow. Now, our 60 years of product design experience grants us, Sony, the historical perspective, the expertise, and the collective power to deliver wow to everybody's senses. And I expect all Sony employees to put wow at the center of their efforts. Product planners, hardware engineers, game creators, assembly line managers, my God, even corporate lawyers and finance professionals are all a part of an interconnected network of wow providers at Sony. And recently, we've started to deliver that wow again. Products like 4K, ultra high definition. When you see true native 4K content on a 4K television for the first time, that's a wow. Visuals giving you such detail that you can see the atmosphere, you can feel the atmosphere, almost like feeling like you can catch the dust particles dancing in a shaft of light. Or listening to high-resolution audio using Sony's end-to-end high-resolution recording, delivery, and playback systems. An entire generation, we all know this, an entire generation missed the visceral emotion of listening to uncompressed audio. The precision and clarity of every note. The moment when a singer takes his or her breath before the chorus. Getting goosebumps as a song reaches a crescendo. High-res audio allows a complete dynamic range of what the artist originally intended when they were in the recording studios creating their music. The RX1 camera, the moment of pride when sharing a perfect picture. The RX1 is a compact camera that empowers all photographers, from the professionals creating art to parents capturing an important family memory with absolute uncompromised quality. Or the QX, the world's first lens-style camera. Now, not only can you shoot using just a lens, but you can connect it to your smartphone and take the perfect shot and control the lens through your smartphone. And of course, PlayStation 4 is setting a new standard in gaming. Not only did we push the boundaries of play, but we also created a true object of sensation. And with remote play, you can seamlessly connect and transfer the action from PS4 directly to your PS Vita, experiencing a more intuitive and intelligent smartphone. The Sony Xperia Z1 harnesses the power of the One Sony ethos. All of the Sony company's deep expertise and knowledge combined to make a mobile device that is truly the best of Sony, and something that only Sony can deliver. Stunning visuals coming from our world-class TV group, groundbreaking digital image capturing systems from, of course, the world's best digital imaging engineers, audio technology, games, apps, and more. The elegance of the package belies the robust technological capability within, making the Z1 a distinctly Sony design, a wow design. And across our studios, there's our commitment to surprise, provoke, and thrill our audiences. We continue to tell stories from the romantic to the heroic, to the epic, to the personal, to the delight of global audiences. And we don't consider any product a success unless we have delivered that wow. That wow. And today, our focus and drive is more deeply rooted in our philosophy of kando. And we're spending more and more time looking out at the world, at culture, at consumers, than looking within. And on the horizon, we see a next-generation consumer that is different from any before them. Now, we think of them as Generation Remix. Born during the current millennium, they are true digital natives. Most of them knew how to use a touchscreen, a tablet, a smartphone, a DVR by the time they were toddlers. Before they were born, a first wave of technological advancement required people to actually adapt to technology. But look out for this generation who will bend it to their will. They will control the technology, not be controlled by it. Sampling, grabbing, curating, remixing will characterize the way they engage with technology and devices. They're no longer worshiping at the altar of technology. They will be their own arbiters of what has purpose, functionality, and creative potential. We expect them to bring a confidence about their own power to change the world, seeing technology as a tool to do exactly that. Now we have to ask ourselves, what will wow them? What will wow them? And it's important to remember that the wow factor does not sit still and wait for us. We must move towards new and often challenging definitions of that wow. Like, for example, the ability to see things differently. And the passion to provide technologies that will help people live longer, healthier, and more fulfilling lives. The creation of better content and improved delivery systems. And seamless and unlimited access to live television, movies, music, and games. Even the evolution of traditional boxes and frames into unconventional image surfaces that transform the places where we live, work, and play. I believe that these are the big ideas defining our course at Sony. Now, we can push the boundaries of what we can see, creating the potential for a better, safer, more visual, stunning human experience. And with our advanced sensing technologies, we're seeing in a completely new way. Advanced image sensors are providing an image-based reference to everything that we all care about. They transform how data from a family portrait to a vacation photo to even more complex data can be sensed and captured, even when it cannot be seen by the human eye. This achievement from our Sony engineers creates a range of possibilities for future sensing technologies. First, of course, for the photo enthusiasts, there will soon be super sensitive cameras that enable amateur photographers to catch rich images with mood and, of course, with atmosphere. And the subtleties of great photographs will be more accessible to everyone, amateur photographers, enabling ease and simplicity to achieve tone and details that are often missed in conventional digital images. And to further advance the creative potential of our cameras, we're developing an advanced camera that consists of a complete array of image processors that provide real-time photo capturing options. And these allow for options that could only be controlled when a picture was taken in the past. But now, they can be manipulated after. So we're talking about background and foreground focus, color intensity, image enhancement, depth of field, and more. And never before has there been a tool that can manipulate these core elements even after the photograph has been captured. And this gives extraordinary power to create the perfect image that people are looking for. And our digital imaging is exceeding all expectations for what's possible. But we're not satisfied with simply advancing photography, although that's very important for us as well. Our sensing technologies have the potential to see the unseen. Capturing unseen data, including location, speed, wavelength, and so much more, will expand our perceptions and give us a new insight into the world in which we live. In the automotive segment, we're envisioning super speed sensing and processing technologies capable of generating images in color even when you're driving in the dark. The sensitivity to detect and analyze various aspects of the driver's physical condition, as well as obviously the continuous monitoring of the driver's environment, the road surface, weather conditions, pedestrian locations, oncoming vehicles, they all promise improved passenger and pedestrian safety. In agriculture, the ability to sense CO2 consistency and other critical agricultural variables like weather, soil condition, and readiness for harvest will help people know when to pick the vegetables or fruit at peak season, detect disease in crops, even identify the freshness of perishables in grocery stores. From agricultural to consumer application, the ability to capture data on food products and other consumables in real time at the point of purchase, that will facilitate safer consumption while promising, of course, higher crop yields for farmers and food producers. And for those seeking to look and feel their best, we recently talked and introduced the development of what we call the Smart Skin Evaluation Program, with image sensors that can evaluate skin conditions in extreme close-up to provide individualized measurement and analysis of various elements of the skin, such as texture, blemishes, pores, brightness, and coloring. Now, this provides the basis for more targeted skincare and, if necessary, advanced treatments. Advanced image sensors can make it possible to capture a blood vessel to actually see various data such as the level of oxygen saturation or blood sugar. And this data can be utilized when combined with smartphones and wearables that provide constant monitoring by a doctor who can deliver individualized and concierge-like care. So consider the countless benefits of combining sensor technologies, the systems, and the cloud. Medical data, with obviously the individual's permission, can be shared remotely with a doctor using a secured system. And with the ability to see and track symptoms and diagnostics, doctors can actually communicate with people as needed, even when those folks are unable to visit a physical office to see their doctors. And within our medical business group, Sony technologies are being readapted by healthcare experts to achieve seemingly impossible outcomes. For example, using our 4K and 3D display technologies, surgeons can see their operation in vivid detail, providing them advanced tools delivering a precision once inconceivable in a surgical setting. Through the development of more advanced sensors that in turn enables advanced imaging technology, surgery will be safer and patient outcomes will continue to improve. These technologies are built from Sony's vast expertise. Bringing together our brightest engineers to lead the way in developing technologies and products that enable healthcare providers to see with greater clarity, hear with improved fidelity, and work together in the pursuit of an improved human experience. Now, another important dimension of the human experience is, of course, entertainment. Culture, the arts, music, games, and all forms of creative expression gives our lives meaning. And one of the greatest pleasures that I have is in harnessing the creativity of our vast talent network at Sony. Across that network, we're asking ourselves how technology can drive better content and better delivery. How new technologies can evolve and enrich the way we tell our stories. Beyond greater choice in where and when to access entertainment, we're seeing a movement towards more sophisticated storytelling that is driving new levels of engagement. And Sony Pictures is exhilarated by this changing media landscape. So to talk more about this new world of content creation, I'd like to welcome the CEO of Sony Entertainment and the Chairman and CEO of Sony Pictures Entertainment, Michael Linton, and the Emmy Award-winning creator of Breaking Bad, Mr. Vince Gilligan.
Great to see you guys.
Vince. Michael, how are you? So thanks for being a part of the keynote.
Oh, thank you for having me.
For stopping by. So getting right into it, Michael and I, we've talked a lot over the past year about how new delivery systems of content to customers and consumers around the world are changing the way or the kind of content that we produce. And I wanted to first get, Michael, your take on it from a business perspective and then from a creative perspective from Vince. So Michael, how has it changed in terms of the technologies that we see in delivery?
It's really changed dramatically, and principally because of the new SVOD services that have come into the market, both here in the United States as well as everywhere else in the world. And so all of a sudden now, you have 5 or 6 SVOD services which are competitively bidding on television series and films that we're making that never existed before, in first-run showings as well as in syndication. So it's changed both the marketplace as well as the economics of the business for us, both for the positive.
Right. And how has it changed the creative process?
Well, one example is when I was starting off in TV about 20 years ago, the conventional wisdom at the time was that serialized storytelling was to be avoided at all costs.
So one episode basically completes the story.
Exactly. Our episodes back then typically were more compartmentalized, and you could watch them out of order, and you didn't have to see every episode of a TV show, like the X-Files, which I got my start on. And with these SVOD services, it's really, it allows for a serialized sort of storytelling, and in fact, even a hyper-serialized form of storytelling that we employed on Breaking Bad. It allows people to catch back up whenever they feel like it, any time of the day or night, and it's been wonderful for us.
And that also, I guess, kind of creates that binge watching of people through network services.
I tell you, that phrase didn't even exist 4 or 5 years ago, I feel like.
Right.
It just, it's a brave new world in TV these days.
Right. And then in terms of, we talked about delivery, but in terms of technologies that are part of the creative process, so whether we're talking obviously high definition, 3D, or 4K, how are some of these new technologies impacting the way you create content or that creative process?
Well, I tell you, one great example is the amazing image capturing technology that exists now, and that Sony is at the forefront on. These tiny little cameras which exist now. We typically shoot our show on motion picture cameras, big, bulky, expensive ones. But every now and then, with these tiny new cameras that exist, we can put cameras anywhere. We can put them in the back of a mailbox. We can put them in the wheel well of a car. We can have Walt driving his car over top of one of them or smashing into one of them. And you can put these things anywhere, and they intercut very well with the typical motion picture
So the quality that you get from these small cameras, if it's especially a short snippet or a short scene, is perfectly usable in TV shows now.
No one, folks in the business that I work with never notice when we intercut one of these shots. And these cameras are great because, as I say, they'll fit anywhere, but also they're inexpensive in a way that I can't even believe how inexpensive they are. And we can therefore risk breaking them.
We don't encourage that.
We try not to break them. But I tell you, if it comes down to between like a $300 camera and a $1 million shot, I'll break the $300 camera any day of the week. That's a great freeing bit of technology.
So, Michael, from a business perspective, are you looking at other new technologies or new services that you see further potential in growing the viewership from a business perspective going forward?
Well, it's yes on the services front, but it's actually more on the device front, because when you really look at what's going on with the mobility of devices, whether it's tablets or smartphones, what we're seeing is that people are now watching television shows or movies in places they never would have done so before. You were sort of only allowed to watch them pretty much in your home, frankly.
Right.
And now, whether it's on a bus or a train or even out in the park, you see people watching our shows and our films, and that really expands the market dramatically because people have a lot more time to do it.
And so Michael just talked about various devices, but as in the creative process, do you think about, for example, a lot of audiences that are going to be enjoying content ultimately on smaller screens like tablets or even smartphones? I mean, does that figure into the creative process as well?
It's, I'll take viewership any way I can get it.
Right,
and if folks are watching Breaking Bad on a lovely Xperia phone, for instance.
You hear that? Xperia Z. That's a good plug. Thank you.
That's great, and I'm all for that. In my mind's eye, of course, being a bit grandiose in my vision for the show, I want to picture folks watching it on a big, beautiful monitor.
Right.
And I tell you, these giant screen TVs now, as exemplified by like the Bravia series, allow folks like me to change the way we compose shots in television. Historically, television was composed for 19-inch black and white TVs.
I remember those.
Yeah, you'd frame like this. You'd cut into the forehead, and it was a lot of series of talking heads cut back and forth. But with these giant wide TV screens now, you get to frame, on your best day, you try to emulate John Ford or Akira Kurosawa or Sergio Leone, and you get to frame, in the case of Breaking Bad, you get to show these little characters on this broad, endless expanse of New Mexico prairie with the beautiful clouds overhead and the mountains in the background, and it gets to look very painterly and very cinematic. And that's a wonderful development.
So it's always exciting to see new technologies evolving that really helps to really add more or change the creative process then.
Absolutely.
So you obviously keep an eye out on developing technologies, and
I absolutely, and I'm looking forward to, I'm looking forward to this this headset device,
the head mount display.
the head mount display. I want to check that out because, it's one thing to watch an 85-inch TV, which is amazing, but it's another thing still to see, what is it, 750?
750, yes.
Yeah,
yes,
that's like, wow, just to be enveloped, to allow folks to be enveloped by the storytelling, whether it's Breaking Bad or whether it's, as a fan, if I could be enveloped by The Godfather or enveloped by Jackie Brown, one of my favorite Tarantino movies. I'm looking forward to that.
So obviously we want to make sure that, we bring new technologies to you so that you can further, develop and improve upon the creative process and bring more exciting content to audiences around the world. And I hear you're working on a spin-off to Breaking Bad.
Yes, we are doing Better Call Saul.
Better Call Saul.
Which is our wonderful, crazy lawyer character. Yeah, right on, Saul Goodman. Right on. We are plugging away. My writers back in Burbank are plugging away as we speak. And I am, of course, here. I'd rather be here. This is more fun than being in a writer's room. But we're looking forward to having that within about a year.
We're very much looking forward to it.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thanks for stopping by. Thank you. Thank you. Michael, thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you, Michael and Vince. Now, clearly, as Vince and Michael talked about, integrating existing formats with new technologies is providing a better and more convenient viewing experience. And our vision, and one we're uniquely positioned to shape, is to continue to further the integration of the world of consumer electronics and entertainment. And in the world of gaming, technology is also providing exciting new potential for storytelling and immersive play. So one great example of playful curiosity can be found in where else but the bucolic countryside of England. Media Molecule, one of our game development studios, is a team of true inventive minds. They continue to inspire me with their passion and unique brand of offbeat creativity. They are creating gaming experiences that are wildly imaginative. Their blockbuster title, Little Big Planet, introduced an entirely new and different kind of gaming experience featuring a playful environment built by the users and encouraging sharing and connection. And the community grew, and today, Little Big Planet is inhabited by millions of people inspired by participating in the creation of this whimsical world. This game heralded things to come. And today, their recently released and very highly acclaimed title called Tearaway validates the power of individual contributions to the gaming experience. And Media Molecule have been outspoken advocates for the PlayStation 4, calling PlayStation the ultimate creative console. So recently, we spent some time in England capturing the joy, exhilaration, and of course the frustrations and the successes of their creative process. And because, as you all creators know, the creative process is one of the most rewarding yet challenging professional and artistic journeys. So please take a look.
One of the things you have to do in any creative industry, and I think in uncreative industry as well, it's the same. You have to have belief. You have to want something. The genesis of Media Molecule was when 5 friends with a huge amount of experience in the industry walked into a boardroom at Sony and said, hey, we want to make a game about knitting and buttons and user-generated content, except we didn't even know it was called that at that point. We thought, there's no way that they're going to go for this.
Creativity is just a fundamental thing that we do as humans. Like, there's nothing special or magical. It's not that thing where you wake up with a cool idea. Perhaps that's the starting point. But then you need to take that idea and sort of kindle that flame and then put huge amounts of effort into seeing whether that works.
If you're not surprised and stunned by what you've done, it's very unlikely that someone else will. Just do. You do 10, 20 things, one of them is going to be good. That's the attitude. And we don't know which one. Let's choose together later.
When you think this is going to be cool, but I don't know whether that's going to work, then you're definitely exploring something that perhaps no one's tried before. Then you're innovating.
You can't ship something as complicated as a game without embracing a mixture of iteration and explosion and evolution and then sometimes that crazy idea.
In reality, you need to try things out, you need to experiment, and you need to fail.
And one of the most amazing things about failing is it gives you a new constraint. It's like, I went down that road was painful, but that's cool because now you've given yourself a new kind of wall to push off.
Love the good as well as the bad, because it might be the bad that actually leads to something much better than where you thought you were heading in the first place.
You need that combination of a spark of a sideways thought or an inspiration that you got, but then to combine that with the tenacity to actually see that through into something that ships.
You have to take risks. And so in a way, releasing a product is a creative experience in and of itself.
One of the beautiful things of working here is that we get a lot of rope to play with ideas and experiment, but it's grounded in the idea that in the end it's a commercial product that has to reach an audience, and that's rewarding. I want people to play our games so that people can enjoy it on a grand scale. So Media Molecule doesn't exist in a vacuum. We exist within the larger picture of Sony. I'm so lucky that we've been allowed to take risks in certain key places, and the result is the games that we've made.
So, as you just saw in that video, Media Molecule is a perfect example of the type of highly ambitious, highly creative makers of kando, that wow, that we nurture at Sony. So whether they're making games or encouraging gamers to make things on their own, theirs is the realm of creativity, whimsy, and of course, fun. Producing great content is just one step in enhancing how people experience entertainment. And today, we're in the process of evolving the business of how people access the entertainment they want. The tethers that have constrained entertainment consumption for decades, since the very first radio waves and the TV signals were beamed into our homes and game cartridges were inserted into console, will soon dissolve. In fact, we're already making considerable progress in pioneering a new era of freedom and choice for the movies, TV shows, music, and the games that you always want at your fingertips. So, to tell you more about how Sony is evolving access to entertainment content, please welcome the President and Group CEO of Sony Computer Entertainment and Sony's executive in charge of Sony Network Entertainment, Andrew House.
Thank you, Kaz, for having me here today. The excitement at CES is always invigorating as all eyes are on the industry's best, most innovative, and most promising new products. PlayStation is no stranger to the profound impact of a breakthrough product and how it can cause people to rethink what is possible. As many of you are aware, we recently introduced a little product called PlayStation 4 to some great fanfare around the world. It quickly became the largest console launch ever, selling over 2.1 million units in just 2 weeks. And today, I am delighted to announce that the cumulative sell-through has now passed 4.2 million units as of December 28th. Thank you. The PS4 embodies the type of technological advancement people have come to expect from PlayStation for the past 20 years. While I'm extremely proud of the incredible sophistication of the PS4 hardware, that is, the physical and tangible aspects of the most powerful system we've ever created, I'm equally proud of what you can't touch and feel. I'm, of course, talking about the network that sits at the core of PS4 and all PlayStation platforms. The network delivers virtually unlimited opportunities for our customers and represents the future of our industry. Sony's network vision is to deliver rich entertainment experiences that empower you to discover, connect, and engage with your favorite content on virtually any device when and how you want. If you own a PlayStation system today, the network enables you to easily connect with friends to unlock the full potential of games. And it gives you access to an incredible library of titles. In fact, PlayStation's library of titles is one of the most expansive in the world, filled with memorable experiences that have kept gamers entertained for years. As we built the new network, we asked ourselves, what if we could unlock PlayStation's library of games so that they're instantly available on PlayStation devices as well as non-PlayStation devices? We've been steadfast in our commitment to make this a reality and have made incredible advancements towards integrating Gaikai's advanced cloud-based technology into our network. The result is nothing short of amazing and marks the beginning of a new era of streamed gaming that eliminates traditional barriers without compromising the quality of gameplay. I'm pleased to announce the new streaming game service, PlayStation Now. This service will, in the long term, provide existing PlayStation gamers with instant access to the games they loved from previous generations, from the original PlayStation, PS2, and PS3. Equally important, the service will also introduce the world of PlayStation to even non-console owners via smartphones, televisions, and other devices. Soon, playing your favorite PS3 game on a tablet will be a reality. And actually, you can try PlayStation Now on Sony Bravia TVs and PlayStation Vita systems in the Sony booth this week at CES. For the first time ever, you can play blockbuster PS3 titles, including PlayStation Game of the Year, The Last of Us, and beyond, on a Bravia or PS Vita exclusively at the show. Streaming the rich, high-definition gameplay experience delivered by The Last of Us with low latency is a remarkable achievement, and it demonstrates how we are paving the way for gamers to play whenever and wherever. We've heard that earlier on. We are also going to offer gamers choice when it comes to how they want to access content on PlayStation Now. So they'll be able to rent by title for specific games they're interested in, and we'll also offer a subscription model that delivers additional value and allows people to explore a range of titles that they might otherwise not have experienced. I'm pleased to confirm that we will begin a closed beta in the US at the end of January, with an expected full rollout this summer. Sony's network vision for revolutionizing entertainment through cloud-based services isn't confined to games. For years, consumer electronics companies have tried in various forms to transform the living room and the home entertainment experience because it is fundamentally outdated and flawed. In a technology era that is defined by simplicity and improving people's lives by making things more intuitive, personal, and social, elegantly combining live TV, video on demand, and DVR content remains the last frontier. Sony's vision for the future of home entertainment is grounded in giving you the freedom and choice for what you watch, when you want to watch it, and what you want to watch it on. Our goal is to transform the user experience so finding and discovering live TV and video on demand shows is intuitive and immediate. We will make TV a more personalized and dynamic experience that caters to your preferences and adapts to your viewing habits. Today, I'm thrilled to announce that Sony will introduce a new cloud-based TV service in the US this year that combines the live TV content people love most about cable with the dynamic experience they've come to expect from digital media services. The service will give you the most popular live TV programs combined with a large library of video on-demand content. So people will have all of their favorite movies, TV shows, and sports programs available through a single destination. The service is distinguished by an intuitive and dynamic interface that gets to know you, as well as personalized channels that cater to your tastes. If a family member enters the room and picks up the controller, they can immediately access their own personalized menu. It also solves one of the greatest hurdles to live TV and digital media services, ease of content access. Our offering will enable you to quickly search and discover across live and video-on-demand content using intuitive, dynamic filters without having to use multiple boxes. You'll also be able to discover new channels by seeing what your friends are watching and recommending, or by your viewing history. The service also provides the ability to watch and resume across various connected devices, so you can seamlessly switch viewing live TV or video-on-demand content from a PS4 in the living room to an iPad in another bedroom. No other company in the world is better poised to lead the TV revolution than Sony. There are more than 70 million internet-enabled Sony devices in US living rooms today, including 25 million PlayStation 3 systems. And millions of people already rely on Sony for their video needs. In fact, based on the number of users streaming videos on any given day, our network would rank among the top 5 cable and satellite providers in the US. And PlayStation 3 is the #1 device in the world for watching Netflix in the living room. Sony's new cloud-based live TV and video-on-demand service will redefine the ease and accessibility of live television, video-on-demand, and DVR viewing experiences. And while it might be a revolutionary experience for our customers, the new service is a natural evolution of Sony's offerings. We are one of the largest entertainment companies in the world, and will use our unique combination of network services, innovative devices, content properties, and network partnerships to usher in a new era of home entertainment. There will be more details forthcoming, but the future is very near. We plan to start testing this service in the US later this year. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Andy. A more robust network entertainment delivery system will be a hallmark of Sony as we move into the future. We will be offering customers a single source of entertainment that is less complicated, more cost-effective, and more accessible than ever before. Now, at the beginning of this presentation, I shared with you about my childhood and how I became enchanted by what might be possible. And that curiosity has continued to grow within me, and today I'm even more excited and inspired by what might be next. And my passion for electronics has grown throughout my life. But more than that, my conviction about creating a Sony culture with a commitment to deliver products with emotional value has matured and evolved over time. Now today, Sony offers a vast array of products: televisions, game consoles, image capture and mobile devices, professional broadcast equipment. These products enable us to provide people with content, entertainment, and social connection. However, these products also have certain limitations. So in looking forward, as Andy described, our desire is to break out of the confinements of physical places or even primary devices as the only points of access. The conventional boundaries are being transformed, if not vanishing altogether. Sony will be releasing products in the very near future that will create an entirely new concept of consumer electronics. These concepts will reshape our personal media landscape and transform our living spaces into evolving environments. We're envisioning and creating a world where people can enjoy, where you can enjoy new ways of experiencing entertainment freely and without the restrictions of frames, boxes, and displays. The essence of this vision is a new and emerging concept that we call the life space UX concept. And one of the first steps we're taking in breaking free of the traditional screen or device is the ultra short throw projector. This state-of-the-art device can be placed anywhere in the home, turning the environment into a dynamic living space. Normal walls will become fluid displays. Our new concept, LifeSpace UX, does more than just eliminate boundaries. This new vision creates a brand new, sensual, and atmospheric experience that utilizes space itself. For example, you can create a window with a view of the outside which transitions throughout the day to your own liking. Or you can turn your favorite movie scenes into wall art with gradual transitions bringing mood and atmosphere to the places where you live and work. And I've seen this awe-inspiring and wow-inspiring product in action. So the other day, as I stood in my office on the 20th floor at Sony headquarters in Tokyo, and I looked at a wall, a perfect window formed, revealing a view of a street scene in the Ginza. And what was beyond that wall, the street scene, pedestrians, cars, taxis, buildings, and public spaces, all to perfect scale, was displayed in vivid 4K image quality on that wall-sized canvas. And to me, it opened up countless possibilities. Imagine being an avid surfer and having the perfect wall-sized window to see the world's best surf spots vividly in real time in your living room. Or perhaps you can't make the concert tonight, and now you and your friends can have a private skybox view. And with its stylish design, this ultra short throw projector enables a cinematic-like experience to be wherever you want it to be. It's easy to install and is capable of projecting a 147-inch 4K image just by placing the projector near the bottom of any wall. And I'm happy to announce that the first version of this product will be available to consumers right here in the United States this summer. This is only the first step on the way to a new reality, one in which the user, one in which you are able to control content in entirely new ways. So as we consider the possibilities of the borderless environment, we're also exploring other types of future-oriented products that break free from conventional screens and boxes. So for example, our tabletop screen takes information and projects it onto a flat or even a convex surface in high quality that can be controlled by your fingertips. So imagine using the surface of, say, a dining room table, as a giant touch screen where you can video chat with traveling members of your family or map a vacation in an exotic locale, or just share images by sliding them across the table on your dining table. This technology brings content to the center of the household, untethered by devices. This technology, the technology driving this innovation, is built around a super small laser projector and intelligent processing systems that catches the movement of our fingertips using a highly accurate depth recognition algorithm. It is, to me, a very transformative technology, bringing what was formerly only accessible on a screen, again, right to the heart of the home. So soon, the home, the office, the places where you and I need and want to be, will be perhaps free from traditional notions of frames. And what lives beyond those home displaces are transformative space technologies. So the LifeSpace UX is precisely the type of visionary concept that Sony is uniquely qualified to lead, because once again, it is rooted in Kando, delivering that wow. That is, integrating software and hardware and content to deliver magical human experiences that evoke emotion and reverberate across all of our categories. These innovations help people see the world as both expansive and accessible, a place of limitless potential for learning, knowledge, well-being, connection, laughter, and of course, joy. And that matters deeply to me and to all of Sony. I believe the mission of Sony is to inspire and fulfill people's curiosity around the world. I believe that we must have a unified single vision and a one Sony ethos. And I believe it's time to move beyond the just good enough era. No more commodity products, no more parity products, no more just good enough products. We must and we can do better. And I believe people care deeply about the products that define their lives, your lives. These products must be fantastic objects of sensation that engage all of our senses. And I believe we must empower our creators, designers, and engineers to be curious, to take risks and make great products that deliver kando. I encourage them to follow their passions. And I expect them to always strive, to fight, to dig deep inside themselves and create the products that they can be proud of, to make products that are worthy of the 4 letters S-O-N-Y. And I believe that products created with pride will in turn instill a pride of ownership and create meaningful emotional value with all of our consumers. And finally, I believe in the power of wow. I am optimistic looking forward and envisioning a Sony that is conceived for the future. And I am optimistic about the role that consumer electronics will play in advancing the human experience. If we are all truly curious, not just Sony, if we are all truly curious, if we listen to what people desire and anticipate the needs of future generations, we will find that we must make innovative products that integrate functional value, but more importantly, emotional value. And we must remember, we are an industry, all of us, we're an industry built on wow. So I encourage everyone to come to the Sony CES booth and please be moved. Thank you very much and have a great CES. Thank you.
All right, that was Kaz Hirai, Sony president and CEO, wrapping up his 2014 CES keynote.
Were you moved?
I was moved. I actually thought that was one of the smoother keynotes I've seen. Very well polished. I like the whole scrolling background
That was
thing.
kind of neat.
I think a lot of that was actually happening live there in the room, too.
Yeah,
it
you
wasn't
could
just
tell.
like a pre-recorded deal.
It's creative.
Man.
I appreciated that. Now, a lot
Somewhere
of it in the
Steve
beginning.
Ballmer's probably crying. He's like, that was so good.
He did a good job for taking over that keynote. A lot of it in the beginning was a lot of future talk.
Yeah.
A lot of, big talk on like where tech is going.
Telling Sony's story, also kind of catching up on the Betamax and the Sony Discman and Walkman era and that whole thing. Yeah, but in the imaging, they were talking about how much they're like exploring the idea of advanced imaging for not just consumer electronics, but for crop management and medical fields.
I know, all the things you could do with great imaging. And then they took it to the level of like giving us a few announcements though too.
We did have some actual announcements there.
Yeah, we got a PlayStation announcement. So about PlayStation Now, that's that streaming service. They open it up saying that it's going to come out in the summer, where you can get your old PS2 games and your old PS3 games, and even access it on your tablets, your phones, even some Bravia TVs. So that'll be interesting.
And your PlayStations.
Oh yeah, well, and your PlayStation, yeah. But because we haven't had much information yet about how that streaming would work.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see an actual breakdown of how that's going to work, and some more analysis from that, because it sounds almost too good to be true. But Sony, more than Microsoft or more than anybody else, both, as we were saying before the show, talking about their hand in Sony Entertainment, the leverage they probably have there, and also that huge back catalog of titles, they can be like the one company that could really make that all happen. Now, they've had their whole streaming video service, their on-demand service. A lot of the stuff has existed already and no one's bitten yet. But if you're going to throw in the back catalog of games too, I think that might make it more compelling.
Exactly.
All right, what else did we see? We saw at the very end, he mentioned that ultra short throw 4K projector.
Yeah, that looked pretty interesting.
Yeah, so a lot of people have shied away from the idea of putting a projector in their living room to be their television replacement, because it involves putting the projector at the back of the room, running cables, all that stuff. But this was one you just put at the base of a wall.
Yeah, short range, yeah.
And it just projected up onto the wall. It looked neat. Pricing, yet to be
Of course,
announced.
you never get that good stuff
But
yet.
a lot of, like David Kastmeyer, our TV editor, has always talked about how 4K on TVs in the range that people typically buy, usually like 60-inch or less, doesn't make a lot of sense. You need a big image to make that 4K resolution matter. Projectors are one way that you can make that resolution, matter on like a 100-inch screen. You're taking
Yeah,
up
you
a
can
wall.
finally notice the difference, right?
There was one other thing. They talked about the Xperia Z1.
Right.
That's their smartphone, their flagship smartphone.
It's got a great camera in it, like something like 20 megapixels.
Yeah.
Yeah, so
And one of the few smartphone announcements from CES, so far at least, that are meaningful or matter, at least for us here in the States. That one's coming out on T-Mobile in a few weeks. So, a lot of stuff from Sony, a lot of uplifting talk, a lot of products we already heard about last night. If you want to see the full range of Sony products that they've released or at least announced here at CES, you can check out our blog at ces.cnet.com. Big list, a lot of stuff. But the show floor has just opened moments ago, and we have got a lot of stuff going on here today at the CNET stage, including a live torture test of your favorite gadgets. But first, Bridget and I will be back for your inside scoop on all the news worth repeating here at CES 2014. We'll be back live after this break. Yeah.
yeah, it's got it.
Oh, my screen's dead.
Oh, his battery's dead.
These things last about 10 minutes. Is that when we get
Yeah.
All right, welcome to CES here at the CNET stage, CES 2014. We're live here at the stage at the Las Vegas Convention Center. I'm Donald Bell, she's Bridget Carey, and we're going to get to the news.
Because there's lots of it.
Plenty of it. We're going to be talking, yesterday was press day, which we'll see, maybe had more announcements than I've ever seen.
It's like an onslaught of like
CES
announcement
so
after
far.
announcement.
So we have a lot to talk about already, especially if you didn't join us yesterday. So we're going to recap some of that stuff. I think most of the stuff we saw yesterday from press day was television related. I'd say at least a lot of the big announcements.
And TVs are always big at the show.
TVs are big at the show. Last year was the kind of the big debut of 4K. This year they mean it.
More 4K.
So every TV we're seeing this year is 4K, more 4K, better 4K, maybe cheaper 4K, although prices really haven't been attached to any of these TVs yet. But we heard from Samsung, we heard from LG, we heard from Panasonic. We saw TVs from all of them. The most notable all seem to be these curved televisions.
Or no, the transformative
I'm going to get to that one, but I think even before that, there was dueling 105-inch, already curved, permanently curved displays from Samsung and LG that were nearly identical. They might differ on price once we learn what the price will be. If anyone needs a 105-inch TV, curved or not, delivered to their home, probably a wall will have to get knocked down in order for that to happen. But the other thing we saw was Samsung had, for the people who who were on the fence maybe about what kind of television they wanted, be curved or no.
You want flat, you want curved?
They had a transforming, it was like an 85-inch, a more reasonably sized TV, I suppose.
Yeah.
Still too big for me. But a bendable TV, a transforming TV.
Yeah, you just hit a button and it goes from flat to a little curve. You know, fun gimmick. Are we that desperate to find something new to sell us on now for TVs if you can't make up your mind? It is interesting because maybe you don't want to go all the way with a curved TV if you're not sure if you're going to like it or not. So they had that middle ground that maybe if you have curve is supposed to be immersive. If you have a big audience, you can flatten it out.
Every time I talk to someone about the curved TVs here, the follow-up question is, so why does it matter? And it doesn't. It really doesn't. It's like the bell bottoms of TVs now. It's like it's going to be a fad, right? I think from like a cinemaphile perspective, if you were really getting that really thin, like 21, I forget the aspect ratio, but like the cinema aspect ratio, and you're getting the curve, you might have a more movie-like experience.
Yeah.
But otherwise, I don't know. It's just kind of a trend. All right, so you probably already heard about all the television stuff, but what we haven't talked about a lot yet are the phones of CES, and there's a reason for that. There usually isn't a lot of interesting phone announcements at CES. A lot of those either come from one-off announcements from like a Samsung, or they come from Mobile World Congress, which happens pretty soon after this. But we do see phones here. We do get some interesting phone news. I think one of the most interesting bits of information we got is that AT&T has just announced their sponsored data program for companies. This is
so you can get free data.
The deal is that AT&T is opening up the possibility for, say, like a Yahoo or a CNET to absorb the cost of delivering data to a customer. So like if a cell phone customer maybe has a very limited tier data plan on their phone, they don't want to waste any of it going to, a Google or a Yahoo or whatever, that company, Google or Yahoo, can absorb the cost of providing that data to the customer so that they can go there without incurring any data use.
Interesting way for AT&T to make a little more
Exactly.
dough,
And so they get a check from that company sponsoring it. It's like a 1-800 number for websites delivered to mobile devices.
Yeah. So also, it'll be interesting to see who takes them up on that and starts testing that out,
right.
For like browsing on the web.
I think their AT&T is claiming that this is a way for them to ease congestion of their network, but then the BS call on that some people have already made is that it still is the same data. It's just that they're getting paid from a different source. You
yeah,
know?
I mean, data is where they make their money.
Yeah.
You know, so it's
Interesting. Well, we'll see if that becomes a trend, whether or not companies bite on absorbing the cost or not for sponsoring data to customers. It seems like an awful idea to me, but I'm not a corporate fat cat, so I don't know.
There was some other mobile news of a different flavor that came up last night. I don't know if you caught this about T-Mobile, where their CEO, John Ledger, tried to crash the AT&T party last night.
I don't blame it. It was like a Macklemore performance at the AT&T
it was Macklemore,
party.
Ryan Lewis,
Yeah.
and he ended up getting tickets, apparently, from Macklemore's agent. So he got
After getting kicked out.
No, actually, well, I'm not sure all the details, but I know that when he got there, he ran into our CNET executive editor, Roger Chang.
Who quickly tweeted a picture of John Ledger crashing the party.
And not 15 minutes after that tweet went up, AT&T security came by and escorted him and his team away. And he's there wearing his big old pink, T-Mobile shirt, all proud, being Batman like he usually is.
He wasn't too incognito, yeah.
So, yeah,
But then he got back in. I think Macklemore and Ryan Lewis's publicist got him in.
Yeah, well, it's still one of those things where it's like, is that cool or not? I don't know, but it does show that T-Mobile has likes to shake it up, and they're also having their own announcement on Wednesday, so we'll have to keep tuned to that, one of their uncarrier announcements, to see how they're going to shake things up again with how they charge customers.
Yeah. All right. One of the cooler actual pieces of hardware I've seen from CES, Jessica Dolcourt has a piece on a BlackBerry-styled physical keyboard case for the iPhone. This is really interesting because it provides for all those BlackBerry people who can't give up their keyboard. This is the answer, supposedly. Jessica Dolcourt is actually pretty excited about it.
This got a lot of buzz even before CES. Everyone's been waiting to see what it's like in person.
And it's supposedly just exactly styled after the BlackBerry physical keyboard, so it gives you that tactile interface for your keyboard.
It's so exact that BlackBerry is suing them. Actually, yeah, they're going to have to deal with that lawsuit now for the fact that the keyboard is too much alike. Yeah, there was a lot of hype about that because everyone's like, oh, finally a good keyboard for an iPhone.
Yeah.
So yeah, maybe that'll take off or not. We'll have to see.
I also like this. This is a phone from CAT, like the manufacturer of like construction trucks and equipment. A super ruggedized phone that can just take a beating. We've seen these kind of year after year. This is like the updated version of it. The specs are nothing that you would go out and buy it for necessarily, but if you want to look like a real BA carrying a phone around, this is like the ultra testosterone phone of the year.
Yeah, you could probably run it over with construction equipment.
All right. Two more stories here. Another big trend here at CES 2014 are the wearables.
Yes.
The Pebble Steel watch. Did you get a chance to see this yet?
Oh, this thing looks so slick.
This is the Pebble 2.0.
Pebble was big last year at the show, and now comes in metal.
Yeah. Well, also it looks like it's slimmed down. It kind of looks like a big, like a
toy.
It looked like a toy that was strapped to your wrist. This one goes incognito, and I don't think it's going to trip off the nerd alert when you wear it around. We'll see.
It's got a lot of apps now. They didn't have an app store before. Now there's apps already from Foursquare and Yelp and ESPN, and it works with Mercedes cars. So they're really kind of showing how your smartwatch can actually make sense to you for glancing at information very quickly.
Right. And then for the more fitness-friendly, or at least fitness-focused wearable tech, there's the Razer Naboo, one I did not expect to see because Razer is more of a gaming peripheral company. But they've got the Naboo health tracker with 2 screens.
Yeah.
That's the big innovation here. One that just kind of tips you off that something's happened, the smaller screen, and then when you want to get more information, you flip it around and you can actually read a text message or a tweet or whatever.
Yeah, kind of like the best of both worlds. Fitness and also your texting. I can show Twitter messages on it too.
Yeah.
Of course, I thought it was funny the name they picked, Naboo.
Naboo.
It's not like the Star Wars Naboo. N-A-B-U.
All right. So that was all the news from before CES has even kicked off. Because we're here right now on the first day. There's going to be even more stuff to talk about. So stick with us here at CNET all day. That's it for the Inside Scoop. Tomorrow morning, we're going to be back with the latest news every morning here at CES. And stay tuned for CNET Live from CES. There's a whole lot more coming today, including a torture test. The 404 team is here. And we have that Pebble Steel smartwatch is going to be on the show. at 3 p.m. We have the next big thing, Super Session, followed by my own Attack of the Drone show, where no drones will actually be attacking people, but you should still come and see it. You can't miss that, so stay tuned right here at CNET.com.
Marco, number five, yes, number five. Are you good? Are you hearing me? Cool. Level, EQ, hello. Okay, good, yes, all right. How about coming through the house, Marco? Check, 1, 2, hey, all right, cool, because I've got to worry about feedback once we get out there too. Cool.
I'm good. Ice pick. Oh, boil. So the first two before we do it, sure. Okay. And then we'll do the break with Jeff's video. Then we do what? Oh, yeah.
I am going to leave this open all the time so that he cannot shut it off. And out here, the okay.
Honestly, that'd be awesome. Like we'll lower third it. Makeup by Jonathan.
You know what season 4 of American Horror Story is?
I don't know why.
Do you watch American Horror
No,
Story?
I don't. You did that.
How's that? Is that better? Okay. Yeah. I'll just look for shots.
Hi, this is Sarah Harbin coming to you outside the CES Unveiled event on Monday night. This is Sarah coming to you from CES in beautiful Las Vegas, Nevada.
second annual live torture test here from CES 2014. I'm Brian Tong, and he is Bill Detweiler, managing editor with our CNET partner, Tech Republic. Bill, thanks for coming out.
Yeah, thanks, Brian. I can't wait to start torture testing these poor devices. It should be really exciting.
What happened? We will start over, friends. Okay.
Audio problem.
Can you?
Am I working at all? Yes.
Check, check, check. You hearing me? Check, check. Check, check.
One, two, three. Check, 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 check. You know what? Hold on.
Check one, check two, check one, check two. Testing one. Do I hear something? 1, you go. Check 1, check 2. Here we go. Check, check, check.
Testing 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2.
What's up, everybody? Welcome to CNET's second annual live torture test from CES 2014. I'm Brian Tong, and here with me is Bill Detweiler, managing editor with CNET partner Tech Republic. Bill, thanks for hanging out with us, buddy.
Hey, thanks for having me. I'm really excited to be here at CES, and I can't wait to start torture testing some of these devices.
Now, if you guys haven't seen this before, last year and this year, right, this is the second annual torture test. We like to put these products that we love so dearly, put them through different types of tests that may not be realistic, but also may be very fun. So right here, you'll see a little bit of boiling water. You'll see a little bit of something under this. Can anyone figure out what is this? I don't know. It looks like a big glass thing. All right. Also, we have our 12-foot ladder. We're going to do a little drops. But before that, standing by outside to do yet another test as part of this is Sharon Vagnon. Somewhere in this big, expansive space, the Las Vegas Convention Center parking lot with a CNET bus.
All right, hey guys, I am just outside of the Las Vegas Convention Center on the CNET bus, and you know what? We've got two more products we're going to torture today. I've got the Chromebook by Acer and this fancy Nikon Coolpix camera. I'm also joined by Girma and Yari, two of our bus drivers who are going to help me torture the heck out of these products. So stay tuned for what's going to happen. You never know.
All right, guys. So later on, again, if you love products, we're not here because we don't love our gadgets. We're not here to disrespect them. But, you know, it's CES. We got to have a little fun, all right? And later on, Jeff Baclar, he's going to show you a torture test with Las Vegas's newest attraction. This is the high roller observation wheel where we can see if an iPhone 5S can withstand 5,000 pounds of force. That's right. I heard a whoa.
I don't know about
it's
that.
It's a whoa. But first, we have a heat test here to show you. We're going to take this. If you guys are familiar with the Samsung Active, this is a waterproof phone, claims to be waterproof.
Yep.
We have boiling water here. You know a little bit about this phone, Bill. Tell me, what can this bad boy handle?
Well, the Active is waterproof, or Samsung says it is, up to about a meter for 30 minutes. But
30
they
minutes,
didn't
okay.
really say anything about boiling water. So the phone usually has a high temperature range of about 113 degrees.
Okay.
Well, if anybody remembers from their high school science class, the boiling water here is about 212 degrees. So I'm not sure if this is going to be able to take it. And the phone is about $500.
$500, guys. Who wants this? You know what? We can just stop the torture test and just give this phone to someone in the audience right now. You want to do that? Wow, you guys.
Nobody wants to do
we're
that.
going to play
Okay.
a little game. We're going to play a little game. Whenever we do things, we have this thing where we've said like CE yes or CE no. So do you guys think this is going to survive the boiling water torture test? CE.
Yes, no.
So
There it is.
I'm gonna, you know what? I'm gonna go CE yes. I have faith in Samsung. I believe everything they say. Everything. All right.
Well, only time will tell. Let's see.
All right. I'm gonna put on my special oven mitt. This just look.
A little bit of protection never hurts.
All right, here we go. We're going to drop this in. We're going to put the screen up so you guys can see what happens. This is kind of tricky. Should I use these tongs? You know my last name is Tong?
Oh, there you go.
Tong on Tong? Okay, here we go. Let's give it a go, right? Okay, we're going to get you an inside
Oh, there
look
it goes.
there.
Ooh, it's really bubbling
It's
now.
actually bubbling a little more. Can you guys see inside that thing?
The screen is still on.
Screen is on. It's okay, Jim. It won't bite.
It hasn't died yet. It's still. Oh, there it goes. Oh, the screen just went off. Oh no.
Now, is the screen off because it's like powered off, or did it actually go off because of the water?
Well, oh, wait a minute. The screen's come back on.
He's alive!
It's alive there.
He's alive!
And we have a message. Maybe it's an error message.
All right, let's take this out.
See what
I'm
happens.
going to give this a shot and see what we got here.
Oh, here it comes.
Okay, here we go. If you guys can see this message, it says, wait until it has cooled down before using your device.
Hey, all right.
I think that's an amazing tip from Samsung. This is amazing. But you know what? Guess what, guys? This is a CE. Yeah! CES. CES. All right, guys, we're going to go to another test here. We've tested the elements of heat. What do you think about this bad boy? This is an ice block with an iPad mini. Why would you freeze an iPad? Have any of you frozen your iPad mini before by accident? Yeah, Rob did that. All right, thanks to Ice Creations that looked this up. I see you, Rob. Okay, so what we're going to do here is really just test out if this ice-covered iPad mini
will survive.
We'll
turn
even
back
turn
on.
It's been frozen for, I don't know, probably a couple days. It's thick ice. It's probably around 4 to 8 inches deep in that ice.
That's really
what do you
cold.
guys? What do you guys think? Are we going to get a CE yes or a CE no? CE no.
CE
I hear,
no?
so can you tell us about freezing a product here? Like,
Yeah.
you know, what are these things really able to take, Bill?
Well, usually down to about 32 degrees Fahrenheit is what most manufacturers say, maybe a little bit less than that. And anybody who's in the US right now and are experiencing the really cold temperatures that we're having right now, so if you leave your phone in a car and it gets down to about 0, that's not really good for the phone. So this is a little colder than that, so we'll see what happens. I mean, it's not really good. Sometimes with these frozen devices, they will come back on if you allow them to warm up naturally. Sometimes they won't. Liquid crystal displays will actually freeze. The CLFC lights, depending on what type of device it is that light up the displays, they can freeze. They can come back to life if you allow them to warm up. Just don't use a heat gun. Don't use a hairdryer. Don't use anything like that, because then you'll just wind up burning the device.
No, yeah, like, you know, even when products get wet, they say don't use a blow dryer. Just put it in a bag of rice.
Yep.
I have a lot of rice in my home. If you know why, right? I like rice. Okay, guys, so here we go. This is the iPad mini. We're gonna plug it in. The Samsung Active is still kind of warm.
It still says that you should let
It's like
it
a
cool
heat
down.
pad. I'm gonna put it in my pants. It's cold here. All right, here we go. Let's plug in this iPad mini. You guys at home are gonna be able to see if it powers on by looking at the screen. Okay? Let's see. Let's give this a shot.
Oh.
There we go.
Oh, there we come. Look at that.
Ice, ice, baby. Guys, CES or CE no? You know what? It is. My producer's like, it's not quite on. It turned on. Let's see.
There
Let's
we go. There's the Apple logo.
This is powering up.
It's getting ready to boot up.
It's an iPad mini. It's not an iPad Red. It's a little slow. You know what I mean? Okay, let's see here. Let's.
There it goes. Come on. Oh, hello. There we go.
Hola. All right, there you
It
guys.
survived.
See, I even guessed the right next one was hola. I hang out with
Excellent.
these devices too much. Okay, we're gonna do a little bit more with this later, guys. All right, next up, Sharon Vagnon. We told you she's outside the convention center with the bus. Sharon, tell us what you're gonna do. Have a little fun out there.
All right, you guys, you know when you're on vacation, you bring your point and shoot camera with you, you try to take...
Uh-oh. Looks like Kieran froze
Okay,
up.
you know what?
Oh, wow.
What we got here going on is we'll see if we can check back in with Sharon a little bit later. I mean, obviously we got a lot of signals going on at CES, but one of the things here with torture testing and whatnot is you got cold. We have hot boiling elements. We also have a ladder up there. It's a 12-foot ladder. We have an Amazon Kindle here. Do you guys want us to drop the Kindle? Do you guys want to see it? Yeah, sure. Everyone's like, yeah, why not? All right, let's do this. We're going to head over here. I'm going to maneuver myself a little bit. See if I can get over here.
Sharon's back.
Sharon's back? Okay, never mind. You know what? We're going to throw to Sharon real quick. Sharon seems to be back with her test outside of the Vegas Convention Center. Sharon does this amazing thing where she freezes in time. All right, okay, guys, let's just do this. All right, we're gonna do this Kindle here. We're gonna drop it here, and then we're gonna have a little fun with some other devices. I'm piggybacked on this little cord, so why don't you guys help me out? Actually, Bill, hold on to this.
All right. climb the ladder.
All right, so last year we did some ladder tests. We're gonna do some more drops later, but obviously, you know, with our little parking bus out there, it's not working out right now, but we're gonna get to it. But I've got this Kindle. It's rubberized, right? It's got a screen. Do you notice I'm walking up this ladder without looking at the steps? It's very dangerous. Is this what it is for tall people now these days? I can see the top of your head. Okay, guys, so we got this Amazon Kindle here.
Make sure you hit the bullseye there.
I'm aiming for the CNET bullseye.
There
you
you
want to
go.
drop it flat or on its corner? Flat? You want me to drop it flat? Nothing's going to happen if it's flat. Corner. Okay, here we go. I'm going to drop this bad boy. Just give me a little, we're going to do a little 3, 2, 1 drop it countdown, okay? Here we go. Ready? 3, 2, 1. Drop it.
Here we go. Oh. Let's
Wow,
see
that's
what
good.
happens. Let's see if the screen is still on.
You know the CNET logo
Oh,
got
look at
dented.
that. It's perfect.
Perfect working condition.
Perfect working condition.
It's actually pretty durable.
Do it again.
Here, toss
All
it up
right,
here,
let's
big
do
boy.
it. You want to toss it up? All
Yeah.
right.
So
There we
everyone's
go.
like,
Let's
the
do it
most
again.
impressive thing about that was that I caught that. Thank you, I appreciate that. You guys want to face down now?
Let's do it.
I want to drop the ice block, honestly. All right, here we go. In 3, 2, 1.
Oh, now that
Oh,
didn't sound good.
I saw a shard.
Looks like
I
we
saw
have
a
little
shard.
shards here. Let's see what we've got. Oh, no. That's
Here,
not,
Bill, show that. That's a perfectly working Kindle.
This is still working, but the glass on the outside, the digitizer has actually cracked.
I can actually see that. I think I'm going to use that. Okay. So do we have Sharon yet?
There
or
we
no?
go. It's cracked.
Okay, so let's keep on going. Let
So
me
with
get down
these-
here for a second.
With these digitizers, while Brian's coming down, this is one of the most common sort of pieces of damage that we see with these devices. And depending on the device, they can actually be fixed. So even if you crack your screen, if you crack the digitizer on the outside, don't necessarily throw the device away. You may be able to replace it.
No one run away with this, but you guys can like check this out, okay? If you run away, I will hunt you down. We have you on camera, okay? All right, it's good. Okay, so let's come back up here. Oh. Okay, here we go. All right, so if we don't have Sharon anymore for now, yeah. All right, what we're gonna do is take a break. We're gonna try and get a line back. We also have another teaser for you guys where we put an iPhone under 5,000 pounds of pressure. So we'll be back in a second. Come back. We're going to drop a few more things, including this guy. I don't know how many times it'll take to shatter it, or we'll see how, drop the iPad on it. But just stick with us a little bit. Yeah, we got a little ice pick. Stick with us. We'll be back in a few moments, and we'll be back with more drop test, torture testing here at CNET.
$45 a month?
$45 a month.
No annual contract?
No annual contract.
No long-term agreement?
No long-term agreement.
Really?
Really?
Okay, so what's the catch?
There is no catch.
Okay, I'm obviously getting nowhere with you. I'm gonna need to speak with a supervisor.
I am the supervisor.
Oh, finally, someone I can talk to.
It's not complicated. New smartphone plans starting at $45 a month with no annual contract. Only from AT&T.
The fastest, the biggest, and the brightest gadget in town.
Barbie has quite the high-tech dress on.
It's big, it's boxy, it's made of shipping containers. Nobody outside Google really knows what it is.
So how do you be smart about Black Friday?
You plan ahead. Don't assume that what you see in the circular is a good deal.
Welcome to CNET's The Fix.
The show about DIY tech and how-to.
My absolute favourite bit of this car, gotta be the noise.
This is going to change your life.
That's right. Talking to you.
All right, guys, we are still here doing the torture test. We're going to give it another try. Sharon Vagnon again outside of the convention center, hanging out the CNET bus. He's going to do a few drops. Let's see what happens out there, all right?
All right, guys, it's time to do our first torture test with a Nikon Coolpix camera. And to help me out is Girma. Girma is usually a bus driver, but today he's a tourist in Vegas. Actually, Girma, how long have you lived in Las Vegas?
10 years.
10 years. So what do you do around here? Like to party?
Sometimes.
Sometimes. He's
yeah.
a conservative partier. Okay,
Yeah.
what about a camera? What kind of camera do you have?
I have this Sony.
Okay,
Yeah.
you like to take photos?
I like to take photo.
Yeah, scenery, lots of bright lights in
Yeah,
Vegas.
the bright light in Vegas, beautiful Vegas.
Okay, so Girma is an experienced photographer, let's say, and he's out on vacation on his bus taking photos outside of the window. You know what? He's just gonna risk it. He's going to hang outside of the window while he's taking photos because the scenery is just so beautiful. And you know what? He's living on the edge. He's living on the, oh my God! Okay, well, one thing's for sure. We don't have batteries in here anymore. And I don't know, wow! Oh my gosh, you guys look at this. First, I want you to remark and see how there are really not much physical damage here. The camera is pretty much intact. You know what, let's see what would happen if I collected these poor lost batteries and put them in here, okay? This is like a little tricky right now. Where the heck is, okay. Oh my gosh. I don't even know if it would turn on. I don't even know if I put them in the right way. You know what, I totally didn't. Okay, did I? No. Wait for it. I gotta see, because you know what, we took photos on this camera. Come on now. Oh, is this broken? Oh good. Okay, we took photos on this camera, and let's see, plus, guys help me out here, minus, plus, I think it's been a long time since I put batteries in a camera. Okay, so that still works. Oh, the camera's not turning on. You guys watched me put it in, right? Oh man, okay, this camera, you know, I bet with a little bit of rewiring, it might work, but for now, we totally killed it. It'd look nice in a museum though, don't you think? Maybe on the shelf? Okay, stay tuned, because when we come back, we are crushing that Chromebook with 7 tons of bus, and then stay tuned for Jeff Bakalar's high roller torture test. Stay tuned.
Data plan and unlimited talk and text for as low as $45 a month?
$45 a month.
No annual contract?
No annual contract.
No long-term agreement?
No long-term agreement.
Really?
Really?
Okay, so what's the catch?
There is no catch.
Okay, I'm obviously getting nowhere with you. I'm gonna need to speak with a supervisor.
I am the supervisor.
Oh, finally, someone I can talk to.
It's not complicated. New smartphone plans starting at $45 a month with no annual contract. Only from AT&T.
The fastest, the biggest, and the brightest gadget in town.
Barbie has quite the high-tech dress on.
It's big, it's boxy, it's made of shipping containers. Nobody outside Google really knows what it is.
So how do you be smart about Black Friday?
You plan ahead. Don't assume that what you see in the circular is a good deal.
Welcome to CNET's The Fix.
The show about DIY tech and how-to.
My absolute favourite bit of this car, gotta be the noise.
This is going to change your life.
That's right. Talking to you.
Okay, so our camera isn't turning on, but you know what? We still have lots more to torture. In fact, we have a brand new Acer Chromebook, and the torture is only getting more severe. Because you know what, guys? You never know when you're going to leave your brand new Chromebook that, by the way, still has stickers on it, underneath a 7-ton bus. Oh, did I put it backwards? And you know what? Did I mention I'm not taking any prisoners today, okay? So we're gonna put this guy right behind it, a nice little row of gadgets that'll have a nice little time underneath the pressure of 7 tons of CNET bus, okay? Oh gosh, I wish you guys good luck. It was nice knowing you. I love you. Oh! Oh! Oh my God! Oh! Do I smell something? Oh my gosh. Okay. There is a lot going on here, guys. I don't know if we can even call that a camera anymore. This Chromebook is just a pancake. There's a lot to pick up here. So you know what I think I'm gonna do? I'm gonna gather all of this, bring it in hand to the CNET stage so we can take a really close look at the damage. I'll meet you guys there. This is nuts.
That hurt.
That's bad.
That
I don't
hurt.
think that one's going back together.
Yeah, I mean, I leave my laptop under a car all the time. All right, now it's time for our big test. Jeff Bakalar visited the High Roller, which is the largest, or which will be the largest observation wheel in the world when it opens sometime in March. That's 110 feet taller than the London Eye. We did a pretty amazing and crazy test. I don't know the results of it, but let's check it out, see what he did.
Hey everyone, I'm Jeff Bakalar here at the High Roller observation wheel at the Link. We're gonna see if this poor innocent never did anything wrong to no one iPhone 5S can withstand the force of this monstrosity behind me. It's the biggest observation wheel in the world. The High Roller observation wheel is right behind us right here. To explain a little bit more about the High Roller, Mr. Eric Eberhard is here. He's the general manager. Eric, this is quite the impressive observation wheel. Tell us a little bit about it.
Well, we're very pleased and proud of it. It's 550 feet tall. It's the largest observation wheel in the world, as you said. We have 28 cabins. Each cabin has the capability of having 40 guests on board at a single time. And these little pods are pretty big. They weigh about 44,000 pounds and actually have 8 tons of air conditioning on.
So how long does it take for the entire wheel to go around one revolution?
It's a 30-minute circle.
Wow.
So it moves just under 1 foot per second.
Okay.
And we're really looking forward to having all the guests join us.
Right on. So this is opening in March, correct?
Late March.
Okay, so tell us exactly how we're going to torture test this iPhone 5S.
We're going to tape this iPhone to the drive rail and then drive it under one of the traction motors that actually propels the wheel around.
So that's the sort of gutter that the wheels pass through to make
Correct.
this whole thing turn around.
And these tires are held down with about 5,000 pounds of force.
iPhone 5S, it's pretty delicate.
Yep.
My money's on it'll be fine.
My money's on my 5,000 pounds of pressure on the tire.
Yeah, you know, you'd be surprised what Foxconn can put together, okay?
I believe you.
All right, we're gonna go check this out, and I kind of feel bad for this phone already. Let's see what happens. Here's the handoff, Eric. Bye. Sorry.
Thank you.
The time is now. Let's hit it, boys. Okay, here it comes. Got a good feeling. Oh man, just listen, just listen. Ooh, ooh. I think it's gonna be okay. I think it's all right. All right. Thank you, sir. All right, we're going to bring this back to the stage. All right, back to you guys on the CNET stage.
All right, so we have the box. This iPhone 5. Do you guys think this thing survived or what?
Come on, what does everybody think? I don't know. Let's see what happens.
Let's open it up. This is the magic box.
I heard cracking. It sounded
I can hear things in here. I see tape. And I see iPhone 5S.
Look at that.
Look at that.
What do you think of screen?
Look at that. The only thing that you can see here, guys, is if you turn the screen off and on here, there's a couple artifacts right there. You guys saw that? That's about it.
Wow.
So I'm going to hold on to this.
And Sharon is back with our Chromebook and our camera.
All right, so Sharon, you're outside there, right? I mean, we saw what happened, so let's just tell us what we got inside this box and hold it up.
Ouch.
You got a broken heart because that was really hard to watch. So this is what's left of our camera. I think I smelled something burning.
Yeah,
in fact,
this stuff too.
Do you guys hear that?
This stuff too.
Something's making a crazy noise right now.
This is my camera.
So this is what's left. That poor camera.
Here, hold on, guys, hold on. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
That works.
Okay, and then this is kind of warm. I'm a little afraid, but this is what's left of our Chromebook. Okay, we put it backwards so the wheels rolled this way, if you remember, and there was a huge cracking sound. Oh my, the screen though, I want you guys to see this. The screen is still on. I don't know if it would work. You guys want to give it a try?
Sure, let's see what happens. Ooh, I don't know about that.
Yeah,
the camera just got wrecked.
No, the mouse totally works. It still works. It's still connected. If anyone wants a Chromebook, you have the fanciest one in town.
Slightly damaged?
Slightly damaged. So the Chromebook survived. Remember, guys, that bus was 7 tons. 7 tons. But that camera.
It's definitely not going back together.
I don't think so. But
what
the
are
lens,
you talking about?
But the lens.
It's definitely not.
But the lens. Look, I honestly, my #1 bet was that this would just be glass shards, completely gone. The lens is totally intact, okay? Totally intact.
I love this thing.
I don't think you're going to be able to save
There
this.
you go. There's your camera.
That's your new necklace.
All right, guys. So we have our ladder still, right? We have our 12-foot ladder. We still have a few products that are, semi working and everything. So what do you guys think? Do you guys want us to drop a few more things? Do you want to try? And drop this bad boy? This is heavy. I've been working out all week just so I can pick this thing up. We're gonna try and drop that. Now the iPad actually turned on when you're out there.
What?
Yeah, the iPad. So we froze it and we turned it on. But we're gonna make an attempt here.
That's incredible.
Let's go down the stage.
We could pick this ice out, or we could drop it. I'm gonna drop it.
Let's drop it. Come on, let's go.
This requires a little mojo. Let's see if I can do this, guys. Okay. Oh my. Okay. Let me put on my gloves.
Can you get that?
Yeah. I told you, I work out, man. Here we go. Hold on, my butt. No, we're good. All right.
There we go.
Watch your face. This
is an iPad mini frozen in a block of
iPad
ice.
Mini. Oh, thanks for holding the ladder so I don't fall off. Okay.
There he goes.
I'll be careful,
there
Mom.
went the charger.
Well, it's 500 pounds, not 500 bucks. Ugh.
All the way at the top. It's like climbing Mount Everest. Come on, what do you guys think? Let's go.
Oh.
Let's go. Oh, the anticipation is killing me. Come on.
That's what those squats were. Okay.
All right, guys.
Okay,
back up a little bit here. We don't want anybody to get hurt if we drop this. Aim for the target there. Aim for the logo.
Hold on.
It's slippery.
Oh.
Here we go. There we go.
Dude, I just tore my abs. Here we go, guys.
Are we gonna
Heads
do a
up.
countdown? Come on, let's do a countdown here.
Oh my! I literally
Come
tore
on,
my abdominals.
2, 1. Come on, let's drop
it.
Here we go. Here we go.
2, 1. Money!
Here it goes. Oh! Oh, the ice block is in pieces. Let's see if the iPad still works. Come on.
The iPad's got to work, dude.
Come on. It's got to work. Well, no. Nothing. It's dead.
Is it really dead?
Let's see.
Nothing?
Oh, wait a minute. There we go. What do you guys think? Hello.
I mean, it wasn't going to drop in live. Let's just drop it again. Here, throw it up here.
Another one? All right, here we go.
Come on. Woo!
Let's keep going.
One hand. Again, another skill that you don't learn.
Great catch.
I keep on hearing the words "be careful" in my ear. All right, here we go.
Let's go. Come on, guys.
Flat or corner?
Flat or on the corner? What do you guys think? Countdown. All right, let's go. 3.
All right, here we go. Give me a countdown, everybody. 3,
2, 1. Come on, let's go. Here we go. Oh, we still didn't break it.
Again? All right, one more.
No. All right, here we go.
Here we go.
Oh, bad throw.
Oh, that's how you do it.
That
Bill.
might have done it. Oh, that did it.
That's a torture test right there.
It's
crack
cracked.
Okay,
Well, the
guys.
digitizer's cracked, but the screen still works. Slightly used iPad Mini, anybody?
Okay, guys, so here we go. All right, guys, so there you have it. Bill, thanks for coming out. Sharon, thanks for being a part of this torture test. Again, this is not very scientific, but we're just having some fun with this. We'll be back here, next year, maybe a little more, some. We might see us here, but we just want to thank everyone here and the CNET stage and the crew for putting this all together. We'll be back live with the 404 and Jeff Backlar with special guest, Pebble co-founder Eric Mijikovsky. Mijikovsky. The prompter cut it off. I couldn't see it. All right.
Stay tuned.
And guys, again, don't try this at home. We'll see you guys next year. And again, all our continuing coverage, check it out at ces.cnet.com. We'll be here for the rest of the show. We'll see you guys.
traditional keyboard on end.
We love seeing weird and wonderful tech here at CES 2014, and this is a particularly good one. It's Sony's tennis sensor. It's this adorable little sensor here. You stick it on the end of a tennis racket, and it tells you everything you need to know about your playing performance. Once you've fastened this tiny sensor to the end of your racket, it communicates wirelessly via Bluetooth to a tablet. Now this thing has vibration and motion sensors in it, and with that it can tell all kinds of data about your swing. It knows the speed of your swing, it knows the speed of the ball, it knows the type of swing you're doing, it even knows whereabouts on the racket the tennis ball hit. It's a lot of fun to play with. I can see this being a very cool gadget if you're an avid tennis fan. But there's some bad news. This is only a concept for now. It's not going on sale anytime soon. Hopefully Sony will put it on the market in the fairly near future though, because I think it's pretty cool. I'm Luke Westaway for CNET here at CES 2014. Check out ces.cnet.com for more.
At a preview event for the Consumer Electronics Show in Las Vegas, new tech was flying, leaping, and lighting up. The LG G Flex offers a glimpse at the shape of smartphones to come, curves.
So it's the world's first curved, flexible smartphone. If you're holding it to your face, it contours your face, brings that mic a little bit closer to you, giving you a better sound experience. Also, it fits in the palm of your hand.
The possibilities of what we can do with our smartphones continues to grow. This is the Jumping Sumo, which can be controlled from your mobile phone or tablet. It may be a small robot, but it's robust and can leap 2.5 feet into the air. And like a cat that always lands on its feet, the Sumo always lands on its wheels. The mobile QWERTY turns the traditional keyboard on end.
A full QWERTY keyboard has been split and rotated so that I've still got it underneath both hands. True Grip is a handheld Bluetooth mouse and keyboard. I don't need to find a surface where I can use my keyboard.
Wearable tech is a star attraction this year. Designed for athletes, the Reebok Check Light is a sensor device that fits into a skull cap and detects impact and possible head injuries.
It's a 3-light LED system. It's a green for on and functioning, yellow for moderate impact, and red for more severe.
There are plenty of wearables that tell you how active you are. June does something different. It tracks your exposure to the sun, and depending on your skin type, it'll tell you when to get out of the sun and when to break out the sunscreen. And finally, technology that really shines. Smart Charge is an LED bulb with a built-in rechargeable battery.
I'll cut the power, your whole house goes dark, but a Smart Charge bulb remains on.
Now that's a bright idea. In Las Vegas, I'm Sumi Das, CNET for CBS News.
Hello, I'm Luke Westaway for CNET here at CES 2014, where we've seen a lot of 4K TVs, but this is a 4K camcorder. Let's take a look. So this is Sony's first 4K camcorder that's not aimed at people who basically are full-time video professionals. It's called the FDR AX100, and it's got a 1-inch sensor and shoots 4K at either 24 or 30 frames per second. It is pretty chunky, so it's pushing the boundaries of portability, but it feels quite comfy to hold. It's got a 12 times optical zoom, and I'm hopeful that the picture quality you get from this will be really good. One thing to bear in mind is that unless you're very wealthy, you probably don't have a 4K TV on which to view the beautiful 4K footage that you've recorded using this camcorder. On the other hand, you can think about this as future-proofing. So if maybe you're thinking of getting a 4K TV in the next few years, you've got something that will support it eventually. It's coming out in early March. It's going to cost $2,000. Would you buy one of these? Let me know. I'm Luke Westray for CNET. Check out ces.cnet.com for more.
Hey guys, I'm Sharon Backman at CES 2014 checking out Sony's XBR X900B 4K TV. Now, the most obvious thing about this TV is its design. It's got this wedge design, which Sony says is supposed to lower the center of gravity and make it more stable. It also means that it sits down lower to the ground. But what you'll also see is speakers that go flush with the panel. They're built in, and I did get to try them out. They sound pretty good, but if you're going to spend this much on a TV, you know, you're probably going to get your own audio system. Picture-wise, this isn't a full array LED TV like their flagship series, the X950. It's edge lit, but we know from reviews past that Sony does edge lit LEDs very well. So the picture quality is good on that end. It also has Sony's triluminous technology, which is basically marketing speak for a single color panel with Sony's proprietary filters on top, which in theory should produce color that's closer to what the human eye sees. Now, until you stock up on 4K content, you might want to use the TV's built-in X-Reality Pro engine, which basically upconverts older, lower resolution content into what might be closer to 4K. This set comes in 79, 65, and 55-inch models, and it also comes with this fancy new remote that's got a touchpad, which you can use to control Sony's smart TV system. For CNET.com, I'm Sharon Backman, and you just took a first look at the Sony XBR X900B at CES 2014.
Hi, I'm Scott Stein at CES 2014, and guess what? Razer is into the wearables game too. Everyone's got a wearable fitness device at this show, and Razer has the Razer Naboo. Now this is a little band, kind of a little bit like a Nike Fuel Band, or maybe like a Fitbit, and a little bit like the LG band that was announced a couple of days ago. Well, this fits around your wrist, has a micro USB charger, and it works with iOS and Android to track your activity, but also to receive notifications like a Pebble Watch. Razer claims the Naboo will work with all sorts of notification, text messages or incoming calls, and again, between iOS and Android devices. Plus, it will work with RazerCom, which is Razer's communications platform, and which all of its peripherals work with. In what ways? How will this work with gaming devices? Well, we'll have to see. It's going to be available at the end of Q1. For developers, it's going to cost $49. For consumers, a little bit more, although it's unspecified. And we didn't mention its coolest feature. It has two displays, one which is on the back, and one on the front, which provides a little subtle icon or cue to let you know what is coming in, and then you flip your wrist around to check what the information is. And like a lot of these others, you can check steps, and you can check calories and distance, and it's becoming kind of a standard metric, but it's the additional elements, the app support and communication, plus the ability with gesture control to shake hands with somebody and be able to transfer information and befriend them, if you wish. Although we'll have to see what sort of platforms are supported and how that works, but you both would need to have a Razer Naboo to do it. That's a little look at the Razer Naboo. Nice feel. We'll have to see how it performs at CES 2014. Fitness plus notification, maybe that's the magic middle. I'm Scott Stein at CES 2014 with a look at the Razer Naboo coming soon.
Hey guys, I'm Sharon Backman at CES 2014 checking out Sony's flagship TV. Right next to me is the XBR X950 4K TV. This TV has two big things going for it. For starters, it's a full array local dimming LED, which means that individual zones can be turned off and on to control the picture and get higher quality color and brightness. Another thing is that Sony is using its extended dynamic range technology, which essentially means that you can get blacker blacks and wider whites, because remember, LCDs have the wider whites and plasmas are the kings of the blacks. So with this technology, Sony can get a little bit closer to those standards. Of course, 4K and all this technology might go to waste without 4K content. Well, Sony is partnering with some content creators to get 4K to their TVs. However, until then, the TV has the built-in X-Reality Pro engine, which is just a fancy way of saying that it can up-convert older content, lower quality content, into what might be closer to 4K. It looks good, but don't expect any miracles. Now, you can't ignore how good this TV looks. It does use Sony's traditional design. However, you won't see any edges on this TV. You'll also see a new stand, which also doubles as a cord controller. So instead of having your cords hanging out from the back, you can actually fish the cords through the stand for a cleaner look. The XBR X950 comes in two sizes, 85 and 65. We don't have pricing yet, but I bet you it'll be expensive, and it comes out in spring 2014. For CNET.com, I'm Sharon Backman at CES 2014.
Sony's added a new 11-inch laptop to its Flip hybrid series. This is the Flip 11. Let's take a look. So the Flip 11, as you might guess, has an 11-inch screen. It has a 1080p resolution, and it looks pretty good to me, although there are a lot of reflections, so I'd worry about how easy it is to use in bright sunlight. This device's main feature, though, is that it has this flipping hinge on the back. So you pull the screen up like this, and it locks into place with a few magnets, and just like that, you can transform it into tablet mode. If you're the kind of person who likes taking photos using a tablet, there is an 8-megapixel camera on the underside, which is quite a nice addition. Sony says there are 3 modes for this thing: normal, laptop mode, tablet mode, and what it calls display mode, which is when you fold the hinge backwards like this. That's supposedly good if you're maybe on an airplane and you want to watch some movies. You get a quad-core Pentium chip. This has Windows 8.1, and there's a backlit keyboard as well. There are a couple of other treats in store too. It comes with a stylus and the full edition of Photoshop Elements, which is good if you're the doodling type. It's coming out in the spring, and it's going to cost $800. Let me know what you think, and check out ces.cnet.com for more.
Hey everyone, I'm Jessica Dalcourt for CNET here at CES 2014 in Las Vegas, giving you your very first look at the extremely colorful Alcatel One Touch Pop C9. Now this phone, I have it in red here, but it also comes in blue, black, white, teal, and hot pink. Now this is a phablet phone because it has a 5.5-inch display. It's actually a QHD resolution instead of a 1080p resolution that you would expect, and that is 960 by 540. Inside it runs Android 4.2 Jelly Bean, but it is upgradable to Android 4.4 KitKat, so by the time it hits markets, it will probably be on that or very close. This phone runs on a 1.2 gigahertz MediaTek quad-core processor. Depending on the carrier, they could choose a VGA camera for the front or something a little higher. On the back, you could be getting either an 8-megapixel camera or a 5-megapixel camera. There is no LTE on this. It is HSPA+. Now, one thing that you should know about this is that Alcatel usually likes to price phones pretty low. You're looking at about $199 for this off contract, which is really great. I'd say it's more of a Samsung Galaxy Mega competitor than a Samsung Galaxy Note competitor because of some of the specs, although it could perform really well. One thing I should also say is that I really am digging the design. 2 of the colors have this nice soft touch backing, and the others have a glossy finish. If you look to the side, you'll also note that this phone has dual SIM cards. You may not see that in all markets though. You can already buy the Pop C9 in China, and you can expect to see it in other markets soon. Not sure if it's going to come to the US, so you'll have to just wait and see. But if you do live in European countries and other Asian countries, then you probably will see this phone. I'm Jessica Dalcourt for CNET. You can catch all of our great CES coverage at cnet.com.
Sony makes some really interesting smartphones at the moment, but there's just one problem. They're all absolutely massive. If you are after something smaller though, this one might be worth checking out. It's the Xperia Z1 Compact. Let's take a look. So as you probably guessed from the name, this is just like an Xperia Z1, but a bit smaller. It's got a 4.3-inch screen. It's a 720p display. I'm quite impressed at first blush with that screen. Everything seems quite sharp. Colors seem very vivid as well. Elsewhere, everything has been kept basically the same as it is on the Z1. So this phone is waterproof, so it should survive a trip down the toilet, and it's got a 20.7 megapixel camera on the rear as well. That's a lot of megapixels for a phone this size. Of course, that doesn't always tell the whole story about picture quality, so I'll be interested to see how this actually fares when we give it the full review treatment. It feels very slick to use. It's powered by a quad-core 2.2 gigahertz processor, so I suspect it'll be able to handle some intensive gaming, other things like that. It's going to be available globally in the first few months of 2014. Sony tells me that you can expect this to be a bit cheaper than the Z1 as well, which makes sense given its compact size. I quite like it, and I'm a big fan of waterproof phones as well. I'm Luke Westray for CNET. Let me know what you think, and check out ces.cnet.com for more.
Hey everyone, I'm Jessica Delcourt for CNET here at CES 2014 in Las Vegas, where I'm taking a first look at the very large Samsung Galaxy Note Pro. This is definitely part of the Galaxy Note line, as you can tell by the stylus that slides out from its little cubbyhole, and also by the leather-like backing and the stitching here around the side that is molded. It's actually plastic, but it does have a soft touch finish. That's really important when you've got a device this big that you need to grab without it slipping between your fingers. This is definitely a two-handed device. The Galaxy Note Pro comes in black and white colors. As for the screen, this is 12.2 whopping inches of LCD with a resolution of 2560 by 1600 pixels. That is a 4 million pixel haul. That's going to make it very bright and clear. However, the smaller versions of the Pro series that don't have styluses, the 10.1 and 8.4 inch screen versions, will have even sharper resolutions. One of the first things that you're going to notice is the brand new layout. Samsung is calling this the Magazine UX. So everything you saw before on previous notes is gone. Instead, you have this sort of 3-tile home screen situation where it's divided into your personal screen, your productivity and working screen, and then your social networking screen. Everything is customizable. You can get rid of 2 of the screens if you really want to, but you've got to have at least one. Samsung has really tried to amp up productivity for this device and the other tablets on the Pro line. For example, you've got some office productivity apps, you've got the multitasking. On this large screen format, you can open up to 4 app windows at a time, and you can open up 2 instances of the same app. So you've got a calendar, and you want to drag and drop or look at different days on the calendar, you can do that. Another cool feature, and probably one of my favorites from the short time that I've had with the device so far, is the virtual keyboard, which looks a lot like the desktop keyboard. You've got tab and control buttons, you can use shortcuts, and there's a very, very slight bit of haptic feedback if you're the kind of person who likes to know when you've pressed a key. For a closer look at some of the apps, you've got Microsoft Office Suite, you've got Remote PC, so you can file share with different files that are on your computer, wherever that happens to be. You also have some Samsung apps like eMeeting, and you've got WebEx support. In addition, there are preloaded apps like Evernote, Dropbox, Bloomberg Businessweek, the New York Times, and a bunch more. This is an Android device running 4.4 KitKat right out of the box, so it is nice and up to date. There's an 8 megapixel camera on the back and a 2 megapixel camera on the front. It is LTE supported. There's also 3G support. So there are some regions that don't have LTE, you'll be using 3G, but it is connected. In terms of storage, you'll have 32 gigabyte and 64 gigabyte versions with a micro SD card slot that will take up to 64 gigabytes in external storage. There are also 3 gigabytes of RAM on here. Underneath the hood, you've got a 2.3 gigahertz quad-core Qualcomm Snapdragon 800 processor, which again could vary by region. We don't have any prices or pinpointed availability yet. However, you should look for this device to come out in its first market in Q1. Samsung is definitely going pro with this. That means there's going to be a very premium price tag for this tablet. Samsung is trying to get you to even more put aside the laptop and use a very high-end tablet that can handle productivity, not just watching videos and playing games, although you can certainly do this on the Pro lines too. I'm Jessica Dalcourt for CNET. This has been your first look from CES of the Samsung Galaxy Note Pro. Hey everyone, I'm Jessica Dalcourt for CNET here at CES 2014 in Las Vegas. This is our first look at the Alcatel One Touch Idol X Plus. This is a new phone that updates the One Touch Idol X device. It's about the same size phone, 5-inch 1080p HD screen. What's different about this one is what's inside. There is a 2 GHz octa-core MediaTek processor. As for the other specs, you've got Android 4.2 Jelly Bean running the show, but it will be upgradable to Android 4.4 KitKat. On the front, you've got a 2-megapixel camera that is capable of capturing 1080p HD video, and on the back, you have a 13.1 megapixel camera with flash. This device here is dual SIM. You press pretty hard on the sides to open up the SIM card slots, but then after that, it is very easy to close. In addition to upgrading the processor, Alcatel has also done a lot of work with internal sound. You've got dual speakers here, and in our demo, the phone did sound very loud. As for the look and feel, this phone will come in 3 different colors. There's this black version, there will also be white and a sort of silver version. Phone feels pretty good in my hands. Alcatel is known for pretty nice design for a very low price point. We can expect to see this sort of in the $300 range, I'm guessing, off contract. One thing to note is that there is no LTE. It is HSPAA Plus compatible. This phone is already available in China. You can expect to see it coming to other markets worldwide in February. Look for it in the US in late 2014. For CNET, I'm Jessica Dalcourt. You can catch all of our CES news at cnet.com.
Hi guys, this is Brian Bennett for CNET, and we are at CES 2014, and we're taking a first look at some devices we've seen from Alcatel before. They're available globally, but we're actually finding out that these 2 devices are coming to the Canadian market. The first device here is the Alcatel One Touch Idol X, and the other is the One Touch Idol Mini. So the Idol X has an octa-core processor. It's much faster. It's has a lot of horsepower to power through its Android Jelly Bean software. On the other hand, the Idol Mini has a dual-core processor, which isn't as fast, but you get some of the compact styling and more pocketability that the Idol X doesn't have. Now, we've seen these devices at other shows like Mobile World Congress before, and they're also available globally right now, but they're coming to the Canadian market within the next few months. As far as pricing goes, we don't know how much they'll cost, but we do know that they're mid-tier products, which will be relatively affordable, so hopefully will not break your bank or bust your budget. I'm Brian Bennett for CNET, and we've just taken a look at 2 new phones from Alcatel at CES 2014.
I'm Dan Ackerman here at CES 2014 with the latest version of Lenovo's X1 Carbon laptop. This is the 2014 edition, and it's got a bunch of changes, some big, some small. It's a little bit thinner, a little bit lighter. This is still pretty much the thinnest, lightest 14-inch Ultrabook you can get. The big change here for this year is this really cool row here that replaces the function key row. It's called an adaptive keyboard, and it basically gives you a different set of touch commands based on what you're doing. Right now, I've got some basic commands that work with the Windows menu here, and if I flip over and get a web browser, then I get some different commands that are web browser based, like let's say a reload key, or I could switch over to Skype and you get a bunch of VoIP commands, and then if you switch back to your web browser, you can go back to that, and there are like 4 presets that work with VoIP programs, that work with web browsers, that work with the Windows menu, and you just get the basic function keys if you want those as well. This is a cool improvement, comes with every version of the new X1 Carbon, which starts at $12.99 and should be available right now. I'm Dan Ackerman at CES 2014 with the 2014 edition Lenovo X1 Carbon.
Hey
everyone,
Yep,
this is
I got
Eric
you.
Franklin.
Yep.
I'm at CES 2014, and today I'm taking a first look at the Alcatel One Touch Pop 7 and Pop 8. These are two Android 4.2 tablets. However, Alcatel says they will be upgraded to 4.4 after release. The 7-inch has a 1024 by 600 resolution screen. However, it's not IPS, so don't expect wide viewing angles. The 8-inch has a 1280 by 800 resolution screen, but does include IPS, so expect better viewing angles on this one. Each tablet includes micro SD storage expansion slots, which is great because they only include 4 gigabytes of storage
It's
on
like, don't
board.
nod. They
Each
can
will
see
be
you
available in
nodding.
both 3G and LTE versions. Alcatel says that the 7-inch will come in at below $200 and the 8-inch below $300. Look for them both sometime in 2014. I'm Eric Franklin from CES 2014, taking a first look at the Alcatel One Touch Pop 7 and Pop 8.
everyone, welcome to the 404 show live from CES 2014. My name is Jeff Bacalar.
And I'm Justin Yu.
Welcome to the program, everyone. For you guys who don't know what the 404 show is, it's a daily podcast and video show on CNET TV, Monday through Friday, every single day.
Yeah.
We have a couple stories we're going to talk about today.
Yeah.
Very happy to be in dry Las Vegas.
Yeah, always forget that we're in the middle of a desert.
Yeah.
Never enough humidifiers in the hotel room.
Never.
Let's just jump right into the stories of the day. We got two stories talking about when keeping it real goes wrong, CEO edition. Two kind of gossipy things have happened at CES this year. And we'll be talking about gadgets for the next 2 days. We got shows on Wednesday and Thursday. But today, let's stick to the gossip.
Okay.
It's like TMZ on the CNET.
It's a little bit, it's
on
fine.
CNET today. So did you guys check out the Michael Bay meltdown at the Samsung conference yesterday?
It's pretty epic.
It's pretty epic. For anyone who didn't watch that, we have a clip of it, but first I'll introduce it a little bit. So yesterday, Michael Bay was supposed to present a little speech at the Samsung press conference.
That's right.
They were introducing a 105-inch curved TV.
Yep.
And he was just supposed to come up and talk about a few words about, you know, how his creative process is and how the TVs will basically make his movies look great.
Sure.
He got up there, and right when he was about to start talking, there were technical difficulties.
Sure.
At a Samsung TV conference. Maybe the most ironic thing ever.
He's a professional, right? He's like behind the camera. He should know what to do during that, right?
Let's just watch this clip.
Okay, let's watch this.
Ladies and gentlemen, director and producer Michael Bay. Good afternoon.
Thanks, Joe.
Good afternoon,
Thanks, Joe.
Michael.
How is everyone today? My job as a director is I get to dream for a living.
Michael, you know, you're known for such unbelievable action. What inspires you? How do you come up with these unbelievable ideas?
I create visual worlds that are so beyond everyone's normal life experiences. And Hollywood is a place that creates a viewer escape. And what I try to do is, as a director, I try to... the type is all off, sorry, but I'll just wing this.
Tell us what you think.
Yeah, we'll wing it right now. I try to take people on an emotional ride, and
The Curve? How does it? How do you think it's going to impact how viewers experience your movies?
Excuse me, I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Oh
Ladies and gentlemen,
God.
let's thank Michael Bay for joining us.
Why was his decision just be like, oh, I gotta get out of here?
No, the best part was that you could tell he was like, well, I'm going to wing it. And then he just gave he didn't give himself a chance. He was like, I'm going to wing it. No, I'm not. Bye.
And I'm sure during his lifetime, being a director, he's probably said like, you know, we'll just wing this scene. And
Yeah,
his
yeah.
actors have been like, okay, and they wing it.
Right.
So he's seen people
How
wing
hard
it before.
could it be?
It's crazy.
Really hard.
It's actually crazy. Not so funny when real things blow up in life. Is it?
Yeah.
Is it?
I was expecting his head to just blow up exactly like in Transformers.
It was like that scene in Scanners, right? Yeah,
Yeah,
for
exactly.
sure. So that was terrifying.
The best part is right when they cut to the host's face right afterward, he's just like, all right, Michael Bay.
And if the best part was like, he's like, the curve, Michael. You're
Yeah.
here for one reason, the TV.
Yeah. but
Couldn't do it.
I don't want to make fun of Michael too
No.
much because we know what it's like to
We
be
do.
in a public speaking position.
Sure.
It's tough. You know, you can't always ad-lib it.
But we're not
going
gonna
to
get up and leave.
No,
We're not
no,
gonna
we're
get
not.
up and leave.
Well,
Yeah.
it's just
Super
not
so.
over yet.
We have an amazing story to talk about before we get to the break. And after the break, we're going to have the Pebble founder here,
Yeah.
which we didn't mention earlier. Eric Michikowski's here, our old buddy, is going to come on and talk all about Pebble Steel, which I'm sure you guys will have questions about. So what I want to talk about real quick, though, before we hit the break, is our buddy Roger Chang, writer out of New York in our office.
Yeah.
He's a good friend of ours. He always finds himself in these very precarious and unbelievable situations.
He's like the Larry David of CNET.
He is. Wherever he goes, it's that Curb Your Enthusiasm music playing in the background. But he managed to get involved with this huge controversy between AT&T and T-Mobile.
Yeah.
And the T-Mobile CEO, John Legere.
Right.
And basically, he had gone to the AT&T party last night, which Macklemore, the ceiling guy,
Right.
was there.
Yeah.
And he performed.
Ceiling guy.
This is the ceiling guy.
Okay.
Call him the ceiling guy. And Roger Chang met up with John Legere. He said, I'm crashing the party, but they got in through, you know...
Wait, back up. He was trying to crash the Macklemore party? That's like breaking into jail, isn't it?
Well,
why would you want to go and see
I mean,
that
if
guy?
I'm, you know, he just wants to see like what the fuss is all about. He got in through legitimate, you know, surf.
Oh, he
you know,
had a
surfing
ticket.
stuff. Whatever it is, he got in.
okay.
However he got in, it wasn't,
It
you
was
know,
legit.
right? It was legit. So he gets in, and Roger sees him, takes a photo with him, as you can see on the screens behind us, tweets it out. 15 minutes later, scary men went and escorted Mr. Legere out of the party.
And that was the last time we saw John Legere.
And Roger Chang.
Yeah.
They got black bag, and that was it. So amazing. You know, Roger's the man. But like, do you think this might have burned a few bridges? Do you think like?
What, are you calling Roger a narc?
I'm just saying, like, he kind of came off as a narc.
No,
because
he's
of
not
what
a
he
narc.
did.
I don't think he took this photo intending for John to get kicked out.
I
He
mean,
just
but
thought it
what
was
did
kinda
he
funny.
expect was going to happen?
Well, first of all, John, you can't see it in this photo, but John was wearing a pink T-Mobile shirt.
Under his leather jacket.
Yeah, you don't
Like,
do
so he was
that
gonna-
if you're trying to sneak in
Do
somewhere.
you think he was going to do like a Superman thing during the party at one point?
off
Like
his
right
clothes.
as Macklemore comes on, he runs on stage and like rips off his
steal
jeans.
Macklemore's thunder.
Right. But yeah, this actually happened, and you know, apparently about 200 people retweeted the photo,
Yeah.
and that alerted the AT&T you know, people.
Right.
Next thing you knew, Mr. Legere was kicked out. Now, do you think Roger now has like bad blood with both sides? But we just lost one of our greatest journalists.
I don't know. I'm starting to think that John kind of concocted this whole thing as a PR
It's a whole
stunt
part
to
of
get
the plan.
attention.
He's
back
like the
to
Joker,
T-Mobile.
right?
Yeah, it's sort of genius.
Right, absolutely.
I wanted to see him get kicked out like Jazz and Fresh Prince of Bel-Air.
Right.
Bel-Air, just
Thrown
get
out the
thrown
front
out.
door.
R.I.P. James Avery.
Right. All right, we have one more story before we hit our break.
Sure, yeah. You want to talk about this PlayStation news that just broke right before this?
Yeah, so
show?
do we have any gamers? Are you guys big gamers at all? Yeah? Oh, don't all jump at once. Yeah, PlayStation made some interesting announcements. I'm actually going to go check out some hands-on with PlayStation Now, which is going to be the streaming service that they're going to introduce in the summer. A lot of people thought it was just going to be like a backwards compatibility sort of solution for PS3 and legacy games on
Right.
PS4, but it turns out it's not just that platform. It's going to be for a lot of different platforms.
But they still are letting you play PS3 games on the PS4 through this streaming service?
Correct. A
Good,
limited
'cause that
amount.
was a huge upset
It was
for
like
PS4
it was an
buyers.
omission for sure.
Yeah.
They're like, I didn't think anyone wanted to do that. Well, now it'll be solved in some capacity, which is definitely really cool.
Good.
And I'm excited about it. I'm going to go check that out, and hopefully we'll have some more stuff to talk about when I get back from that.
Okay.
All right. I think it's time for a break. We'll take a break. When we come back, Mr. Eric Mijakowski, the founder of Pebble, will be here. Stay tuned. More 404 right after this, live from CES 2014.
You're saying I can get AT&T's network with a data plan and unlimited talk and text for as low as $45 a month?
$45 a month.
No annual contract?
No annual contract.
No long-term agreement?
No long-term agreement.
Really?
Really?
Okay, so what's the catch?
There is no catch.
Okay, I'm obviously getting nowhere with you. I'm gonna need to speak with a supervisor.
I am the supervisor.
Oh, finally, someone I can talk to.
It's not complicated. New smartphone plans starting at $45 a month with no annual contract. Only from AT&T.
The fastest, the biggest, and the brightest gadgets in town.
Barbie has quite the high-tech dress on.
It's big, it's boxy, it's made of shipping containers. Nobody outside Google really knows what it is.
So how do you be smart about Black Friday?
You plan ahead. Don't assume that what you see in the circular is a good deal.
Welcome to CNET's The Fix.
The show about DIY tech and how-to.
My absolute favourite bit of this car, gotta be the noise.
This is going to change your life.
That's right. Talking to you.
Hey everyone, welcome back to the 404 Show live from CES 2014. We're very excited to introduce our guest today, our old friend Eric Michikowski, the founder of Pebble, ladies and gentlemen.
Yes.
Round of applause for Eric. Eric, you had a fantastic announcement yesterday. Things are going well. Tell us all about Pebble Steel.
So Pebble Steel is the latest upgrade to Pebble. As you guys know, we launched the first watch on Kickstarter back in April 2012 and started shipping at the beginning of, or at the end of January 2013. So it's been about 11 months on the market. We've got over 300,000 pebbles on people's wrists. But right from the get-go, you know, we had a lot of questions, which is, you know, I love that people were saying that I love Pebble, it's great, I use it for swimming, biking, but it's not the watch that I choose to put on in the evening or when I'm, you know, wearing a suit or something like that. So we designed Pebble Steel to be that aesthetic, to be the kind of the watch that spreads smartwatches onto more and more wrists around the world. So it's made out of stainless steel. It comes in two flavors, a brushed stainless and a black matte. It has a Gorilla Glass lens, so it's a little bit stronger. And yeah, it's just, I'd say a smaller, tighter, more polished watch.
The first thing, you know, when you showed us backstage, the first thing that I noticed right away that it is definitely noticeably smaller. You may maybe not be able to tell from the, you know, the videos that came out yesterday, but that I think is the first thing you notice right away.
Right.
This is a massive sort of shrinking that's happening here. Yeah.
Yeah, it's and it maintains the exact same software compatibility and app compatibility. So when we launch the Pebble App Store at the end of the month, all the apps that are coming out for Pebble are also compatible with Pebble Steel.
Cool.
Yeah, one thing that Pebble is famous for is their customizability as well. I remember the first version, you could change out the watch bands and the watch faces. I'm assuming this one's the same.
We actually are going to be publishing the entire 3D spec on our GitHub page, so anyone can just grab the entire spec and build their own case or strap, or even bike mounts are coming out for Pebble now.
Very cool.
So it's sort of like a watch James Bond could wear, right? Let's be
It
honest,
doesn't have
because
lasers on this one.
doesn't have
but
lasers, but it's a little more subtle than the first edition.
Yeah,
which
that
is
was,
sort
that
of
was our
the-
goal.
Yeah.
And we kind of went at it like our typical design approach, which was how can we make the watch useful on an everyday basis to more and more people? Part of our design philosophy is build a product that meshes into your everyday life. It has a 5 to 7 day long battery life. It works with both iOS and Android, so it works with the phone that you have. And it's waterproof. You know, we maintain the same 5 atmospheres rating that the original Pebble has with Pebble Steel. So you just don't have to worry about it. We want people to treat it as a watch, not as a piece of electronics that you constantly have to charge and think about.
Right. I heard something really interesting about the face and how it sort of doubles as an antenna. Can you go over that? Because to me, that's like the space age thing.
We actually worked really hard on this. So from a design perspective, we wanted to use stainless steel. It's a pretty common watchmaking. It's a pretty common watch material, and it has that feel, that quality feel to it. But due to physics, when you just wrap stainless steel around electronics, it becomes a Faraday cage.
Right.
So
Man,
you
that
pretty much
damn
are blocking the
physics always
signal.
getting in the
I know.
way, yeah.
So so our engineers worked on building basically an antenna that lives on top of the case. You see there's a bit of plastic on the side. That's actually a barrier between the case and the antenna. So the antenna is right on the top of the product. We've been able to squeak out the same, if not better, range with Pebble Steel as Pebble.
Right. Excellent.
Eric, you mentioned the SDK before, and so much of what Pebble is about is developers. And this time around, I read something really cool. Tim Stevens from CNET actually interviewed you, and he was talking about the App Store, which was added this time around. And that's such a big thing where people can just go online, one big hub, they can just download apps that are compatible with it.
Yeah, up until this point, it's been kind of like the Wild West. I don't know if you guys had the iPhone 2G, like the original iPhone. I jailbroke mine, and I was able to like install apps, you know, for the year before Apple launched the App Store. For us, it's kind of the same. There's no jailbreaking or anything like that. But the first 6 months of the SDK has kind of produced a lot of apps, but there's never been like a central place for people to find them or developers to share them. And now that there's over 300,000 Pebbles on people's wrists around the world, we wanted to make sure that there was a consolidated spot that developers could share their apps and users could find the most awesome Pebble stuff around the web. So that's going to be coming out for all Pebbles at the end of January.
Which one's your favorite app? I read one about it'll pair with your Mercedes-Benz to sort of tell you vehicle diagnostics. That sounds really cool.
And so we get a Mercedes-Benz with
basically with every Pebble.
okay, I just want to make sure.
I'd be first in line for.
That's a fair deal.
My favorite app. So I'm a big fan of analog watch faces on Pebble Steel.
Sure. Looks really sharp
they look great on the original Pebble, but for some reason they look even more awesome. I think it's because we reduced the border area around the display. It's the same display. It's an e-paper display, but it's just tighter. Let's see here. I've got a couple different apps installed here. Oh, and a new feature with the new firmware that we're coming out with at the end of the month is a list of all recently received notifications, so you can finally glance down and see new messages right on your wrist without after dismissing them.
Right. Was that a big sort of request?
That was one of the biggest feature requests.
Filled up the
that we
suggestion
got.
box real quick?
Yes.
I'm curious, and if anyone has a question for Eric, feel free. In a few minutes, we'll start taking questions if you have them.
Let me show off one. So I've got the ESPN app here.
Okay.
It's going to be tough to see it unless I get the monitor up. Yeah, there we go. So this is a new app that we worked on with ESPN. It actually accesses the ESPN API, and you can get instant access to all sports feeds right on your wrist.
Pretty excellent.
The angle that we've been going with here is how do we make an app that the user probably has on their smartphone already? So you want to complement it on your watch. You don't want to replace the actual app. So we brought just sports scores. We also brought updates during the game, so you get a vibration if someone gets injured or if something happens. But it doesn't replace the ESPN app. You're still going to the app on your phone for setting up which teams you like.
It's a companion sort of thing.
Exactly. And so that kind of thing we've played out with all of the partner apps that we've worked on with Yelp, Foursquare, GoPro even is launching an app on Pebble.
Very cool.
Yeah.
Last time we had you on our show, we talked a little bit about what the community's response was. Like you said in the beginning, it was a little dicey in the beginning, like you said, the Wild West, if you will. What was the biggest surprise for you in terms of how people were using Pebble watches?
We've heard a variety of crazy stories from people, especially after we increased the number of notifications that iOS users can get onto their Pebble. We've started hearing about just crazy setups where they've got their drop cams in front of their house, and they get a text onto their Pebble every time someone walks by in front of their drop cam.
Oh,
so
nice.
there's a lot of crazy sort of things that we hadn't expected when we first launched on Kickstarter a year and a half ago.
Right on.
I have a random question for you, but just through reading that interview with Tim, the code name for the original Pebble was Tintin.
Yeah.
The code name for the Pebble Steel is Bianca. Who's the big Tintin fan in the company?
I think I grew up reading Tintin.
Oh, yeah.
And we have a really international team. We've got people from France, from Holland, from Russia, all over the world on the Pebble team, and everyone kind of comes from it. Read Tintin as a kid in different languages. So we actually have one of the rooms at the headquarters just is full of Tintin stuff, like all the books in all kinds of different languages.
Nice.
It's like a very specific Belgian cartoon obsession. All right, I'm into it. If anyone has a question in the audience for Eric, raise your hand. If you have one, we're going to go to a question we had on Twitter from our buddy Jay Bandoy. Now, you just talked about the naming behind the code names, but what actually got you to settle on the Pebble name? How did that work out?
It's a good question. Naming in itself is ridiculously hard to do.
Yeah.
First of all, every other name in the world is chosen practically, and when you start thinking about domains, it gets even more weird. I came up with the idea for Pebble while I was lying in a hammock on a beach, and it just struck me as the right name, and I had to run around to find some paper to write it down because it was just something clicked, and I knew that I had to call the next product.
So you were in a moment of serenity, and it just.
Yeah.
How did that happen?
It was. You can't. We had naming sessions where we sit at a whiteboard and we try to come up with names. You can't do it. It's impossible.
Go to the beach.
Yes.
What kind of you have a hammock? I don't know.
No, I don't have a hammock. I should get a hammock.
You went on vacation before Pebble happened. You were like,
yeah, this was back in 2010.
Okay.
Our first product was called Impulse, and it was a watch that worked exclusively with BlackBerry phones.
Mm-hmm. A lot of strides made since then.
Yeah,
big changes.
Just a few.
So we wanted to change the phones that it worked with and the name. So
Yeah.
that was the big thing.
Speaking of hardware, just the early. The early opinions online are really great, but there was some confusions about the hardware inside. There are obviously a lot of aesthetic changes, but a lot of people were worried about how the new App Store would sort of affect the memory and the storage. Is it the same amount of storage in the first one?
So we actually doubled the storage on Pebble. It's kind of, when we first built Pebble, we future-proofed it. We added as much tech into it as we could at the time. We added Bluetooth LE, we added a magnetometer, and all kinds of other sensors. But we didn't even activate them at the beginning. Like, so for example, the first version of the SDK didn't enable developers to access the accelerometer. The one in November did. And so we kind of continued that trend. We had the opportunity to double the memory in Pebble Steel. We did. It's not activated yet. There's no way for developers to use it. But it's there, and we'll be using it at some point in the future. Same with the RGB LED. We added that in, and it's activated for charge notifications now. So when you plug your Pebble in, it turns like a blinking red, and when it's charged, it's green. That's what it does at the beginning. But over time, we're going to be opening that up to developers at some point in the future. It kind of follows our philosophy of like put as much tech into the hardware as possible so that we can maintain app compatibility over time. That's why Pebble Steel actually uses the exact same architecture as Pebble, so that all apps are compatible with both watches.
I had a lot of experience using the first Pebble. The one thing that kind of got to me was the charger, the magnet. It just didn't want to like stay put. How are we on this version?
Since it's all metal, we actually were able to improve the magnetic strength. We actually switched to a different connector on this one.
Okay, good.
It's still magnetic. It's just the magnets are much larger.
Right. It's more metal.
More magnets.
All right. Excellent. All right. If there's no questions from the audience, raise your hand. Question for Eric? No. You might win something.
Yeah, we got some good
all
prizes.
Right.
No.
Snooze, you lose.
So maybe tomorrow. We got one over here.
Now we
Can
have
we get the mic
question.
over
Once
to
you
this
dangle.
young man?
Yes, the App Store is going to be launching for all Pebble users at the end of January.
Okay.
Excellent. And speaking of availability, can you give a list of what the
Yeah,
price
so Pebble
point is gonna be
Steel,
around?
you can order it now on our website. The first units will start shipping on January 28th, but I know that the first batch has already been sold out. The next batch is available mid-February.
Very
cool. Excellent.
And you'll still be able to access the App Store on the original Pebble if you got into that early then, right? Okay.
All right. Yeah. Excellent. Well, thank you so much, Eric Michikowski. Give a round of applause for the founder of Pebble here, guys.
And if anyone wants to check it out after, I'll show it off.
You hear that? If you want to check it out, we got to get you a bodyguard for that. All right, don't worry, we'll do that.
Attached to my wrist.
Excellent. All right, well, that's going to do it for us. Thanks so much for tuning in to the 404 show today. We will be back tomorrow, and CNET has a whole lot more coming your way today, including live interviews and product demos, plus the next big thing at 3 p.m. and the drone show at 4 p.m., so stay tuned. That's going to do it for us. I'm Jeff Bacalar.
And I'm Justin Yu.
Big thanks again to Eric Michikowski from Pebble. That'll do it for us. We'll see you tomorrow. Take care.
Oh, for the wrap? Yeah. Yeah, that's good for ZDNet. I'm Jason Hyder, and do we want to build it? Yeah, I'll just wrap it, and then I'll say, you know, from ZDNet, this is Jason Hyder and Bill Detweiler. So long. From ZDNet and Tech Republic would be great. Thanks. Thanks so much. Tech Republic. I'm Jason Hyder. And do you want me to do the teas? Do you want Bill to do the teas?
I guess we're just going to talk about
Oh,
stuff.
you want me to?
If there's no guest. Talk about CES.
Me? I didn't think I was whispering. Do you want me to do the?
They said
do
they
you want me?
here 150, so.
Yeah, the close is great. I'm Jason Heiner, and this is Bill. Well, do you want? Why don't we switch to Bill then? Say, and I'm Jason Heiner. Bill can say I'm Bill Detweiler, and then he can do the tease. Is that good? We're gonna only go about 20 minutes at the most. Is that not good? Do you need us to go longer? We can go longer. He's any minute now. They said 2:15.
Yeah.
Okay, no, that's perfect. That's right along the time frame I'm talking about. So good, perfect. Okay. Yeah, 15 minutes tops is great. Thank you. There's Paul.
There's our guest.
Hey, Kelly. Yeah, no, I remember you from last time. Yeah.
Dan and Bill Detweiler here from Tech Republic.
Hey, Bill, let's kill question number 2 because we got 15 minutes. Hey, I'm Jason Heiner with Tech Republic and ZDNet. And next to me, I've got my partner in crime, Bill Detweiler. And today on the CNET stage, we've got a special guest, Paul Macarena, CTO of Ford. Paul, welcome. Thanks for joining us.
Great to be with you. Great to be with you.
Excellent. So Paul, you're the CTO of Ford. Ford is also one of these companies that's big enough. It also has a CIO. So tell us a little bit about your role and what you do at Ford and what you're focused on, what your priorities are.
Yeah, so as a Chief Technical Officer at Ford, I lead the development of our technology strategy and plans, whether it's our powertrain technologies, everything from the fuel-efficient gasoline and diesel engines all the way through to the hybrids, the plug-in hybrids, the battery electric vehicles, technologies that we put in the vehicle for safety, whether they're driver assistance or active safety technologies, material technologies, and then what CES is all about, connectivity, and all of those smart features and technologies that customers expect in their vehicles today. And that's why we love CES.
Yeah.
It's a great opportunity to start the year. I've been coming here for 6 years now to look at consumer trends, how those trends might impact the vehicle. And one of the things that I've seen while I've been probably about the last 3 years now in this position is this rapid convergence between the consumer world and the vehicle and the expectations that our customers have for a very seamless kind of lifestyle, whether they're at home, whether they're in the vehicle, whether they're in the office. So great fun place to be, and good to be with you guys today.
Absolutely. So tell us a little bit, you've also got a team of engineers and researchers behind you, right? That's the team. Tell us a little bit about your team and what your team does and what's the stuff that they're working on and most excited about right now.
Well, my team does what we call everything from discovery work, which will be real research work, blue sky, new discovery, whether it's material sciences, it might be emission technologies, new types of connectivity solutions, all the way through to what we call advanced engineering, which is the engineering that brings new technologies and, in fact, innovation in the broadest sense to the point where we can implement it in a production program. That could be anything from 2 to 3 years away from production, all the way through to 5, 6, 7, maybe even 10 years away. Some examples of things that we would be working on would be powertrain technologies that extend all the way out to fuel cells, hydrogen-powered vehicles. Obviously, a lot of work around automated driving. We just showed, just prior to the holidays, our Fusion research vehicle, a Fusion Energy plug-in hybrid vehicle that's got a very advanced sensor set on it that we're using to develop digital mapping, self-driving algorithms, and really look at how we can bring affordable functionality to market in a reasonable time frame to make for safer and more efficient driving. So pretty cool stuff.
Yeah, awesome.
So what's your expectation, talking about self-driving? You know, it's something that we've heard a lot about and everybody's really interested in. You know, I can't wait to be able to get in my car in the morning and just have it take me where I need to go. You know, give us a little bit of prediction. I mean, how long do you think it'll take before we actually get there in the real world?
It's a little bit of a how long is a piece of string question. I like that analogy because, you know, the definition of self-driving extends from a driverless vehicle to what I would describe as a very advanced set of automated driving functionality. And we're closer to that, you know, very advanced functionality of a automated set of driving features. So things like lane keep assist, active cruise control, blind spot monitoring, forward collision warning, integrating those things so that we can, you know, over time continue to deliver more and more advanced driving functionality with features like traffic jam assist. That we could see, it's a continuum, and it's not a flick the light switch, we'll wake up, we've got a self-driving vehicle. It's just a progression of more and more advanced functionality.
So Ford's,
yeah,
no,
go
I'm
ahead.
sorry.
No,
I was
go
going to
ahead.
say Ford's also announced a lot of really great tech here at the show at CES. I know one of the things is an app that works with Sync. There's a lot of new apps with Sync, and one of them lets me order pizza in the car.
You like the idea of that?
I do. I like
You
that.
like
Well,
that?
you can see. I like the idea of that. So tell me about some of the other apps that you're announcing here at CES with Sync.
Yeah, well, so can I just quickly back up a little bit on Sync itself?
Yeah.
We launched it here about 6 years ago now. We've since got 8 million vehicles on the road equipped with Sync. And with the basic Sync platform, it's allowed us to add functionality. So bringing AppLink into our vehicles, it lets you run an app on your mobile device, but control it through the vehicle interface, which obviously helps with the issue of distracted driving, helps our drivers keep their hands on the wheel, eyes on the road, as we say. And working with various app development partners, we've progressively brought more content into the vehicle. Started with some apps, basic music apps like Pandora and so on, and progressively moved through. This year we've announced 5 new app partners, one of which is Domino's Pizza, right? So you can order your pizza dinner from the vehicle on the way home. But we have two parking apps. One is Parkometer, which actually helps you find a parking space. We then have Park Mobile that helps with payment. Habu, mood-based music. And then a really cool one is working with ADT to control your home security system and your home automation using their Pulse system. So you can check the status of your home and so on. So it's a range of sort of content and features that we're bringing to our customers, but pizza's a really important one.
So I was talking to one of your engineers the other day, and he was mentioning something you guys are doing with solar power connected with the electric vehicles and the hybrid vehicles. Tell us a little bit about that. What are you guys doing with solar? Why are you doing it, and what's going on there?
Sure. So two years ago here at CES, we launched our Fusion Energy vehicle, which is a plug-in hybrid.
Yeah.
We subsequently announced our C-Max Energy, which is also a plug-in hybrid. What we've shown at CES this year is a concept for a solar-charged C-Max. So it's a C-Max vehicle. It has a solar panel on the roof which sits under a solar concentrator, which is like a huge magnifying glass that you park the vehicle under.
Yeah.
So with about 8 hours of sunlight, full day's charge, you can put enough charge into the vehicle.
Even in
to
Michigan?
Even in Michigan, yeah. Maybe not at this time of year, though. You can get about 21 miles driving range out of that.
Nice.
So again, it's a kind of an extension. As I said, it's a concept.
Okay.
But it's a way of exploring clean energy.
And part of that, too, is like to park your vehicle at your employer may not want to spend their money paying electricity for you to charge your vehicle. So part of the idea, as I understand it, is that you can put a charger with a solar-powered panel connected to it, and they can charge, and it costs the employer. It doesn't cost the employer.
Yeah, I kind of think of it as a trickle charge.
A trickle charge.
You know, you expose the vehicle to sunlight for most of the day. So why not take advantage of that in terms of putting some energy back into the vehicle? So again, it's a research project, it's a concept vehicle, but one of the exciting things that we're doing. The other end of the scale, actually, our new Mustang is car of the show. I think, Bill, you were going to ask me about that, but I can't wait to be asked. You know, it's such an exciting vehicle.
So you're debuting the 2015 Mustang at the show this year.
Yeah.
And what kind of new tech can we expect from that?
All kinds of tech. First of all, we're going global with Mustang this time. So up until now, it's been a North America market only. We're actually right-hand drive version, so we're going into Europe and a number of other markets. 4-cylinder engine, EcoBoost turbocharged engine, plus the traditional V6 and V8 offerings. So continuing to deliver a great driving experience.
Get really good gas mileage.
Absolutely, a really great driving experience. But then we have a full range of features and technologies, just like we have in our other vehicles. So whether it's driver assistance technologies, the lane keep assist, forward collision warning, we have a performance driving aid in the vehicle, so you can actually look at how you're driving and maximize your performance.
And are people that are, and are pony car customers, people coming into the showrooms looking for that Mustang experience, are they also, are the consumers now also wanting that higher tech, right? I mean, it's not just all about the car performance.
You know, as an example, I talked a little bit about some of the more vehicle-centric technologies that we're putting into Mustang this time. We're also using Mustang to launch the latest version of AppLink, which again, you know, I mentioned the sort of basic functionality. We've got an enhanced AppLink, which we're launching in Mustang. But then the really cool thing is we actually announced in the last few days that we're actually making the software release for that backward compatible, so we can get to all vehicles built from 2010 model year onwards that have got AppLink compatible hardware in them, making that upgrade available to our customers free of charge. Another 3.4 million vehicles.
Wow,
nice.
So a great example again of this customer expectation that we all bring in on our mobile devices and our consumer devices, that you can continue to update through its life, bringing that to life in the car.
Excellent. So obviously a lot of your job is looking ahead, right? Because you're in a role that you're very focused on the product, the forward-facing product for your customers. As you look ahead, what are the most important technologies just in the automotive space, you know, over this sort of next 5 to 10 year period, looking out a little longer? You know, what are the things, both technologies and sort of trends that are going to have the biggest impact?
You know, it's always difficult to pick a single thing, but if you just sort of go through some of the areas that I've discussed, if you think about alternative propulsion systems, more green energy, more renewable energy, all the way through to those zero-emission, hydrogen-powered fuel cell vehicles, a lot of lightweighting technologies through the materials that we're using in the vehicles, lots more smart features and technologies. And then we're also looking at other trends in the consumer world, things like wearable computing, where you see a lot of wearable devices, and asking ourselves, how might that impact the vehicle experience for our customers, and how can we achieve yet higher level of integration? So it's sort of continuum of what I call the more traditional vehicle technologies, plus continuing to explore and accelerate this convergence between the consumer world and the vehicle itself.
So you see things like the Pebble watch controlling, you know, a Mercedes or things like that. Those are the kinds of things you guys are looking at pretty seriously.
Well, I didn't say Mercedes, but maybe a Ford.
Well, I mean, that kind of thing, right?
You know, I mean, just think about it. You know, today we have My Full mobile app, which we offer for our plug-in vehicles, whether it's the plug-in hybrids or the battery electric vehicle, that you can use your phone to then monitor state of charge and do some remote feature control, doors locking, unlocking, preconditioning the climate control and so on. Why couldn't you do that from a wearable device? You know, and that's the type of thing that we're thinking about now. Access to the vehicle, starting the vehicle, some you know, pretty basic things that you could change the whole vehicle ownership and the whole vehicle user experience with these new consumer technologies.
Yeah. Exciting stuff. All right, well, thanks,
wonderful.
Paul. We appreciate you being here.
Great, thanks for the time.
And have a great show.
Thanks very much.
Yeah. All right. I'm Jason Heiner from Tech Republic.
And I'm Bill Detweiler from Tech Republic.
We'll see you next time. Thanks.
Oh, you can move. Oh, I'm live. Here's two.
Okay, yeah. Okay.
Two.
Okay, yeah. Sure. I'll try my best.
Yeah.
Yeah.
A lot of catches. They'll go by fast.
I think. I would agree. Where do you want me to go with that? You want me to stay
A little
low?
wide in, over there.
We used to do this in Chicago also.
Well, that sounds like a better idea.
Twice a year. We used to do it January here, June in Chicago.
Welcome back to CNET's live coverage of CES 2014. I'm Bridget Carey, and joining me is my CNET colleague, Jason Jenkins, from our London office, and Mike Fasulo, Sony's president in the U.S. Welcome, Mike. I'm glad you brought a few toys with you today.
Always. Thanks for having me.
You guys had a great keynote this morning, kicking things off on the first day of CES. But also, lots of gadgets were shown off at Press Day. So could you tell us about what you brought today?
Sure. Hard to figure out where to start because we had so much exciting things to talk about. But let's start here with this camera. This is a 4K camcorder from
4K,
Sony.
yes.
I'm dubbing it 4K for 2K. So it's a $2,000 camcorder. You can see you can hold it in the palm of your hand. Right?
Jason, our wonderful model here.
It shoots in 4K.
You look good in 4K.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. I looked better a few years ago, but you know, what are you going to do? You can't have everything.
Now, why did Sony want to come up with a 4K camcorder?
Well, for personal creation, right? So personal content. When we look at 4K, we look at it in the broadest extent of personal content, TV shows, streaming, downloading. Obviously, Sony Entertainment Network 4K is a download service. You know, we announced last evening with Netflix, with Reed Hastings, streaming 4K through Netflix. So looking at giving customers the variety of choices and making it easy and simple for them to really enjoy the technology.
Do people still buy camcorders? I mean, surely people are just using their phones for this sort of thing now, right?
Well, they will now. I mean, now they have a good reason to. I mean, this camcorder, like I said, it's more than half the size of our previous camcorder in 4K. It shoots 4K, but also high definition, right? So you could use this to do your little film creation for up-and-coming filmmakers, or you could take it on a wedding, take it to a wedding, or a recital, or on vacation. So it's a reason for customers to get back into camcorder. But yes, they do use their smartphones.
You guys are really pushing into 4K televisions this year, too. I mean, it was something that kind of started the ball rolling last CES. So where do you see consumers kind of getting more into 4K televisions? Is this still an early stage? Is it going to take a while for most people to buy them for their living rooms?
It will take some time for adoption. You know, it's a brand new paradigm. It's new technology. What we witnessed in HD took quite a few years, quite honestly. But I'm seeing a lot more adoption in the industry, which should push the technology forward quicker than we saw in HD. So from a standards point of view, we've block and tackled through some standards. We've got the motion pictures industry capturing content and creating entertainment in 4K. We've got TV shows in 4K, as I said earlier, distribution digitally through streaming and downloads. So it's a little different, actually a lot different than HD, but it still will take some time for mass adoption.
And I imagine, too, the size is an issue, because to really see that quality of a 4K television, it has to be a little bit bigger than most people buy typically for TVs.
Well, the great thing with 4K is you can go right up to it, and you get no pixelization, right? So 2 inches away, and you're seeing a great screen.
And there's that projector you guys announced today, too.
Yeah,
That's a 4K projector.
Short throw, 147-inch projection. But last evening, I announced 9 new 4K Bravia televisions from Sony, which is quite a nice assortment. And what I've been trying to explain to folks is that consumers should really do their research. They should really go out and get a demonstration at retail or online and get a quality understanding of what 4K can do, because there'll be various versions of 4K in the market. Some will simply be panels, but without the engines behind the panels, the color purity, the upscaling, the immersiveness, the sound, you're really not getting the full experience. So I encourage people to do their homework and go out and get a demonstration.
So do you see that as the key to getting 4K to take off here? It's just that people need to see it in action, right?
I do. I think once you get a demonstration, there's no turning back. Seeing is believing.
We also have a few other things we can see today. So you have a new smartphone here.
I do. This was also announced last evening for the US. It's the Xperia Z1S, and this will...
Take a look. Thank you very much.
This will be through T-Mobile, and will be coming to the US soon. And what's interesting with this smartphone is inside the phone are all of Sony's core technologies, from our imaging sensors that we have in our cameras to our audio, from our audio innovation in the home to our television display technology built right into the smartphones. So
There was a lot of talk about imaging in the keynote today, and this phone itself has a 20 megapixel camera. So how important is that becoming in the selling factor of a smartphone to have the camera power behind it?
Well, I think it's becoming critically important, and as an imaging company, we're more than happy to provide that. We announced not too long ago lens-style cameras. So a camera you can actually attach to your smartphone or keep it detached with NFC or Wi-Fi and actually use your smartphone as the remote, right? So smartphones, you know, the penetration of smartphones is significant, and why not give the customer better ways of capturing images?
It's so hard to I imagine that to stand out when you have so much competition in the Android space. I mean, is that where you guys see a strong point for Sony to kind of make a difference and get the consumer's attention with cameras?
Imaging is clearly one of our pillars, right? But so is great televisions and great audio. You know, we really try to get to evoke emotion and hit the senses of consumers and the passion points. I mean, this year our theme is play, right? And play is fun, so let's have some fun with it.
So this phone's been out in Europe for a while. How come did it take so long to come to the US? Because where I'm from, we reviewed this a while ago. It's a great phone. We like it, but it's unusual to see something come out in Europe first, to be honest, in phones at the moment. Why did it take so long to come to the US?
Well, when we went through the merger, frankly, we had a larger share in Europe through the merger. Our primary focus during that time was the Japan market, and now we're not going to enter a market and just tiptoe in. So we're ready now to enter the US, and what a great way to do that with a device as this.
And you also have something on your wrist. I mean, wrist wear is a big talking point of CES this year.
It's the Smartwatch 2, which is a phone on your wrist, and you can put apps on it and get your phone calls on it, do your emails on it. So
what are you getting back from feedback from research when it comes to consumers and their interest and understanding of smartwatches too? Because I mean, as tech reporters, we're hearing it all the time. But what are you guys seeing?
Maybe a little too early to actually speak with confidence on that topic. It's still very new, right? And you only have 2 wrists, so how many things can you put on your wrists? But what we are hearing is ease of use is critically important. People want to take their content with them. They want to be able to multitask, whatever the device may be. And the easier we can make that for them, the more they'll buy into the proposition.
And there's also a camera here.
There's also a camera. This is our Alpha 5000. I announced this last evening as well.
Thank you.
And that is a $600 camera, the world's lightest interchangeable lens APS-C camera.
Pretty cool.
Pretty cool.
And again, a great machine. It, I could see a professional photographer taking this with them because it's so lightweight and it's got such great quality, or the point and shoot customer that wants to step up their game. So a really nice camera, very affordable, and a really lightweight package.
What kind of features does it have? I know a lot of times the back has a lot more connective features than we're used to.
Yeah, it's got the tiltable screen. It's got a 16 to 50 zoom lens.
Show that tiltable screen there.
Oh,
so
okay.
it comes all the way up like that?
It comes all the way up. Yeah. It's 180 degree tiltable. It's got the APS-C CMOS sensor in it. So, it's a really great camera for an affordable price.
Well, speaking of things that bend, what's your take on bendable screens for televisions? It's a very buzzy thing right now because it's like ooh and ah, but where do you see the practicality and where that might be going in technology for televisions?
I think we brought one to market in the U.S. this year. It's been a niche for us. It's sold okay, but it's been a niche. I frankly prefer the wedge design that we introduced last evening. It's elegant, it's great design, but it's also functional with immersive sound built right into the cosmetic of the television.
You guys also make some pretty good Windows PCs, but Windows as a whole hasn't been doing so well recently. What do you think Microsoft needs to change to really drive that forward?
You should ask Windows. You should ask Microsoft that, not me. We have a great relationship with Microsoft. We're constantly innovating along with them, and our Duo and our Fit this year have been really successful. So we're pleased with our bio business.
Well, thank you, Mike. I really appreciate the time you've taken to show us some great gadgets and talk to us about Sony, so thank you so much.
My pleasure. Thanks for having me here.
Well, there's lots more to come up here at CNET. Next up, we have one of the most popular super sessions at CES. It's CNET's next big thing. Coming up at the top of the hour, Brian Tong will have more details after the break, so don't go anywhere.
Brian Tong here at CES 2014. Now I'm in the North Hall outside the meeting room N255, and this is our next. It's one of the most popular sessions here at CES. Then I'll tell them. is a new hardware, and what that really means is there's so many sensors. All right, guys, Brian Tong here in the North Hall. We're just outside of meeting room N255. You know what that means? It is our next big thing super session. This is really one of the biggest sessions here at CES 2014 and every year. And what we want to do is kind of set this up. The topic is going to be called a new hardware, and we know with many more sensors, services, and really a whole new level of design. This is what we're all talking about. Products are getting bigger and better every day. And now, if you can check out this meeting room, there are a ton of people here. We're almost at overflow. But if you guys want a chance to come and check it out here, let's just go. We'll keep on walking in here. But if you guys want to check it out, we start at 3 p.m. There's going to be a whole lot of great information here. Brian Cooley and Tim Stevens, both of our editors at large, will be hosting this panel of esteemed people in the industry. So make sure you guys check it out. You still have time to get out here. Again, it's the next big thing super session, a new hardware. Come out to the North Hall. That's N255. We'll be here, and we'll see you guys there.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to CNET's Next Big Thing. Great to have you here. It's a real pleasure to be here yet again with a lot of familiar faces here at CES 2014. I'm joined by Editor-at-Large Tim Stevens this year, and it's a real pleasure to have him with us. Hello and welcome to this edition that is in our 10th year, by the way, and I am Brian Cooley.
And I'm Tim Stevens, and we are on a cusp of a major shift in innovation driven by what our hardware senses and not just what it does.
And if you want to join us on Twitter, which I hope you will, we've got our hashtag set up as CNETNBT. So CNET, next big thing, just CNETNBT will get you through that.
And for those folks who are here in the room, we are going to be giving you an opportunity to ask us some questions. So now would be a good time to start thinking of some good ones.
Now, let's get right into it. Now that we've got some framework set up, you want to know what is the next big thing this year. I'm sure you're itching to find out where that's taking us. Let's take a look now at how devices from smartwatches to televisions and everything in between that wide spectrum of size and scope are getting closer to each of us by knowing what we are doing and almost intending in some very different ways. Take a look. Today's so-called personal technology, in many ways, isn't. We poke at unnatural QWERTY keyboards, stab at touch interfaces of varying understandability, and repeat ourselves to clunky voice recognition tech.
Please try again.
What if it was just more natural? Sensor-based hardware that interprets the movements we make, the words we're saying.
Text Mom, I'm running late.
Even the direction we're looking is about to revolutionize consumer electronics. Connected glasses will augment our view of the world by following our gaze, knowing our location, and mining our preferences. Fitness bands measure steps, stairs, and sleep to feed apps that nudge us to live and feel just a little better. Through smart home controls, today's dumb dwellings will know when we're home or be able to guess when we will be, saving energy and having things just the way we want them with less work, not more. And home entertainment is now responding to gesture and voice instead of arcane remotes and program guides. There's even a soccer ball that reads your footwork. But as devices sense more, they need to present it elegantly, or just risk being complicated with more data. And nothing says privacy intrusion more than a technology that can read your life without you inputting anything. This will be a new frontier in user respect for an industry that hasn't always been the best at that. And as this trend brings CE closer to each of us, designers must respond with devices we covet enough to wear, not just accept. The future will be sensed. Let's find out how we get there. All right, this is topic one at CES this year. It threads through almost everything at the show. Let's meet the minds that are going to help us discover what's moving this revolution forward.
First out, Sunny Vu is CEO of Misfit Wearables and makers of the Shine.
Sunny Vu.
Sunny, welcome.
A great-looking wearable fitness and activity tracker. Sunny, go ahead and take your seat. Thanks for being with us. Now, Mike Bell is Vice President and General Manager of the New Devices Group at Intel. Please help us welcome him on stage as well.
Hey, Mike, welcome. Good to see you.
Thanks, Mike. Good to see you.
Jim Bukowski is Director of Electrical and Electronic Innovation at Ford's Research and Innovation Center. Hey, Jim. Welcome.
And don't miss some Ford vehicle-to-vehicle tech and the new Mustang showing in a couple places here at the show as well. And Julie Larson-Green is Executive Vice President, Devices and Studios at Microsoft. That includes the Xbox team. Bring on Julie.
Hey, Julie. Welcome.
Thanks for being here, Julie. Why don't you sit on there? I'm going to be here because the camera insists that I be here. We're putting ugly on this end. That's what we're doing.
Oh, thanks. What a warm welcome.
Yeah, very good. All right. So let's get started here. First of all, jump ball question for all of you. What kind of sensor technology first came to mind when we put this opportunity out to you? What did you think, oh, that's what they're looking for? What's kind of a hot button in your mind that you expected this to be about so we can kind of plumb your top of mind? Not all at once.
Okay, I'll
the
start.
sensor will overload if we do that.
I'll start. Again, I'm coming from the auto industry. Relating to the kind of things we're doing is sensors in our seats in the vehicle, so we can sense the occupant, not only the simple things, but things like heart rate, as an example. We've talked about examples where we can help provide feedback to customers to improve their driving environment.
And Jim, I noticed that you're wearing a Pebble there, and you're also wearing a Shine as well, right?
I am.
That's
as I mentioned, not specifically because I was going to be on this panel. I did buy it. I think it's really the combination of utility, the experience, as well as how it looks. I enjoy my Pebble. I just got it before the holidays, but I do have a lot better looking watches than this Pebble, so I do enjoy the look of the Shine.
That's a topic point we're going to cover later as we talk about design of these devices. Other high points on sensors, Julie?
Yeah, for me, I think it was more of a kind of a walk down memory lane on different ways that we've had inflections of hardware, software, and services coming together. And I thought all the way back to Microsoft's first idea of the interaction of gesture with voice with, I don't know if anyone remembers, but we had a product called Actimates, and it was a Arthur doll that interacted with children in the television and used gesture. And so it was an idea way before its time. You didn't have, the processing capabilities, the connectivity, and all the things that we have today to create these kinds of devices. But it was kind of fun to think through, how that's been evolving over time and why now is such an exciting time in the industry.
And of course, Kinect was a huge success on the Xbox 360.
In some sense, you can attribute Kinect all the way back to that and all the work we've been doing in speech for a really long time. I think even Kinect 1.0 was really just a feature of the Xbox, but now it is a way of working with a device, and you're starting to see all kinds of proliferation of voice and gesture and vision into the way people are using technology today. And you see it all over the floor in CES. It's really exciting to see how ideas become innovations, and these ideas that have impact we really call innovations that change your life.
Yeah, and of course the Kinect is now very tightly integrated with Xbox One. How long do you think it'll be before we see that sort of thing with a desktop or a tablet or maybe even
Well, there's Kinect for Windows today, and then we'll continue to evolve that. There's lots of really interesting things going on in the industry. Intel had some interesting announcements on this similar vein yesterday.
Yeah, Mike, fill us in on some of it very briefly.
Well, we have a whole group that's dedicated to what we call perceptual computing. And the whole idea is that, much like you showed in your video up there should be ways to interact with, I won't just say PCs, tablets, some of the devices my team is working on, where you don't have to touch it, swipe it. I mean, when you think about it, if you're limited to touching and swiping, that defines the form factor and really limits the creativity of what you can build, right? Because if the hardware size is defined, that really, you're sort of starting at a point you may not want to start from.
So we're looking at getting a really radical new hardware design, going back to the drawing board, if you will, and say, wait a minute, what can we pick up and sense versus what is intentional input and design for it?
Well, I think we have to. And if you really want the promise of wearable technology to come forward, I think we have to think about it that way. Because if everything is just sort of a square thing on your wrist, it's not very interesting.
Yeah. Sonny, what got you into, you've got the new startup here, 2 years at Misfit. What got you focused on a sensor-based device?
In my last company, we did glucose monitoring, meters and strips, and the last thing we did was a glucose meter that works with the iPhone. And the problem that solved was being able to get people to test more because they just had their iPhone with them all the time, and therefore their glucose meter, which was attached to it. And so when we thought about the new company, what we were going to do, how else can we get technology to be used kind of passively? And so we thought, well, there's ambient sensing, kind of like what you guys are doing, in situ sensing, which is totally awesome. We just didn't know anything about it, so not that startup world. But then we looked at wearables. That's the other way of having technology with you all the time, is to wear it. So that's how we looked into that. And activity monitoring was kind of like the first kind of lowest hanging fruit on the tree. And I think really in this day and age when we have sensors, we have this unprecedented ability to gather the volumes of data that we can. And it's mostly enabled, I think, because of this thing. The smartphone and mobile internet. And so that's where we got started. But fitness and activity tracking are really just the beginning, I think. There are so many more interesting use cases for wearables beyond just fitness tracking.
Now, audience, you've already heard from every one of our panelists just in the early chat here that this idea of redesigning devices has come up again and again, a chance to go with a clean slate, and that form and function need to refollow each other. When you change the way you interact with devices, you also change their look and feel by definition. In many ways, the sensor era could be opening up a new golden era for innovative designers. Let's take a look.
In the early days of consumer electronics and personal devices,
A gadget's appeal depended only on its level of function. These weren't devices that used sensors or other techniques to learn about you and fit into your lifestyle. Instead, it was you who had to figure out how to work with them. One look at models like the Motorola Dynatac or every laptop from the mid-90s, and you'll see that battery life, performance, and features always trumped beautiful design. Today, with gadget revenues measured in billions and store shelves stocked with device after device after device, all doing the same basic thing in subtly different ways, design becomes an important means of differentiation. For some, how a gadget looks and feels is just as important as how much it costs and how long its battery survives. Thanks in large part to Apple's videos obsessing over the value of good design, device aesthetics have quickly escalated from nicety to necessity. Phones like the HTC One, Nokia Lumia 900, and iPhone 5 look and act nothing alike, yet are beautiful and clean in their form and function. Design is an art form, and great gadget designers are now considered artists. They've made their mark on the industry, and the industry is better for it. But new shapes like the bendable LG G Flex and curved Samsung Round show us that design continues to evolve with technology. As this evolution continues, what shapes the next generation of device design? And with new sensors and new functionality making these devices ever more powerful, how will future user interfaces adapt to control them?
Now, Julie, you've built a pretty big hardware team up there in Redmond for working on Surface pretty much from scratch. What does it take to build a team like that to be competitive this day?
Sure. It wasn't completely from scratch because we had the Surface table that we'd started before, which was a big table for touchscreen computing. So we'd done a lot of work with that team during Windows 7 when we added touch into Windows 7. And when we decided to go forward and make a tablet, we tapped that team to come over, and along with the mouse and keyboard team, and that started the genesis of it. And we had actually quite a few hardware people at Microsoft from Xbox, but we hired from the industry as well. Got quite a good team now, and excited about adding Nokia to the bunch.
Yeah, absolutely.
Now, Jim, at Ford, you guys are designing in the most unique atmosphere and perhaps the most constrained and regulated and liability-ridden atmosphere. You've got to do things to a little different set of constraints than anybody else up here. How does that affect your ability to really express what you think can happen? What can you do to pull sensors along quickly? Because there's always that comparison of the turn cycle of auto versus the turn cycle of CE.
Well, I think you point out the constraints and the challenges. It's certainly great opportunities. We are, in the end, trying to create great experiences, overall great experiences in the vehicle. And a lot of these experiences people have outside of the vehicle, they want to bring in the vehicle, and it's a different environment. The first thing you're supposed to focus is on driving, and so dealing with driver distraction is important. Helping drivers be better drivers, driver performance, improving assisting their ability to perform on the road and so on. So the ability for the vehicle and the user, the driver, to interact in new ways, choosing the right kind of human-machine interface for the right kind of function. Not a single interface is best for every single function. And so the challenges, I'm excited about things like gaze detection, right? So as you look out the window, you can keep your hands on the wheels, eyes on the road, and ask, what's ahead? What is that building? If you look at the use case of navigation, we navigate from point A to point B, but really I want to get to a building, a location, an address, and I can't be looking at addresses all the time. It's much easier if you say that's the building, right? So it will be a combination of sensing. Gaze detection is great. Heads-up displays are great opportunities to keep your eyes on the road. So a combination of mashing all those things together and using the right interface for the right situation.
Now, as we look at the array of products that your companies and others represent, there is the possibility that they can collapse into a few devices, that I don't need a car and a phone and a wearable, all sensing a lot of the same stuff. Motion, some degree of vision, some degree of temperature. Is there a need for a few devices to work in all places? For example, a phone could do much of what you're saying in the car, not all of it, perhaps not as elegantly, and could also do what the Shine does. Are we trying to distribute sensor technology into too many buckets at this point, or is that just a factor of the early days?
I'd say it's a factor of the early days that we're trying to make the all-in-one gadget that you keep in your pocket and does everything, and that's not really where it's going to go. You're going to find sensor technology that connects together through devices, and the simplicity of the form factor is going to be more and more important over time. And the magic of the form factor, I think, starts out when it's a special purpose device. Like the first time I held a Kindle, It felt so magical to me that there was paper on the screen. But over time, you add more and more capabilities, and it becomes more functional, but loses some of the magic. And so I think we're going to find sensors in all kinds of things, and then you're going to get access to the data and information from those sensors through the cloud, through the internet, onto the device that you're using at the time when you care about. But it's really about finding the problems to solve and the most elegant way to solve the problem.
I think if I could add, I'd draw a parallel to applications, apps on phones and so on. We don't need every single app in the vehicle itself. And a strategy we've taken with AppLink and leveraging the smartphone and connected devices is, hey, if Pandora is working great on your phone, all we need to do is add the right elements that make it work in our environment. We don't need to replace it. We don't need to have it actually run in the vehicle. Just let it continue to run on the phone, voice enable it, use some of the buttons in the vehicles, and leave it where it is. So leveraging those kinds of things in the different area that they are, if it's on the phone or if it's in another device, and embracing that, and certainly standards and things are going to help us do that.
Well, and that's a really key point. I mean, to realize this concept of distributed sensing and things working together, we can't have islands of data. We can't have people building data silos out of proprietary products. We actually have to have interoperability between these devices, or else the consumer is going to have one thing that does this and one thing that does that and one thing that does this, and they don't talk to each other, and that's going to be a crime. I mean, the promise here is that you actually have a number of devices that all do something better together, so it's 1 + 1 is 3. And if we don't stop these proprietary data islands, we're going to have a big problem.
And if I'd add to that is ecosystems as well, too. We have to be agnostic to the phone that's brought into the vehicle. If it's an Android phone, if it's a Windows phone, if it's an iOS-based phone, and so on, we have to make sure that our customer has a great experience with that. And so if my calendar is on Outlook and I have an iPhone and, I'm using Gmail, how does it still work just as well as if I'm totally in a Google system or totally in a Microsoft ecosystem?
Is there any progress toward that front, Mike? I mean, we've got Bluetooth LE, of course, that allows these devices to interconnect pretty easily, but then when we're talking about the actual data they're exchanging, there doesn't really seem to be any standards there yet.
Not yet, and something I think as an industry we have to attack, and I think it's up to us to be proactive about that, because it's the consumer that loses if every one of their devices they have has its own web portal with data that can't be shared between them. And it's something at Intel we're agnostic, operating system, device, whatever. We think open standards are good, and it's something that we intend to be an advocate for.
Oh, I want to ask you, Sonny, because you've got an interesting design ethic first in the Shine. As we're talking about device design, what are just a couple of quick lessons you learned that told you design had to come first? Because your device does, in theory, what a lot of others do in basic practice, but it doesn't look like them. Why is that so important?
Well, when we first looked at the wearable space, we felt like this space was in many ways a misnomer. Many of these wearable products were not that wearable, not because you couldn't wear it in the able sense, but you wouldn't. and so we said, well, and there was a kind of analogy to the pharmaceutical world and the medical devices world where I came from, where the top problem with many drugs is that you don't take them, not because they don't work or whatnot. And so same thing with sensors, nothing more useless than a really accurate sensor that measures all the stuff that you don't use. So we said, okay, let's get people to wear stuff first. And then let's force the invention needed to, this is not a lot of space to put sensors and wireless communication, all that stuff. But we said, let's figure out what people would wear, and then let's put the electronics and sensors in it. And in fact, this sounds a little weird, but we almost didn't have a sensor in it because we couldn't fit it in. So it was just going to light up every time you touched it to kind of inspire you to be more active. And then we said, we probably shouldn't do that. So.
And why was metal so important? That would seem to be trivial, especially in this age of all kinds of advanced plastics and other finishes that are no longer seen as cheap. They're seen as elegant in this modern age. Yeah. You went back to metal.
Nothing wrong with plastic. I think it's just not really part of the wearing vocabulary of a lot of people, especially women, I think. Cashmere, fur, leather, ceramics, gold, precious stones. Those are the things that I think people like to wear, not plastic and rubber. And so we started by thinking, okay, let's set that aside and let's start with materials that aren't just strong or perceived as not cheap, but things that you would actually just want to wear, where there was where it felt good wearing it, and you would not feel weird wearing it. Something that you could wear on your jacket just as well as to a swimming party or whatever.
Now, Mike, can we look a little further down the road, maybe, with components continuing to be miniaturized and looking at flexible displays and flexible batteries? What is the future of wearable devices going to look like?
Yeah, a couple thoughts. I mean, first of all, I'm a believer that many wearables don't need displays. That it's a convention, it's a way of thinking that we brought from computing, traditional computing, and we need to rethink the way we interact with these devices. If there's enough sensing and enough other ways of input, the display actually goes away, and I think makes wearables look a lot better. The other thing that's interesting, though, we have Intel, our technology, the 22 nanometer. Means what's it mean, right? We are producing transistors and chips that are so small. We're already at the point where you can build tiny things with it. Where we're limited is the battery life. I think the biggest thing holding back true adoption of these devices is the battery life when you want to have a small form factor device, and there's really been no big advancement in years. So this is something where we need a lot of work to go make that next big leap. For a while it was fuel cells that sort of died out.
Julie, tablets all look alike, if I can be blunt. Is that a problem, or does that just get a lot of needless differentiation out of the way and let the function shine more in the market?
I think their tablets, a lot of them do look alike. Squares of plastic, they have things on the side you click on, but not all of them look alike. I think the form is very important, how it feels, the way it's distributed, thinking through, like some of the things we did with Surface to think about how the kickstand comes out and the viewing angles that you could sit at for the different heights of different people, what it feels like to hold, what orientation you're going to be using it in when you change orientations. There's a lot of detail that can go into the design doesn't have to be just a bigger phone, which a lot of them are, and they look a lot alike. And I think Surface has had some impact on the design of some of the other devices that you're seeing at the show. We're really excited about that.
And how important is design language in defining a family of devices?
Well, one of the things we did when we started the hardware team at Microsoft is it wasn't just the Surface hardware team. It wasn't just about hiring great hardware engineers. It was also bringing together the software, services, and hardware into a full end-to-end package. And so design of Windows 8 and design of Surface happened together. So Surface could be a stage for the Windows 8 device. So thumbing in from the side or swiping up from the top, all of the precision around the edges of the touch screen, all those things had to be worked through. The orientation being set up for high-definition television rather than regular television was also a design element from the software that went into the hardware design. And so that's really how we've been focusing on it being an end-to-end, sort of starting from the metal all the way up to the full package of how the product feels, and really focusing on the end result of the product.
Jim, a lot of the things that happen in a car, the conventions in a car of the controls, are very tactile and not sense-driven. Knobs, slide, touch ribbons, all kinds of things that you could imagine replacing a lot of what's in the car with sensors that are just responding to gesture or just knowing what I need next. But does that change the language, the design language that Tim mentions of cars in general too radically too soon? Do you have to proceed rather gradually there?
Well, we have a wide group of customers as well too.
Yeah, different levels of tech
right.
expertise.
And for me, it's how do you define what's intuitive, right? And certainly the consumer electronics industry and what people are used to with handsets and tablet devices and so on is influencing what's intuitive in the future. But that doesn't necessarily automatically mean it's the right sort of interface in the vehicle. But we are definitely seeing with the amount of features and capabilities we can create in the vehicle, the experiences that we can create, we have to have an intuitive interface that people can learn very quickly. They can get what they want very quickly and can work across a wide range of consumers from new young folks that are used to playing video games and so on to folks that are 60, 70-year-old that just want very, very simple kind of interfaces. So,
in other words, you can't throw out the blue to red coded heat knob all that soon, right?
That's right. That's right.
I mean,
well,
that's a certain convention.
I think that's a great discussion too. Is in terms of when you look at volume control, rotary knobs versus sliders versus capacitive touch versus push, push, push.
Tuning is an example, one that we talk about all the time. If you've got Sirius satellite radio with hundreds of radio stations and you're at channel 1, you want to get to channel 100.
It's a long trip.
You know, when you think about how you can flip through very quickly and yet still accurately, then it says it's a different kind of interface than maybe a capacitive touch or touchless. We're also on the road as well too. We're vibration and so on, and so we, you know, the ability to have very accurate touches and so on is harder to do. So have to factor all those in our environment.
Now, regardless of the design parameters and all these different concerns you've seen here, the heart of the sensor-based era is absolutely based on how it changes the data that's in play and the service that arise from that. Let's take a look at that.
Sensor-based technology turns the user into one big data port, and data drives services. Two major shifts are coming to them. First, passive monitoring. You don't need to consciously do anything to feed sensor-based technology information about you. From the band that harvests your activity, even when you sleep, to glassware worn by someone else noticing you, to the smartphone with voice recognition always on in the background. New services will be built beyond intentional preferences, clicks, and likes, and when done right, could seem like magic. Then there's physical state. Your physical condition has seldom been part of the data set about you, but it will be. Fitness, activity level, health, even mental state can be divined, or at least roughly guessed, by tomorrow's services. It would be nice to only see ads for cold medicine when you're actually sick. But will it be nice or eerie to see them when you're getting sick and didn't know it yet, but some service did? And all of this moves privacy concerns to a new level. Only about a third of internet users today profess concern about wearables and privacy, but this is at a time when many of them don't know the hardware and platforms. More broadly, as these sensor-based services become ubiquitous, it might become harder to not share what they say about you. Your employer's healthcare plan may offer a discount for sharing your fitness band data, or a less positive note in your profile for declining to do so. And as home sensors come to critical mass, perhaps they become required, as smart utility meters have been in some areas, creating smarter regional resource usage, but perhaps denying personal preferences that are wasteful. Will users ever warm up to passive monitoring? Is physical state a bridge too far when it comes to information sharing? And can all these services really solve problems, or just present more information?
So Mike, we talked about this a little bit before, about the need to be able to share data between these devices. How exactly would that work? I mean, would we be talking about an extension to Android, for example, that's providing connectivity for all these devices, or should they be able to connect to each other directly? Should it be an online-based service that they're connecting to? We've seen Apple with the M7 providing some basic level of integrated functionality with the iPhone 5S, but where does it make sense for this data to live, and how should it get there?
Yeah, you know, it's one of the controversial questions. And even when you talk about wearables, there's the camp that says all the wearables should be tethered devices to a phone. You know, I personally think that more of the devices need to be standalone, because it's part of the user experience. If the first thing you have to do is take the thing out of the box and pair it and connect it and make sure you have the right profile and this and that and the other thing, you're going to get some number of returns just based upon the fact that it's not brain dead simple. Now, there are some devices that have to be paired, right? The data set itself, I mean, there's two things you're talking about. You could be talking about physically, how do they connect? And then even if we say they're on the same Wi-Fi network, how do I know what you are and what format your data comes in? So there needs to be not only standards for, you know, maybe we use existing standards for physical connectivity, but then how do you discover devices and discover capabilities and discover data formats and things? There are already some industry standards for doing this. Apple calls it Bonjour. There's a few others in the market that are very good at doing discovery, device discovery and protocol discovery and things like that. I think what we have to do, though, is figure out how, for each of these devices, we define what that data exchange format looks like.
Are there any standards bodies that are kind of coming up to?
You know, I'm not sure I can talk a lot about it, but we've been approached by a few very large standards bodies to start collaborating to put these kind of things together, because they see, as we show the promise of how all these sensor networks are going to make life better in cities and all, we're going to have a mess if it just generates a lot of data that you can't do anything with.
Absolutely.
Julie, there's no one that Microsoft's not talking to. What can you tell us on this front? Maybe you'll leak where Mike didn't.
Well, I just saw a really interesting product earlier today called Live Home that does some of this for you around sharing your videos and photographs. So, in your home, you have this basically your own personal mobile server. So whatever device you're using, everything's relaying back and letting you know where everything else is. So you don't have to think about what device you're using, but you get access to all the data and your photos and videos, no matter where they are. And so there's things like that. There's services like Microsoft ID, where all those things come with you with your device. There's lots of things out there. There isn't anything that's industry-wide in the standards bodies world, but I know there's lots of work going on in that area.
Let me see a quick show of hands in the room. How many of you are in any way employed in the advertising or media industries? Let's see these hands. Okay, so there's your room. They came to this panel because they want to get their hands on the data that all of you are going to be harvesting.
And we're
How
trying
will
to
they
prevent
get
this. Well, we're trying to prevent it to some extent, right? I mean, I think that personal ensuring people's privacy of that data is very important. I think that people should be able to share it if they want to, and in fact, maybe you should be able to monetize your own data. I think that's very important. But by default, these wearable devices, security has to be job one. We're talking about health information that can be used against people. We're talking about very personal information, and at the foundation of this hardware, you have to have a foundation of hardware-level security before you start building these devices, I believe.
Especially when you're talking about people's health.
Yes.
And really personal information. And keeping that very private and under the control of the individual is really super important. Although I do believe they should be able to exchange that in return for other benefits if they want to, but it has to be their choice.
I think keeping consumers at the center of it is really important. How do we help consumers gather the data and monetize the data and create value for them? Right? It is their data. If they choose not to share it for value and benefit, that's their choice, right? And if they choose to share it for new experiences and so on, so be it. They get the better experiences. But it's kind of turning it into the real data bank, right? Put some value on it and let them spend it if they choose to spend it.
Sonny, on the Shine, is there any way now or envisioned that any partners can access that data, anonymized or otherwise, aggregated?
Yeah, absolutely. In the wearables world, I think many of us device makers are enabling open web APIs. But they're actually those things are quite limited in many ways because it requires an internet connection. It requires me to use, a certain app as opposed to the app that I really wanted. And so I think one of the things that we might see happening is devices connecting directly to apps as opposed to having to go through various gateways. Way better user experience. It's just a matter of whether these device makers will be comfortable relinquishing that kind of communication control. And I think hopefully the consumer will win out in this, and that we will make this more available. So that's one of the things we're going to do with Shine is enable people to communicate directly from Shine to their app as opposed to having to go through ours or whatnot.
And in a market where people are excited about new hardware, how do you get people excited about new services that extend the existing hardware they've already got?
I think, we were talking about wearables earlier today, and I really think the killer use cases for wearables, which I think will be primarily delivered through services, have not really been uncovered yet. On the smartphone, I can't even remember the day when I couldn't make a phone call from my car or send email on the go. It seems almost unimaginable that there was such a day, and it was only 15 years ago, right? And I'm excited to find out what similar killer use cases will be that may only be possible in a wearable context. What those cases will be, which ones will be uncovered over the next, say, 2 to 3 years. And I believe there's probably 2 or 3 of those really killer use cases. And I don't know if sensing your activity or heart rate, whatever, is one of them, Yeah, and so we'll see.
You talked with me earlier about a couple of things you do think could be killer use cases, like access control.
Access control, wearable data, wearable identity and payments could be interesting. I don't know if it's killer. Well, let's see.
Yeah.
But hey, if I had a sensor that could predict a heart attack or a major cardiac event 4 hours ahead of time, okay, I wouldn't say killer, but
not if it works right.
Not if it works right? So, but that's the idea. Okay, that's a pretty cool use case. That's an amazing use case of life changing, that kind of thing. I wonder what the other ones would be. Getting text messages on my watch? Not sure, maybe. Maybe I don't want that.
I think authentication is an undervalued one.
Yeah.
Like just knowing who you are and not having that extra problem of like typing in your PIN. You see that with the iPhone now, being able to put your thumb there. It's changed my family's life to have it gesture and face recognition on the Xbox. Not having to use the remote anymore, having it know who I am, saying hi Julie when I sit down in front of the TV. It just changes the way you think about interacting with technology.
It's like what the
it's really important. Oh, sorry.
Well, I was just saying, it's kind of like what the Magic Band did for Disney, where it's this very simple device. I mean, unfortunately, it's only usable 5 days out of the year. But if we had something like that, for the rest of the year.
Yeah, true biometric authentication, I do think is really it's going to be big. It has to be spoof-proof, though. I mean, it can't be 95% accurate if people are going to rely upon it for banking and things like that.
Or to start your car, to open your house, or do anything like that.
Yeah,
it has to really be you.
Environments.
Yeah, you're seeing some startups doing that, like BioNim, where they do the heart rate monitoring authentication, where I guess your heart produces a unique signature, and then they use that as a fingerprint as opposed to your fingerprint.
It's pretty accurate, but not quite enough yet. And then people start talking about multi-factor. Well, then when does it become a bigger hassle to do that than just type a password? I mean, but technology is getting there.
When we talk about sensor-based computing on wearable devices, usually we're talking about glorified pedometer stuff, maybe heart rate. On the automotive space, though, there's certainly a lot of opportunities for services and data based on driver habits and that kind of thing. Can you give me some idea of what you're looking into it for?
I think we're really excited about anticipating this idea of predictive search and so on, and anticipating what you need and presenting to you at the right point in time. Again, this focus on driving and driver distraction and making sure that we're keeping you focused on the road. If we can anticipate the best thing or the next thing you're going to need and present it to you in a very simple way by sensing, whether it's sensing information about you by looking at your calendar or whatever, it's going to make the experience much better, and it's going to make that proverbial magical experience that people are going to say, I want to have it. This thing, my car helps me have a better life.
Are you guys looking into any alternate forms of authentication? I mean, we still have a glorified key. Even if you don't actually put it in the ignition anymore, you still have a key.
It is very, very high on our list, but again, it has to be extremely, extremely accurate in the car as well, too. There is a lot of personalization that people want to do in their car, and they want to do more. When I get in the car, I like my settings. My wife likes her settings, not only just simple things like the seat settings, but if I have destinations I go to often and so on, I want it set up for me. If I have other kinds of setup in the vehicle, I want it set up for me. And again, putting in a number, a PIN, and so on to get all those kinds of things, is just, people aren't just going to use it. They do want to go from point A to point B and get it as simple as possible. Whether it's facial recognition and making sure that works, whether it's some of these other biometric kinds of sensing. We do have a pretty harsh environment, and so we've got to make sure it's extremely robust. But we're looking at all those kinds of things. So some of the things that come out of Connect in terms of the body structure and so on, differences. We don't have to worry about sorting out 10,000 different people. Half a dozen would be probably just fine. But again, it has to be very accurate for us.
Is some of that accuracy that I'm hearing both in authentication and some other really critical, really perhaps killer applications, does that need the hardware to move and the services that are grabbing that data, do they need to have a higher bit rate, a higher bandwidth, a higher richness of data than we're able to throw off these devices now? Or is that not a hurdle? Are we getting enough data thrown off of these at high resolution? Is that a problem?
I think so. I mean, actually, I think, to some extent, it's not the... I mean, we do need probably some better sensors. I'm not sure whether it's accuracy or just the ability to differentiate through noise better, to provide an
signal to noise ratio.
Yeah, to get a better
processing.
SNR in an environment that may not be. And that may be not literally be noise. It may literally be you want to see through skin clearer. You need to do something when there's more opacity. It has to work for everyone's skin tone. I mean, there's lots of different ways to look at it. We have the compute power to be able to do some wild things if we can get the raw data to use it, to use the compute power on.
So perhaps more a matter of filtering data than getting more of it.
I'd say that's probably true.
Okay.
Hopefully that is true, because getting more data, more resolution means more power, more energy, and I agree. I mean, that's totally the most difficult, one of the biggest barriers for all of us wearables makers, power. I mean, wearability design and making sure you don't look like a dork when you wear it is, okay, that's important. Okay,
Job one.
We're working on that. But the second, and like a very close second, is power management. I mean, one of the biggest complaints in our corner of the world was having to charge stuff, having to, if you lose your cable, and that was just a big annoyance. So that's what we try to do is just let's not ask people to charge things. So that's one of our commitments: make wearable products that you don't have to charge, that you can just use. If you think back to the 70s, there were 3 things that you never had to charge: your computer, tablet, and your phone. And now we have more chargers than ever in this wireless world. And
you may have the only product on the show floor that doesn't need charging. Congratulations. It uses a battery. I forgot about batteries. Grief.
You mentioned the services aspect. I think adding in machine learning and crowdsourcing to these devices is a huge part of filtering the data and figuring out what the data means and how you can make that applicable to someone. It's not just your heart rate, but your heart rate compared with other people of your age doing the same kinds of activities you're doing and where you fall in that range. They're just starting. We don't have enough users of that sort of thing today yet to really be able to do as much as we can do and find those really sweet spot scenarios that people really care about, that really resonate with them and part of their lives.
Now we're getting well into our conversation here. I want to invite anyone who has questions to, where's Allison? She's got the microphone and she's going to be, here she is, right in the middle of the hall. Allison from CNET is going to be able to come to you with the microphone if you have questions. We'll get to those here in just a moment. So let's get a few of those teed up. It's a rare chance you're going to have this diversity and expertise of a panel in one place.
Now, Mike, you mentioned higher definition sensors, but are there any new sensors that you'd like to see in devices? I mean, I remember when it was interesting when your phone had a gyroscope, but now phones have barometric sensors and temperatures and humidity. It's kind of overwhelming, but is there anything new that you think we should have in our devices?
Well, I tell you, I don't think we're really taking advantage of the sensors that are in there today. I mean, we, in the latest Intel chips for phones, we have something we call sensor hubs. It's basically just like what Apple did with the separate bolt-on part. Ours is actually built into the main processor. And it's amazing from the sort of 4 or 5 basic sensors that we have today. With the right software algorithms, I can tell you stuff that you would have no idea how I guessed it. And it's a lot of work. I mean, it's crazy math that I don't pretend to understand all of it. But I don't think we've actually fully taken advantage of that yet. And it gets back to we have to have a low enough power mode where the sensors are always running. Because if it only runs every 5 or 10 minutes, it doesn't have enough accuracy to really give you interesting information. And I think we're finally getting there as well.
Great. All right, I think we might have a question in the audience. Let's tee someone up. Give us your name and who you're with, what you do here. What are you at CES for?
We host the wearable fashion show in Calgary, Canada. My wife and I just got our genome sequence, and I'm wondering if there's been any research from wearables technology to compare, your epigenetics or the data of your life against your genome to figure out what your best eating regimen or exercise regimen might be. When we're talking about data, I mean, there's a huge data set in our genome that would be...
It's already in you.
Yeah, exactly.
It doesn't need to be harvested. You're carrying it around. Anyone know about any intersections in that area?
Would that require a device, or would that simply be a service of some sort?
Sounds like a cool startup idea.
All right. You just give Sonny an idea.
Take that and get some
That's
VC.
a buzzword. Big data, blah, blah.
Big data, genome, sensing.
Figuring out the food you eat is hard. There's a product, I don't remember the name of it, that's doing that. So it'll, try to figure it out, but knowing what portions you have in front of you and how many calories it is, that's a problem that's been tried to be solved for a long time. It's very hard.
That in itself, yeah. We have another question right here.
Because I say the pie is only this big.
I guess that would also be a data filtering question. Let's go to the next lady we have here.
Hi there.
Next gentleman here.
Hi there. One of the things I've noticed with all the proliferation of apps and all the rollout and adoption rate being very high of the technology is that bandwidth is getting harder to come by. There's dead spots. There's little bits of data you can get. Have you thought much about like bandwidth sharing? Let's say there's 10 people in this area here and they all have some aggregate amount of bandwidth that they're able to get that they're not using, and I'm in their area and I need a little more. How can you guys figure out some kind of topology or mesh networking that helps share available bandwidth so the ones with the need get the bandwidth when they need it, and then the ones that are idle kind of give it up for that time frame? It would certainly help these data-hungry apps perform better.
Any bandwidth availability intersections with the kind of sensor devices we're talking about, or is it all local personal area network?
Well, I mean, to his question, I'd actually argue that the current pricing models for all-you-can-eat data plans are assuming you don't do that, right? Because, I mean, if in fact you can start brokering unused data, I mean, you can see where you could really
kind of remnant data.
Yeah, you could really rapidly fill up, you know, the pricing models are based upon some amount of people not using what they're paying for, right? So I'm not sure the carriers would be all that happy if you started to do that. I mean, could you do it? Sure. I mean, it's just a matter of engineering, right? But I think you would really take some changes in the way we in the U.S. pay for our data plans to really make this something that would fly.
We have another question in the center of the hall. This lady's been waiting patiently.
I'm Skylar. I'm 13 years old, and I was wondering if someone has a device that's providing sensor data, and maybe they want to compare their data, but they don't want to share it. How would that work? And also, what are the privacy implications of having these always-on sensors that are constantly providing information that someone may not want to share?
That's a great question.
Didn't mean to call you lady, Skylar. Thank you for your forbearance. The lights are right in my eyes.
Sonny, do you have any insight into a safe way to socially share your data?
You know, there's a lot of, you know what's interesting? I heard a story from, I think it was the CEO of Lose It, where he was talking about how there's, you want to share your data with different types of people, not necessarily your friends. So there was an interesting story where people did not want to share their data about how much that they're trying to lose weight with their friends. They just wanted their friends to compliment them that they lost weight, but they wanted to lose weight with people that were trying to lose the same amount of weight, same kind of background. And so I think it's tricky. You don't always want to share this data. Sometimes there's a privacy thing, and sometimes you really do want to share it. So it's not. I don't think it's just about privacy. I think maybe it's selective privacy.
Is a solution like we see in Facebook with lists of trusted friends, is that a good enough solution, or does there need to be something more advanced here?
You know,
shake their head no.
Yeah.
Well, we actually have some work going on in this area around anonymization of data, because to make a lot of the stuff work that we talked about, you want to have crowdsourced data. You want people to be able to share their data. Perhaps they get some monetary return for it, but you have to ensure that privacy. So you could actually think of a trusted data anonymization bank as a company that is able to take in data, assure privacy, and then help do the comparisons and give the results without giving personal information. I think that's actually something that's not too far off.
And Julie, there's actually been a lot of talk about that with the Xbox One, because the Kinect is always watching you and always monitoring you.
Right, but it's not sending anything back.
Okay,
it's
so
just keeping track of what you're doing with the device. It's not sending anything back over that's personally identifiable information. But I was surprised that for a 13-year-old to be worried about privacy, because my son seems to be Snapchatting everything that he does. He's 13. So maybe I should have you talk with him about
Your generation was supposed to have forgotten what privacy is.
Until they try to get into college.
All right, folks. We have one question? Allison's got one left. You get to have the last word, sir. Tell us who you are and what you're doing here at CES first.
Yeah, hi, I'm Shishir. I work with a company called Mobility 360 based out of Hong Kong. So the question is, we have got various sources of data. One is the sales level data coming from the CRM system of the company, what is a consumer purchasing. Other is a lot of the social media data, which is on Facebook, about the interest of a consumer. Plus this variable data getting shared with friends on Facebook. So how can a marketer bring all these together to suggest the right product or service for the consumer? How can all this data, the big data, come together in terms of right marketing activities or advertising activities?
So how do we define basically a globe of data around an individual, including wearable data and fitness data, plus social data, plus me saying, I'm happy today on Facebook, that kind of thing? Is there
plus
any
the CRM data, the sales data also, the credit card data. So how can all this be brought together for better marketing programs? So what are the group's thoughts on that?
I think we should end with a small question to make this easy, right? Thank you. Thoughts?
Or should we not even go there?
I mean, honestly, my group is working on the technology and the gadgets. I do think this is something we're going to have to worry. I mean, it's the next level up, right? Once you get all this data, I do think it's important, again, not only do we need to figure out, the things that are generating this data, how much do they send back or how much do they process? There's the distribution of the data. Then once it comes back, how do you put it together and make sense of it? I mean, we're doing a lot to create data, but then to your point, I mean, how do you make it useful?
Well, sir, I think next year we'll have someone from the NSA on the panel making answers.
There already was.
Yes.
You just didn't know it.
Hey. All right. I want to thank all of our panelists, Julie Austin-Green from Microsoft, Jim Mikowski from Ford, Mike Bell from Intel, and Sonny Boo from Misfit. Thank you very much for joining us.
Let's have a hand for our panelists. Okay, everybody, now, still coming up, you don't want to miss our Smart Home panel. That's coming up Wednesday, tomorrow, 9:30, North Hall 261. New event from CNET, new location, North 261, Smart Homes. If there's a second hottest topic to this one, that's definitely it. Our new show, The Fix, a new how-to palooza, is going to debut 11 o'clock, CNET South Hall booth, and also Cracking Open, Breaking Apart show, which is such a big thing in internet reviews. That's coming out now from us Thursday, 2 o'clock, also at the CNET South Hall booth. Thanks very much for being here. On behalf of Tim Stevens and myself, Brian Cooley, we'll see you next time we dig into the next big thing. Thank you. Thank you.
Thanks for grabbing the water for me.
No problem.
I think it was that powder.
Thank you for having me.
The hell out of me every time I take the video off. Yeah. You end up being a little too wide with those things. Yeah. that down.
Oh,
Yeah.
How's it going, Henry? John Tribini.
Wow.
Your pocket, my friend? Here. Good here.
All right, hello everyone, and welcome back to the CNET stage in the South Hall of the Las Vegas Convention Center and live coverage of CES 2014. I'm Donald Bell, editor with CNET, and here we are in the next 15 minutes focusing on drones. Joining me today is Henry Seydoux, Chairman and Chief Executive Officer of Parrot, and Jason Cherbini, Vice President of Sales and Marketing at 3D Robotics. Welcome. Thanks for joining us today.
Hello.
I have to say right off the bat, out of anything I ever see at CES, the thing that draws everyone's attention immediately, turns everyone into children, are drones. I want to know what you think is going on there, because there's something about drones, even more than any other kind of RC aerial vehicle, that just is mesmerizing to people. Henry, what do you think the magic is here?
I think the magic is flying. And flying is like a dream, and we make flying so easy that a kid of 8 years can take it, and in a minute he knows how to fly. So it's something that is unbelievable, and the technology make it true.
Yeah. And then John, what's been your experience about what the appeal is for people coming to 3D Robotics for the drones?
It's just being able to get a new perspective on all the regular stuff that you've been doing. So, you know, water skiing or snowboarding or whatever, you're able to get a whole new perspective on what you're doing from the air.
And then I think my assumption is both of you are coming to this from different perspectives. What's been, for you, Henry, from Parrot, the first time I heard Parrot, it was through Bluetooth headphones, headset Bluetooth speakers, and then suddenly drones popped up. And it didn't, no one was complaining because they're a lot of fun, but what was the journey for you getting towards this as a product?
So we do technology around the cell phone. We do products with Bluetooth around the cell phone. And one day, like 7 years ago, the company was growing, and I said, okay, now I can do what I dream. And I've seen all those components that you have on a cell phone, the cameras, the accelerometers, and I said, with this, it's so cheap now, I can make toys. So I start to make toys. I make a first one was a car with Bluetooth and a camera. And I give to my son and the prototype, and I did not see in his eyes that, it was something.
Right.
So I say, okay, I have to do more. So I look for something flying, and I found we have to do an helicopter because in the room, in your home, you cannot fly with a plane.
Sure.
So this is how we get into drones. And then it took us 4 years to make the first drone for consumers. And then from there, we get more ideas and more technology, and now we develop drones also for professionals.
That sounds like a lot of fun. And I think you were really, Parrot, the AR drone, I think was one of the first ones I saw here at CES, and the kind of the first kind of commercially available.
Yes, I think for the iPhone, to make it super simple, really like an app. It's not more difficult than an app. You have a button take off, and it take off. So this is what we like, on the technology of today, that you can hide things very complex into intuitive things.
All right, and now John, you're coming from another perspective here. I know a lot of the 3D robotics rigs are meant for more of a professional user. What got everything started off? What's the inspiration behind it?
We started, it's very similar. So in 2009, we started off making autopilots that flew primarily fixed-wing airplanes, and then started moving into new technologies that we're able to leverage from the cell phone revolution and the accelerometers and gyroscopes and barometers and GPS, and started moving the code that we use into controlling multi-rotors for 4 motors, 6 motors, 8 motors, 12 motors. And that's really been the progression, is starting off, very simple infrared-based thermopiles that controlled the aircraft, and moving into these more complex MEMS sensors. And the end goal is ease of use, and Henry and Parrot have done a great job at that, and we aspire to be as easy to use as they are.
And it's easy to get that lost in, like, a lot of what we're talking. We actually just got out of a panel discussion on sensors. It's easy to look at these as toys and not realize how much of this technology is reliant on sensors for the stabilization, for everything. Tell me about your latest product. What's going on that makes this the thing that you guys are showing off this year?
So this is Iris. It's our first kind of foray into the consumer drone market. We have typically been a little bit more in industrial design style, where we're using more aluminum pieces and cut carbon fiber pieces and things like that. But this is our first foray into, injection molded consumer-facing products. And along with this, we've also upgraded our autopilots to a 32-bit platform and 32-bit hardware, and still leveraging the experience that we've had over the last 4 years with our code. So we've actually created a hardware abstraction layer to take our existing stable code and port it over to the new 32-bit hardware platform.
So, but this is for someone who's not fooling around. They really want to have a product that's going to get up and take some, controllable aerial shots.
Yeah,
there's the brushless gimbal down here for moving the camera once it's in the air.
This thing ready to fly is about $800, and so I would say any sports enthusiast or somebody who really enjoys taking pictures from the air, it's very accessible. It obviously goes up from there, but it'll also go down from there eventually as well. So,
all right, now Henry, you've got some very high-end products too, but the one that we're most excited about seeing at CES this year is the smallest quadcopter we've seen from Parrot. Tell us about what you've got.
So what we show here at the CES, what we introduced is the mini drone. So it's really a drone for indoor and for the fun. So this drone roll, but it rolls also on the ceiling. It rolls on the walls, and also it flies. So it's really something that we do for, you know.
Oh, there are lights. Yeah, my kid's all over that, I'm sure. And this kind of gets back to what sounds like your original inspiration of trying to find something fun for your kid as well, too. This is actually, this seems like the top of the list of my 5-year-old's, Christmas
I
list.
think to do things for the kid is difficult. It's a challenge. Don't believe that we do this because we believe it's easy. We do it because we believe it's very difficult. Today, the kids, most of the experience they have of playing is video games. Of course, video games are beautiful. They are very aesthetic and they show the world a world of today. But I want to do something that, for the kids, it is as sophisticated as video games, but on the real world.
Right.
So this is why we get those ideas of those robotics for kids to have fun with the technology of today. On a certain way, you learn. For example, our drones, everything is repairable. So you can find any part, and we put tutorial and videos on the internet. So any kid which is 10 years old can fix the drone, change the part, change the color, and it's a part of the game.
Yeah. And so that gets to another question I had about the hurdles for developing this product. Both of these are some products that have had years of development going into variations and other products that you guys have under your belt. What are the struggles that have happened? What do you see in drones that is kind of the biggest struggle against the category growing more? Is it the perception? Even the word drone kind of sounds like a loaded word. Is it safety concerns? I mean, I see, like you were saying, building something for a child is a lot different process than building something that's going to get up in the air and have a lot of power. What are the struggles?
For us, the safety is very important. We pass all the rules of a toy, so it's legally a toy. So, but for us, what is the biggest difficulty is the technology is going so fast. It's very interesting, but it's like making surf. I don't do surf, but I imagine, to stay on the surf and to ride from the wave to the beach is not easy, So the technology is going fast. New techniques are coming every year.
Right.
So to get the good product at the good time, using the latest technology, for me, is a challenge.
I can imagine too with the competition now, everyone coming out with a product at a different point, maybe being able to pick up on a different wave in the technology.
But I think now the category also is more popular, and I don't think people are afraid by a drone. They are not afraid by robots, and I think they like them.
Now, the customers are different for your products. You're saying this is your consumer product, but this is still a relatively expensive product. This is for someone who, describe your customer, I guess. I won't put words in your mouth.
Like I mentioned earlier, we're really targeting kind of those consumer action-oriented markets of sports photography and taking aerial images from this consumer perspective. We have a ton of other viable applications like mining, construction, agriculture. All of these are things that we're moving into with other platforms. But for Iris here in particular, we're really looking at those action sports photography kind of markets.
Now, I'm assuming both of you have heard about Jeff Bezos' claim about him wanting to have a fleet of drones for product delivery. How much are you buying that as a legitimate proposition for either he or even a smaller business that might want to have a fleet of drones to deliver products?
But when you have new techniques, people don't believe. So when you say maybe tomorrow we will deliver drugs by drones, and so people find it's crazy. But at the end, everything is done, So the question is, I don't know when, but for sure, for some things, like a drug, you have a pain, you want the thing, why not, So it will arrive. Today, the drones, the usage professional, is to collect data. Collect data for mining, for agriculture, so it's making photography, mainly making photography, and then process the photography for different applications. This is the application today for the drone, and there is a lot to do. It's super useful. We have a big hopes and 3D robotics also in agriculture. Because if you can get pictures of your field and every month you see how it grows, how much you have to put chemicals, you can put less chemicals, you can put the chemicals at the right place, you can put less water, you can... So for agriculture, the drones should be a very ecological progress for agriculture. So this is a target for the next years for the company who are in professional drones.
All right, what do you think about the Bezos vision of delivery?
I think he's a little ahead of his time at this point in time, but Henry's right. We are going to get there. I think there are certain ways to create, easements and leverage existing space in cities that we can do this in a safe and reliable way. I think it's just going to be a few more years before we're really able to scale it.
Because you would also have to make a quadcopter that is inexpensive enough to sacrifice, correct? I mean, my mind goes immediately to people trying to shoot them out of the sky, to make off with a package. Or
we will definitely have disposable drones to where it doesn't. You send 100 out to go do a job, and if 80 come back, it's not that big of a deal.
Right. Now that also gets to the point of legal issues, lawsuits. The idea. I mean, with any new technology, people are afraid. I think legitimately, I would be concerned about Amazon drone falling out of the sky and hitting me in the head. I know a lot of people are probably scared about drones because of issues around getting hurt. Is that unfounded? How dangerous are these things at like a commercial scale version of this?
I mean, we always stay under 400 feet within line of sight and away from people and objects. I wouldn't want this guy falling on my head either. Right. But I think from the commercial's perspective that we were touching on earlier is that it's a matter of creating safe zones for these things to travel in, and improving the safety and reliability of the hardware.
All right, and then overall in terms of the formula for the designs, because both of these, I feel like the quadcopter is in a mature state. I mean, I've seen the hexcopters and the other, more rotors, more lift, better cameras. But what's the formula for the whole thing that you guys are honing in on year after year? Is it making it lighter? Is it the battery? Is it the range? Describe to me, if not just one specific thing, what the laundry list of things are that kind of get dialed in.
It's like insects. You have small, teeny bugs. You have large, huge bugs, like planes also. So you don't have a drone for everything. The quadrocopter is certainly the formula, the most modern, because it's very robust and it's easy to manufacture. You don't have mechanical parts, So the quadrocopter, which is a very old idea, the quadrocopter is the oldest idea of the helicopter. It's come from the 1910 or 1912 where they did the first quadrocopter. So the quadrocopter for the helicopter is very good. But if you need to make a lot of pictures and to go into large fields, you need to have wings. So, but the drone is, the nice thing of it, is like the aviation in 1920 or 1910, everything is to do. For example, at Parrot, we like to make wheels and flying because we think it's more funny, but also it has more usage. For example, for delivery. Sometimes you have roads, you can go on the road, and sometimes you cannot, you will fly. I don't know, Yeah. So it's really an open field for imagination.
All right, and then John, what are the things that you're dialing in the most on kind of week to week? Is it getting it lighter? Is it new materials? Is it processor?
Yeah,
sensors?
I would say all of the above. I mean, we've recently moved to this 32-bit autopilot, and we call it a universal autopilot because it is, with one piece of hardware, you are able to control multiple pieces, multiple configurations of hardware. I can control a tricopter, a quadcopter, a hexacopter, an octocopter, a rover, a fixed-wing airplane. So it really does depend on the application that you're looking for as to what platform you would choose. We feel we have an advantage in that, you know, our hardware has enough headroom and has the code that backs it that's able to allow it to operate multiple vehicles. So it's honestly, it really is all of the above. If you're talking agriculture, you're typically talking for larger areas, fixed-wing airplanes. For smaller areas, you can cover them with things like hexas and things like that. But it really depends on the application you're talking about as to what you want to maximize on your on the hardware.
And today the technology is cool. Yeah. You know, maybe drones will be printed. You know, because the electronics, you do the autopilot for everything. So maybe you will choose what you do and you will print your drone.
And this does look like 3D printed material, am I right? Is this?
Those are 3D printed legs.
Yeah, so right. I can imagine getting pretty crazy with these. Well, it sounds like a lot of fun, a lot of work, fun work to be done in making these more interesting year after year. Thank you guys for both joining me today and talking about the magic of drones and quadcopters. All right, we look forward to seeing more projects from these guys, but we'll be back live at the top of the hour with CES In Depth, so stay tuned to CNET's live coverage of CES 2014.
Hi guys, this is Brian Bennett for CNET, and we are at CES 2014, and we're taking a first look at some devices we've seen from Alcatel before. They're available globally, but we're actually finding out that these two devices are coming to the Canadian market. The first device here is the Alcatel One Touch Idol X, and the other is the One Touch Idol Mini. So the Idol X has an octa-core processor. It's much faster. It's has a lot of horsepower to power through its Android Jelly Bean software. On the other hand, the Idol Mini has a dual-core processor, which isn't as fast, but you get some of the compact styling and more pocketability that the Idol X doesn't have. Now, we've seen these devices at other shows like Mobile World Congress before, and they're also available globally right now, but they're coming to the Canadian market within the next few months. As far as pricing goes, we don't know how much they'll cost, but we do know that they're mid-tier products, which will be relatively affordable, so hopefully will not break your bank or bust your budget. I'm Brian Bennett for CNET, and we've just taken a look at two new phones from Alcatel at CES 2014.
Hi, I'm Rich Brown for CNET here at CES with the Belkin Wemo LED bulb. So this is a new LED bulb from Belkin that's tied into the Wemo home automation network that Belkin has rolled out to a couple products now. The light bulbs are new, as is this kit. They're sold as standalone products. You get the bulbs for $39.99, or the kit with the bridge and two bulbs for $129. The idea is that you set these bulbs up on your home network, and then you control them through your smartphone. And the kit has a lot of programming options, so you can put them on a timer, you can program them to turn on when you get home, that kind of thing. This is a good sign that Belkin is expanding its Wemo network and ensures it stays competitive with other home automation suites out there. So I'm Rich Brown, this is the Belkin Wemo LED kit.
Hey everyone, I'm Jessica Delcourt for CNET here at CES 2014 in Las Vegas. This is our first look at the Alcatel One Touch Idol X Plus. This is a new phone that updates the One Touch Idol X device. It's about the same size phone, 5-inch 1080p HD screen. What's different about this one is what's inside. There is a 2 GHz octa-core MediaTek processor. As for the other specs, you've got Android 4.2 Jelly Bean running the show, but it will be upgradable to Android 4.4 KitKat. On the front, you've got a 2-megapixel camera that is capable of capturing 1080p HD video, and on the back, you have a 13.1 megapixel camera with flash. This device here is dual SIM. You press pretty hard on the sides to open up the SIM card slots, but then after that, it is very easy to close. In addition to upgrading the processor, Alcatel has also done a lot of work with internal sound. You've got dual speakers here, and in our demo, the phone did sound very loud. As for the look and feel, this phone will come in 3 different colors. There's this black version, there will also be white and a sort of silver version. Phone feels pretty good in my hands. Alcatel is known for pretty nice design for a very low price point. We can expect to see this sort of in the $300 range, I'm guessing, off contract. One thing to note is that there is no LTE. It is HSPAA Plus compatible. This phone is already available in China. You can expect to see it coming to other markets worldwide in February. Look for it in the US in late 2014. For CNET, I'm Jessica Delcourt. You can catch all of our CES news at cnet.com.
At a preview event for the Consumer Electronics Show in Las Vegas, new tech was flying, leaping, and lighting up. The LG G Flex offers a glimpse at the shape of smartphones to come, curves.
So it's the world's first curved, flexible smartphone. If you're holding it to your face, it contours your face, brings that mic a little bit closer to you, giving you a better sound experience. Also, it fits in the palm of your hand.
The possibilities of what we can do with our smartphones continues to grow. This is the Jumping Sumo, which can be controlled from your mobile phone or tablet. It may be a small robot, but it's robust and can leap 2.5 feet into the air. And like a cat that always lands on its feet, the Sumo always lands on its wheels. The mobile QWERTY turns the traditional keyboard on end.
A full QWERTY keyboard has been split and rotated so that I've still got it underneath both hands. True Grip is a handheld Bluetooth mouse and keyboard. I don't need to find a surface where I can use my keyboard.
Wearable tech is a star attraction this year. Designed for athletes, the Reebok Check Light is a sensor device that fits into a skull cap and detects impact and possible head injuries.
It's a 3-light LED system. It's a green for on and functioning, yellow for moderate impact, and red for more severe.
There are plenty of wearables that tell you how active you are. June does something different. It tracks your exposure to the sun, and depending on your skin type, it'll tell you when to get out of the sun and when to break out the sunscreen. And finally, technology that really shines. Smart Charge is an LED bulb with a built-in rechargeable battery.
I'll cut the power, your whole house goes dark, but a Smart Charge bulb remains on.
Now that's a bright idea. In Las Vegas, I'm Sumi Das, CNET for CBS News.
Hey everyone, I'm Jessica Delcourt for CNET here at CES 2014 in Las Vegas, where I'm taking a first look at the very large Samsung Galaxy Note Pro. This is definitely part of the Galaxy Note line, as you can tell by the stylus that slides out from its little cubbyhole, and also by the leather-like backing and the stitching here around the side that is molded. It's actually plastic, but it does have a soft touch finish. That's really important when you've got a device this big that you need to grab without it slipping between your fingers. This is definitely a two-handed device. The Galaxy Note Pro comes in black and white colors. As for the screen, this is 12.2 whopping inches of LCD with a resolution of 2560 by 1600 pixels. That is a 4 million pixel haul. That's going to make it very bright and clear. However, the smaller versions of the Pro series that don't have styluses, the 10.1 and 8.4 inch screen versions, will have even sharper resolutions. One of the first things that you're going to notice is the brand new layout. Samsung is calling this the Magazine UX. So everything you saw before on previous notes is gone. Instead, you have this sort of 3-tile home screen situation where it's divided into your personal screen, your productivity and working screen, and then your social networking screen. Everything is customizable. You can get rid of 2 of the screens if you really want to, but you've got to have at least one. Samsung has really tried to amp up productivity for this device and the other tablets on the Pro line. For example, you've got some office productivity apps, you've got the multitasking. On this large screen format, you can open up to 4 app windows at a time, and you can open up 2 instances of the same app. So you've got a calendar, and you want to drag and drop or look at different days on the calendar, you can do that. Another cool feature, and probably one of my favorites from the short time that I've had with the device so far, is the virtual keyboard, which looks a lot like the desktop keyboard. You've got tab and control buttons, you can use shortcuts, and there's a very, very slight bit of haptic feedback if you're the kind of person who likes to know when you've pressed a key. For a closer look at some of the apps, you've got Microsoft Office Suite, you've got Remote PC, so you can file share with different files that are on your computer, wherever that happens to be. You also have some Samsung apps like eMeeting, and you've got WebEx support. In addition, there are preloaded apps like Evernote, Dropbox, Bloomberg Business Week, the New York Times, and a bunch more. This is an Android device running 4.4 KitKat right out of the box, so it is nice and up to date. There's an 8 megapixel camera on the back and a 2 megapixel camera on the front. It is LTE supported. There's also 3G support. So there are some regions that don't have LTE, you'll be using 3G, but it is connected. In terms of storage, you'll have 32 gigabyte and 64 gigabyte versions with a micro SD card slot that will take up to 64 gigabytes in external storage. There are also 3 gigabytes of RAM on here. Underneath the hood, you've got a 2.3 gigahertz quad-core Qualcomm Snapdragon 800 processor, which again could vary by region. We don't have any prices or pinpointed availability yet. However, you should look for this device to come out in its first market in Q1. Samsung is definitely going pro with this. That means there's going to be a very premium price tag for this tablet. Samsung is trying to get you to even more put aside the laptop and use a very high-end tablet that can handle productivity, not just watching videos and playing games, although you can certainly do this on the Pro lines too. I'm Jessica Dalcourt for CNET. This has been your first look from CES of the Samsung Galaxy Note Pro.
Hey everyone, this is Eric Franklin at CES 2014, and today I'm taking a first look at the Samsung Galaxy Tab Pro. It comes in 3 different sizes, that's 12.2 inch, 8.4 inch, and a 10.1 inch version. Each tablet features a 2560 by 1600 resolution screen, but the biggest feature, the biggest new feature, is the new Magazine UX interface. This is a more graphical interface than we're used to and kind of brings widgets and stuff you're likely to use more to the forefront. Multi-window is supported on each tablet, however the 8.4 inch and 10.1 inch versions can only show 2 concurrent apps, while the 12.2 inch version can show up to 4 concurrent apps. Look for the Galaxy Tab Pro in the first quarter of 2014. There are no prices yet, but stay tuned to CNET for more information on the Samsung Galaxy Tab Pro. Once again, I'm Eric Franklin, and this has been a first look at the Samsung Galaxy Tab Pro at CES 2014.
I'm Dan Ackerman here at CES 2014 with the latest version of Lenovo's X1 Carbon laptop. This is the 2014 edition, and it's got a bunch of changes, some big, some small. It's a little bit thinner, a little bit lighter. This is still pretty much the thinnest, lightest 14-inch Ultrabook you can get. The big change here for this year is this really cool row here that replaces the function key row. It's called an adaptive keyboard, and it basically gives you a different set of touch commands based on what you're doing. Right now, I've got some basic commands that work with the Windows menu here, and if I flip over and get a web browser, then I get some different commands that are web browser based, like let's say a reload key. Or I could switch over to Skype and you get a bunch of VoIP commands. And then if you switch back to your web browser, you can go back to that. And there are like 4 presets that work with VoIP programs, or work with web browsers, or work with the Windows menu, and you just get the basic function keys if you want those as well. This is a cool improvement, comes with every version of the new X1 Carbon, which starts at $12.99 and should be available right now. I'm Dan Ackerman at CES 2014 with the 2014 edition Lenovo X1 Carbon.
Hey everyone, this is Eric Franklin. I'm at CES 2014, and today I'm taking a first look at the Alcatel One Touch Pop 7 and Pop 8. These are 2 Android 4.2 tablets. However, Alcatel says they will be upgraded to 4.4 after release. The 7-inch has a 1024 by 600 resolution screen. However, it's not IPS, so don't expect wide viewing angles. The 8-inch has a 1280 by 800 resolution screen, but does include IPS, so expect better viewing angles on this one. Each tablet includes micro SD storage expansion slots, which is great because they only include 4 gigabytes of storage on board. Each will be available in both 3G and LTE versions. Alcatel says that the 7-inch will come in at below $200 and the 8-inch below $300. Look for them both sometime in 2014. I'm Eric Franklin from CES 2014, taking a first look at the Alcatel One Touch Pop 7 and Pop 8.
Hey everyone, I'm Jessica Dalcourt for CNET here at CES 2014 in Las Vegas, giving you your very first look at the extremely colorful Alcatel One Touch Pop C9. Now this phone, I have it in red here, but it also comes in blue, black, white, teal, and hot pink. Now this is a phablet phone because it has a 5.5-inch display. It's actually a QHD resolution instead of a 1080p resolution that you would expect, and that is 960 by 540. Inside it runs Android 4.2 Jelly Bean, but it is upgradable to Android 4.4 KitKat, so by the time it hits markets, it will probably be on that or very close. This phone runs on a 1.2 gigahertz MediaTek quad-core processor. Depending on the carrier, they could choose a VGA camera for the front or something a little higher. On the back, you could be getting either an 8-megapixel camera or a 5-megapixel camera. There is no LTE on this. It is HSPA+. Now, one thing that you should know about this is that Alcatel usually likes to price phones pretty low. You're looking at about $199 for this off contract, which is really great. I'd say it's more of a Samsung Galaxy Mega competitor than a Samsung Galaxy Note competitor because of some of the specs, although it could perform really well. One thing I should also say is that I really am digging the design. 2 of the colors have this nice soft touch backing, and the others have a glossy finish. If you look to the side, you'll also note that this phone has dual SIM cards. You may not see that in all markets, though. You can already buy the Pop C9 in China, and you can expect to see it in other markets soon. Not sure if it's going to come to the US, so you'll have to just wait and see. But if you do live in European countries and other Asian countries, then you probably will see this phone. I'm Jessica Dalcourt for CNET. You can catch all of our great CES coverage at cnet.com.
Hi, I'm Rich Brown for CNET. We're here at CES to take a look at the Decor Dual Fuel Discovery IQ oven. So this is a professional grade luxury consumer oven. You can see it's got 6 burners here, it's gas on top, electric on the bottom. It is a convection oven, of course, but the highlight feature is this Android screen built into the oven itself. You can see here it offers basic time and kind of control input. It also lets you download recipes. There's some instructional videos that come with it. There's an app that you can download that lets you preheat remotely and also monitor temperature, so you can kind of sit on the couch, see what's going on with your oven, and not really have to worry about spending too much time in the kitchen. So it's definitely very high-end. It's not for everybody, but if you are in the market for a premium oven like this is certainly one to check out. I'm Rich Brown. This is the Decor Dual Fuel Discovery IQ oven.
iPad periscope for video calling. You may not have thought that you needed one, but they've made it anyway. Let's take a look. It's the Prompt Video eye-to-eye. Normally, when you do video calls using an iPad, just holding it in your hands, you basically get a view of your chin or up your own nose, which isn't all that pleasant. When you slide your iPad into the eye-to-eye, however, it uses a series of mirrors inside to increase the distance between you and the front-facing camera. The result is that when you look at yourself in this thing, it seems like you're a little bit further away than you actually are. I can see it being very useful if you do a lot of video calls, and if you're big into making your own YouTube kind of webcam style videos, then this could get you a little bit of a better angle. If you are into making your own videos, you'll be interested to know that the eye-to-eye comes with a companion app that turns the iPad into a teleprompter so that you can look down this and then just read off the words as they appear. It's coming out in the summer for $150. I'm told you will also be able to buy two for $250. It's a little bulky and I'm not too fond of the grey colour, but I can see how it would be useful if you do a lot of video calling or if you like making your own YouTube videos. I'm Lou Westray for CNET, CES 2014. Go to ces.cnet.com for more.
Hey everyone, this is Jessica Dalcourt from CNET here at CES 2014 in Las Vegas. This is the CAT B100. It is a rugged cell phone. One thing I really love about these phones is that they're a lot of fun to look at. They really are tough. This one is certified IP67, which means for water and for dust. It can drop 1.8 meters, that's about 6 feet. That's what it's certified for. And you can dunk it underwater for up to 30 minutes for about 1 meter. That's also 3 feet. It's characterized by this very thick case, sort of rubberized protection around the back, some screws to keep the back panel in place, which will keep out water and dust. There are flaps to cover the headset jack and also the charging port. Now this phone has very large buttons. It's intended for people who are outdoors a lot, maybe some outdoor workers. So the idea is you should be able to use this with wet hands or with gloved hands. As for the other specs, it has a 2.2-inch QVGA display. There is a 3-megapixel camera on the back. That's the flash there, and that is your speaker. There's something kind of fun here. In between the volume controls, you have a flashlight. So if you press and hold that long enough, you will sear your eyes out or somebody else. Really useful for finding your way into crevices, if you drop something while you're outdoors, if you just need a closer look. This phone is very low on a lot of additional specs. However, there is noise cancellation, texting, and an FM radio. The phone costs 150 euros, and there is no US pricing yet, but you should look for it available in the US somewhere in Q1. If not with the carrier, then at least from CAT's own website. I'm Jessica Dalcourt for CNET. You can catch all of our CS news at ces.cnet.com.
Hi guys, this is Brian Bennett for CNET, and we are at CES 2014, and we're taking a first look at some devices we've seen from Alcatel before. They're available globally, but we're actually finding out that these two devices are coming to the Canadian market. The first device here is the Alcatel One Touch Idol X, and the other is the One Touch Idol Mini. So the Idol X has an octa-core processor. It's much faster. It's has a lot of horsepower to power through its Android Jelly Bean software. On the other hand, the Idol Mini has a dual-core processor, which isn't as fast, but you get some of the compact styling and more pocketability that the Idol X doesn't have. Now, we've seen these devices at other shows like Mobile World Congress before, and they're also available globally right now, but they're coming to the Canadian market within the next few months. As far as pricing goes, we don't know how much they'll cost, but we do know that they're mid-tier products, which will be relatively affordable, so hopefully will not break your bank or bust your budget. I'm Brian Bennett for CNET, and we've just taken a look at two new phones from Alcatel at CES 2014.
Hi, I'm Rich Brown for CNET here at CES with the Belkin Wemo LED bulb. So this is a new LED bulb from Belkin that's tied into the Wemo home automation network that Belkin has rolled out to a couple products now. The light bulbs are new, as is this kit. They're sold as standalone products. You get the bulbs for $39.99. or the kit with the bridge and 2 bulbs for $129. The idea is that you set these bulbs up on your home network, and then you control them through your smartphone. And the kit has a lot of programming options, so you can put them on a timer, you can program them to turn on when you get home, that kind of thing. This is a good sign that Belkin is expanding its Wemo network and ensures it stays competitive with other home automation suites out there. So I'm Rich Brown. This is the Belkin Wemo LED kit.
Hi everybody, it's Tim Stevens with CNET. We're here at the Spring Mountain Performance Driving School taking a look at a new option on the 2015 Corvette. It's called the Performance Data Recorder, and it'll basically give you a recording of what you do on the track. Records your GPS position, your acceleration, even things like your steering angle, and it puts it all as a video overlay on top of footage recorded from a camera that's embedded here in the front windshield. It gives you a 720p view forward, and we're going to take it for a ride.
Check, 1, 2, yep, Check 1, 2, check 1, 2, test. Check 1, 2, yep, yep, So far, so good.
All right, well, that's a couple hot laps.
You liking it, Marco?
Corvette. Everything is stored
Cool.
right here on an SD card, and
Okay,
actually
you want to
encrypts
turn it
everything
down?
onto an
Thank
MP4
you.
file, so you can just put this right on YouTube if you want to. It gives you a data overlay of your speed, your track position, everything else, and you can also run it through a software provided by Cosworth to get some more telemetry if you like. So again, available only on the 2015 Corvette, so if you got a 2014, it might be time to upgrade. Again, this is Tim Stevens with CNET. Thanks for watching.
I'm Dan Ackerman at CES 2014 with the new Lenovo Flex 14D. You can also get this in a larger 15-inch 15D. We've seen the Flex before. It's almost like a Yoga, but what it does is it lets you have a regular clamshell laptop. It's got this kind of rubber bumpery hinge on the back, and you fold it back, and it goes, and then it stops just about here, so you can form what I kind of call the kiosk mode, which is great for like showing videos or presentations. You don't have the keyboard and touchpad in front of you distracting you, and you can still interact thanks to the touchscreen. The difference between this new version and the original Flex is that this guy now has an AMD processor, and that actually lets you get down to $499, and you can add higher-end options like a 1 terabyte hard drive, like a backlit keyboard, some discrete AMD graphics. But if you want something that's flexible enough to let you have these different kind of modes for displaying it and not spend as much as you would on a Yoga, now you can spend even less thanks to the AMD version, which is the Flex 14D. I'm Dan Ackerman at CES 2014. I'm Dan Ackerman here at CES 2014 with the sequel to one of my favorite systems from last year. That is the Lenovo Horizon. This is the Horizon 2. It is part of what I think is a very exciting new category that we generally call tabletop PCs. So it's a big 27-inch, almost a mega tablet. I've got it on this optional rolling cart right here, and you could take it and tip it down like this, and then that launches this custom interface that Lenovo has that lets you manipulate things with your hand. You can do a lot of like kind of circular movements like this. I have some apps here. I can go into my photos and flip them around, and I can pull them out and do things with them, and then I can send them away when I'm done. And of course you have games. Very important for any kind of tabletop PC is to have games. And then when you have games, the first thing you ever want to do is play like air hockey. Everybody does that. So you can flip it up like this, and they actually give you a couple of paddles, and you can air hockey your way around, and we've had fun with pretty much every tabletop PC we've ever tested by doing exactly that. This new version, besides being a little bit thinner and lighter, has a higher resolution screen. It's a 2560 by 1440, which is better than the 1080p in last year's and definitely more appropriate for a big 27-inch monitor like this. So you don't need the rolling cart like this. It's got a kickstand. You can stand it up on your table or just lie it down flat on your coffee table, on your ottoman, anything like that. Starts at $14.99 and should be out later this year. At CES 2014, I'm Dan Ackerman with the Lenovo Horizon 2. I'm Dan Ackerman here at CES 2014 with the latest version of Lenovo's gaming laptop. This is the Y50. It's 15 inches, also the 14-inch Y40. Now, you may not think of Lenovo and gaming laptops in the same breath, but I've always liked this Y series. I've had a couple of cool ones over the years. They really stand out. They've got slim designs. They've got this cool red backlit keyboard, which I like a lot. This new version is actually a little bit thinner and lighter than previous ones because they took out the optical drive, which frankly you don't really need, especially for PC gaming anymore now that you download everything. And of course, you can get high-end Intel CPUs and either NVIDIA or AMD graphics. One of the cool, expensive optional features here is a real 4K display. It's 3840 by 2160. It's a touchscreen, which is hard to find in a gaming laptop. And of course, I got some 4K video playing right here. Now, the 14 and 15-inch versions, you know, they start at about $500, but once you add all this other stuff, they're going to get very expensive, $1,000, $1,500, maybe more. I'm Dan Ackerman at CES 2014 with the Lenovo Y50. I'm Dan Ackerman here at CES 2014 with the Yoga 2. This is a slightly less expensive version of one of my favorite current Windows 8 hybrids. That's the Yoga 2 Pro. The reason why this is not the Pro version is that it's a little bit thicker and heavier. It's very much like the original Yoga that came out last year. The screen resolution tops out at 1080p. It's not the better than HD screen on the Yoga 2 Pro, but you also get it for about $800 or $900, which is less than the Pro version, and it still does all the cool yoga stuff like bending over backwards like this, forming kind of a tablet or a kiosk mode. I'm actually more excited about the 11-inch version of the Yoga 2, which again is a little bit thicker and chunkier, and you don't get the backlit keyboard, and you only get a 1366 by 768 screen, but it runs Intel's Bay Trail processors, so super power efficient, should run for a long time, and this guy gets down to $499 now, which is great for something that is a pretty slick 11-inch laptop, and again does the fold over like this, kind of a kiosk mode, and then all the way down into a tablet. It deactivates the keyboard on the back in typical Yoga style, and then you just flip it back, and it really doesn't mess with the laptop form factor, which I think is the best thing about these Yogas. I'm Dan Ackerman with the Yoga 2 at CES 2014. I'm Dan Ackerman here at CES 2014 with the latest version of Lenovo's X1 Carbon laptop. This is the 2014 edition, and it's got a bunch of changes, some big, some small. It's a little bit thinner, a little bit lighter. This is still pretty much the thinnest, lightest 14-inch Ultrabook you can get. The big change here for this year is this really cool row here that replaces the function key row. It's called an adaptive keyboard, and it basically gives you a different set of touch commands based on what you're doing. Right now, I've got some basic commands that work with the Windows menu here, and if I flip over and get a web browser, then I get some different commands that are web browser based, like let's say a reload key, or I could switch over to Skype and you get a bunch of VoIP commands, and then if you switch back to your web browser, you can go back to that, and there are like 4 presets that work with VoIP programs, or work with the web browsers, or work with the Windows menu, and you just get the basic function keys if you want those as well. This is a cool improvement, comes with every version of the new X1 Carbon, which starts at $1299 and should be available right now. I'm Dan Ackerman at CES 2014 with the 2014 edition Lenovo X1 Carbon.
I'm Bridget Carey with CNET here at CES 2014 with a whole new take on the keyboard. This is called the True Grip. And imagine a normal QWERTY keyboard setup, but you split it and then you flipped it. So the concept here is that you could be able to just type very easily using the way that your school teachers taught you how to type with your fingers on the home row keys. But your muscle memory, instead of being down here, it's kind of to the side. And it's a little odd for me because I don't remember how I typed in school. I have a new way now, so I have to reteach myself the right way to be able to use this. But when you hit a key, the lights on the other end will light up so you know what you hit. who would use this? Why would you want to reteach yourself another keyboard? Well, they're kind of aiming towards the healthcare industry for this. Imagine a doctor walking around taking patient notes. They don't have to lose eye contact with you, and they can still take notes and not look away to a tablet, which is slower to type on, or turn away to their office PC. So this is Bluetooth enabled with all sorts of devices. Anything that can take a Bluetooth connection, whether it's a Windows phone or an Android tablet or an iPhone, it'll connect to this with suction and magnets. So there's nothing clipping on this. The tablet is not falling out. It's just a suction system on it. You can also use this as a Bluetooth keyboard for your home PC, maybe your smart TV, because you don't want to have different types of keyboards for all sorts of devices in the home. Now, aside from the medical field, maybe a journalist would want this, because it's a lot easier to take notes on the go with this than it is to write in my notebook and then go back to my computer and retype it out. And it's also faster than typing on my tablet. But they really see this as something for the medical industry, probably coming out at the end of the year, and they're selling it for $250. And if you think that, you know, it might be hard for you to get used to this, they say if you learn the right way in school, it might just take you an hour to type the same way that you do right now. For CNET, I'm Bridget Carey, here with your first look at the True Grid.
Hi, I'm Jason Jenkins of CNET, and I'm here with a Colibri, which is a toothbrush invented for the people of my country with bad teeth. This is a toothbrush that knows how long you brush for and how well you brush. It syncs to this app on this phone, and as you run this, it kind of registers all your brush strokes, and you get a little graph on the phone that tells you how well you've done. Now, what you can do on the app is you can add all the different members of your family on there. And when you get is a little graph,
I'll just be like, once I just start saying like, it's at the end after the hair drying thing, once I start talking about like, I've got a special segment for you guys, just start playing it right there.
Well enough. Now this is from a new French company. This is going to ship in the third quarter of this year. It's going to start at $99. It looks like a bit of fun. Let's see how well it does when it comes out. I'm Jason Jenkins for CNET.
From CNET here at CES 2014 in Las Vegas. I'm at Lenovo's booth, and they have announced 4 new phones, so I'm going to take you on a very quick tour. We're starting off with the Lenovo Vive Z. This is their highest end smartphone. It's their first with LTE ever. There is a 5-inch 1080p HD display, Qualcomm Snapdragon processor, that's quad-core there, 13 megapixel camera on the back. This is a black phone, pretty basic. It's got this backing that is polycarbonate. It's been laser etched. It feels very silky smooth. This could be good because it's sort of matte. You're not going to pick up a lot of fingerprints, but it might be a little bit slippery. Have to wait and see because I've only just now picked up the phone. The phone is running Android 4.3 Jelly Bean. It will be upgradable eventually to Android 4.4. Moving along, we've got the Lenovo S930. This is their phablet variety phone. It is 6 inches. There is a 720p HD display, which is a little surprising because it's not going to be quite as crisp and clear as other phones, especially not the high-end device. There are 2 front speakers with Dolby Audio, 8 megapixel rear camera, 1.6 megapixel front-facing camera. It too has a quad-core processor, 1.3 gigahertz. This time it's MediaTek that makes it, not Qualcomm. On here you also have Android 4.2 Jelly Bean. The Lenovo S650 rounds out the S series. It's got the same quad-core MediaTek processor in here. It's a smaller device, 4.7 inches, and it has the step-down display, a QHD resolution at 960 by 540. It's got the same kind of rear cover, which is pretty neat. 8 megapixel camera, 0.3 megapixel front-facing camera, and Android 4.2 Jelly Bean. Finally, we've got the Lenovo A859. This one has a 5-inch HD display, again 720p, not the 1080p here. You do have the 8 megapixel rear camera, the 1.6 megapixel front-facing camera, and the same 1.3 gigahertz quad-core MediaTek processor that we've seen on 3 of the other phones. This is a dual SIM card device, and it's running Android 4.22 Jelly Bean. These Lenovo phones are going to be going on sale worldwide in January and February respectively, and the prices will range from $220 at the low end to about $550 on the high end. So if you're interested, keep an eye out for them. I'm Jessica Delcourt for CNET. You can catch all of our great CES news at ces.cnet.com.
No, it's okay. Lexi gets this, right, Bonnie?
All right, welcome everybody to CES In Depth from the CNET stage at CES 2014. I'm Brian Tong, and these two knuckleheads right next to me, Donald Bell and Brian Cooley.
The jolly Neapolitans to you, sir.
Thank you. My esteemed colleagues at that here with CNET. Now, for the next 20 minutes, we're going to kind of wrap up and bring you some of the hottest news and products that we heard about today from CES Day 1. Yesterday was press day. Today is really officially CES Day 1. So we just want to jump right into it. We started the day with Sony's keynote, and they revealed their new service called PlayStation Now. If you guys aren't familiar with it, this is Sony's kind of answer to bringing some of those games from the PS3 and possibly PS2 backwards compatibility back to the PS4, but through a streaming service.
Streaming gaming service.
Streaming gaming service, yes. You're not you don't care.
I never got into the Sony stuff, so but I'm excited that it looks like it's a way for it's an answer that Microsoft has not provided for, like streaming of the back catalog of games, right? I mean, it seems like a unique Sony proposition. Was there any pricing around that, or
no pricing? It's going to be either subscription or like or pay service on the spot. But they didn't give any pricing.
And it wasn't strictly games either, right? Wasn't it kind of like all their video content?
Yeah, there's another component that they haven't announced yet, which will be like live TV or recorded TV on demand that you can stream from the cloud.
And that's the question: is what live TV and what DVR ability will they have? Because that's where they can go head-to-head with Xbox, which that's a big delta right now. Is Xbox has gone stronger living room, and PS4 has gone stronger to remaining more games. So this is an important catch-up move, I think, to make them more on parity with Xbox 360. And it sounds like it's got a little bit of Steambox DNA in it, right? It's the streaming games, moving them all through a lingua franca of the net, and just playing them out that way, as opposed to worrying about what form. Lingua franca?
Lingua franca.
I knew you'd like it.
I'm kind of hungry, actually. It sounds like a good dish.
That sounds like a sandwich, doesn't it?
Absolutely. Also, with Sony, they revealed their ultra short throw 4K projector. This is called the Life UX, and think of it as a projector on top of your ceiling, really short range, maybe even
or
something
below.
Like below, somewhere like 4 or 5 feet away. Projects a 147-inch 4K image on your wall. Retail price ranging anywhere from $30,000 to $40,000.
I think Donald described it best. There's a picture of it right there. You can see it down by Kaz, kind of the left of Kaz Hirai there. It looks like a baseboard heater.
Right.
It'll
really
get
fancy one,
warm.
yeah.
It'll get just as warm.
But I mean, what I'm assuming, I haven't talked to Katzmeyer about this, but I'm assuming this is his dream for what the ideal 4K situation would be, because he's been pretty strong about how 4K televisions in that 60, 70 kind of mostly consumer range of televisions 4K really doesn't make a lot of sense.
It's not big enough to have that resolution
Right.
really deliver anything different than
4K
1080
projectors is what he was really excited
huge
about.
image.
But who's
Yeah.
going to do all the work to install the projector in the back of the room, run
Yeah.
the cables, do all that mess?
Well,
so
Donald,
a short throw projector right on a
I
wall.
mean, super short throw. It looks like it's throwing
It's
like
on
12
the
inches,
wall,
and it's
right.
going right there.
We do need to mention that Donald showed us how to build your own projection screen, so I think you would be
right.
that guy
That's
that
what-
would build
I'll get
it
the
and
demo
run that
unit for
cable.
this. That's
what I'm
great.
talking about.
Thank you for giving that to me.
All right, also kind of cool, a little retro throwback. Polaroid shows off their Android camera now. How many of you guys out there remember Polaroid? Take the picture, get the picture instantly. This is a cool Polaroid Android camera, and it prints out the photo right after you take it. It's about a 4.5-inch device.
Social-matic.
Social-matic. I just love the fact that it's bringing some of that nostalgia back.
And no price is set yet, which to me is critical. This is $30 for 80 sheets of print paper. That's just the paper, and that's not bad. That's way cheaper than Polaroid photos are or were. They run about $1 an exposure. You can still buy Polaroid film from Fujifilm, but this is an inexpensive media. But if this is like a $90 camera, I think people are going to use it for a while and then tell their friends, yeah, I used it for a while and then I stopped using it. It's got to be a cheap camera.
Yeah.
Otherwise, forget it. It's just not that important.
Is there an Instagram tie-in, or is it just modeled to look like the Instagram?
Well, you know what happened?
logos,
This
version
actually was
the
kind of
Polaroid camera?
started from a project that was like a Kickstarter that they tried to launch, and they were saying this is like an instant Instagram camera.
Yeah.
It never took off, and then Polaroid partnered with them to create this device. So this is kind of the remnants of that project.
It's clever. It looks like an icon.
Right.
Yeah.
But what I loved about the Polaroid is that it was the anti-social camera, right? I mean, there's no social sharing with the Polaroid film. They have
Doesn't
both of them
scale.
wrapped up.
I'll tell you that.
Yeah.
Unless you cut it up into a lot of pieces, it doesn't scale.
When I went over to the booth, though, the funny behavioral thing, people were taking pictures with some of Polaroid's other models, and they're like, well, the picture takes too long to see now. You know, everyone's so used to taking the selfie. I know you do that a lot.
Yeah.
And then looking at the selfie and then sending the selfie. Now you got to shake it out.
Yeah. Let's dispel the myth right now. You don't shake Polaroid photos, and you don't shake these are zinc paper. You don't shake those either. What was the song that did the shake?
Shake it like a Polaroid picture, baby.
Right.
Outcast.
The worst thing you can do to a Polaroid print is
You know?
shake that thing. But now everyone's doing it.
Maybe they can make it the new version of the
Make it
Polaroid
shakeable.
film. Will make
Right,
it
shake and
shakeable.
bake, baby.
Everyone wants to do it.
All right, and then kind of the last one, maybe not the sexiest, but just another move for Yahoo as they're kind of trying to transform themselves and really be more, even a bigger, more relevant content machine. They showcased and announced their News Digest app. This will be on your iPhone first.
Yeah.
But what it does, it's a combination of algorithms and curation of the top 10 stories. It'll be delivered to you early in the morning and then later at night, so you kind of get 2 hits of the latest stuff, the most relevant stuff. Again, one of their pushes to get that new content that they want that fresh kind of edge that people are looking for.
Yeah, I feel like if it wasn't Yahoo, no one's getting app coverage, like app announcement coverage at CES. Only Yahoo could make that happen. But it'll be interesting to see it happen.
When the iPad first came out, remember all the magazines that launched? And the iPad was going to be a magazine platform more than anything, at least in the beginning. And there were all these new magazines custom built for the iPad, and we were all going to pay for them. Nobody pays for tablet magazine. I think it's down to like maybe 2% of all magazines.
I'm one of those few people that actually pay. I buy the physical subscription.
There's one
and then
called
the digital
Game
comes
Informer
with it.
that's supposed to be really popular.
I am one of those guys.
Yeah, but I think if this is going to print magazine-like, which it doesn't necessarily is, it's more of a digest, but the magazine on the mobile thing that arrives at special times like this, on a publication moment, that's part of why the magazine hasn't been very popular on a tablet, is we're just used to what we want when we want it, although I like the idea they're organizing and condensing. I think a lot of us miss the organization of a periodic print publication.
All right, now you guys, we're going to check out another headline here. Have you guys seen the bendable Samsung 85-inch TV yet? Have you guys checked that out?
It's cool.
Kind of crazy. I don't know if you need it,
crazy,
the
but it's
big
cool.
buzz, it's all the big buzz this year. So we've got Sharon Vagnon ready to give us a live look, if you haven't seen already, at one of those bendy TVs in Samsung's booth.
yawning.
And she is yawning because
She's
it's so
excited.
boring.
She's amped up about this.
Oh, hey.
Hey.
Hey guys, we are here at the Samsung booth, which is always one of the more striking booths at CES. They always put on a big show. And this year, their biggest product is their curved TVs. On this wall behind me are a couple dozen curved TVs, and they look pretty good, but some people still think they're a gimmick, and I want to talk to you guys about that today. So 10 feet this way, and while we're here, look at this booth. It's kind of insane. They're showing off appliances. They've got more home theater solutions. But what I really want to show you guys today is what's really attracting a huge crowd here at the booth. So curved TVs are new, and they're so new that Samsung knows that consumers aren't necessarily sure whether or not they want to stick with the flat panel or the curved TV. So may I introduce the bendable TV. This is insane. Watch as one of the booth attendants clicks a button and the screen just bends. Mind you, this is a glass screen, so it's a flexible display. The degree at which it's bending is called 4200 R. Okay, that sort of describes the radius at which it's bending. All of this talk, you might still be wondering. And so, well, first of all, you guys see this? It's like an accordion. So can we close it again? I want to show you how crazy this is. So she clicks a button, and the screen starts to flatten. In theory, is it flattening? Is it going? Oh my gosh, it's so smooth I didn't even notice. Boom, and it's flat again. So I asked Samsung, okay, how much is this guy going to be, and when is it coming out? No answers. This isn't really intended to come to market. It's really just a prototype to show just how awesome Samsung's technology is and what it can do. So don't expect it to come to market. As far as the price goes, very expensive, $99 ballpark amount. So again, curved TVs are new. They're a big hit at CES this year, but I think that companies like Samsung do have a long way in convincing consumers that this is what they want. My experience, I've spent some time in the Samsung booth, and I have to say that if you are sitting dead center, right smack in the middle of that curved display, you're going to have a really immersive experience. It's going to feel like you're at a movie theater, like a little bit of a 3D effect. The moment you step right or left too much, though, that angle or that viewing angle starts to get a little bit distorted. So if I'm over here on the left, that side looks really good to me, right? Because now it's curved towards me. But right here, it's not the best picture for me. So I still need to be convinced a little bit. At a really big size like this 85-incher, it looks good, no arguments there. But for my living room, we'll have to see. All right, guys, there's a little peek at the Samsung booth and their bendable TV. Back to you.
All right, guys, thanks to Sharon for that. I think the Samsung people got to her a little bit.
Two things going on here. First of all, I was talking to some people earlier, and they're saying, wait a minute, you're talking about all these curved TVs, but isn't the whole idea right now that we're buying super thin LED TVs and maybe eventually OLEDs when they become affordable, because we love how they just go flat against the wall.
Right.
Now the industry is reversing direction and giving us curved TVs that are about 8 inches deep. So this is one that answers, when you're watching it, curve it, if it's supposedly a better image. I'm not convinced either. And then when you're done, hit the button and the thing flattens into the wall for good looks in your house, or to show slides that are running just as wall art.
Well, even just when I was watching Sharon with the TV, you could see like the light on the camera that's lighting her went from being like a pinpoint reflection in the screen to being like a streak that just came out. And it's like, I mean, of all the other one of the more popular roundups we have on CNET is like the matte screen TVs that people can buy, or TVs for like really reflective rooms.
This is a TV that creates a more reflective room. That's really cool.
The other thing about the whole immersive thing, if you guys go out to the Samsung demo, they tell you to stand in the center very close.
Yeah.
Like, of course it's going to be immersive when it's wrapped around your peripherals and you're like 2 feet away from it.
Okay, so this
is
is the dirty little secret of 4K TV that BT's bringing up here. When you buy a 4K TV, if you ever do one day, you're probably going to buy a bigger TV than you've ever had before, because you're going to say, I want a bigger TV, and 4K is great, lots of pixels to fill it. And then your natural inclination is to say, it's the biggest TV I ever had. We can back up a little bit and still have this big TV. You need to get closer to a 4K TV. This is kind of the counterintuitive thing. The idea is you get closer, the screen therefore fills more of your vision, creating the immersive effect, whether it's curved or not, and you still can't see dots or lines, maintaining the illusion of reality. So when you get a higher res TV, move in, don't sit back, otherwise you kind of waste it.
All right, you know, when I get this close to Donald,
how are my pixels?
You're very nice.
Good.
You want me to get closer?
Yeah.
No, okay.
No.
All right, you guys, time for a break. We'll be back
in
a moment with a live demo of Panasonic's high-tech moisturizing hair dryer. Ladies and gentlemen, you'll want to check this out.
My dad had a Honda, my mom had a Honda.
It was coming from a 2007 Honda Accord. I traded it for a Ford Fusion Titanium. I, no joke, probably test drove 15 different vehicles. I kind of was indifferent toward Ford, and then I sat in the Fusion for the first time, and I was just like, wow, this is it. You have the power, but you have the fuel economy. That's what EcoBoost does. I love to tell people, look at what Ford has to offer.
The fastest, the biggest, and the brightest gadget in town.
Barbie has quite the high-tech dress on.
It's big, it's boxy, it's made of shipping containers. Nobody outside Google really knows what it is.
One, two, three.
So
Yes.
how do you be smart about
Hi.
Black Friday?
You plan ahead. Don't assume that what you see in the circular is a good deal.
Welcome to CNET's The Fix.
The show about DIY tech and how-to.
My absolute favorite bit of this car, that'll be the noise.
This is going to change your life.
That's right. Talking to you.
Okay, welcome back to CES In-Depth live on the CNET stage. Now, we've got our friend, lovely Lexi Savades here all the way from CNET Sydney. And she's going to demo off the new Panasonic hairdryer. Lexi, I'm going to just toss it over to you. Tell us everything about this. What's it like?
Thanks, Brian. Well, this is a brand new hairdryer. Okay, we're thinking a whole bunch of tech here at CES. It's all about bendable TVs, everything with all sorts of connectivity, but this is just a hairdryer. And no, it's not the Home Shopping Network either. I'm actually going to give you a live demo of it. The main part about the Panasonic Nano E is all down to the ionizing technology that's inside. So I have here Jeffrey, guest artist from Panasonic, who's going to be blow drying my hair. Now the hairdryer looks pretty much like a standard hairdryer, and for all intents and purposes it's got a whole bunch of the same controls. So you get a couple of different speeds and a couple of different heats, as well as a range of heads and settings, so you can style your hair in any number of different ways. The main difference with the Nano E is all down to the ionizing technology, and that's from a separate vent at the top that's just above where the actual heated air comes out. So these ionizing particles are slightly different to the ones that you find on regular ionizing hairdryers. They're 1,000 times more moisturizing, so this means that all of the moisture from the air and your hair itself is actually going to be locked in, so you end up with shinier and more healthy looking hair. Now Jeffrey's just blow drying a very small section of my hair because it's Vegas, it's dry outside, it's the desert, and my goodness, my hair has turned totally frizzy, and it's going to take a long time to dry all of it. But Jeffrey's doing a pretty good job of styling it at the moment. Jeffrey, tell me a bit more about how the hairdryer handles. Is it just like a regular hairdryer?
Well, one thing I really love about this dryer is, number one, the weight of it. I've been working all day, and everyone's asking if my arms are getting tired, but they're not, really, honestly. It's a really lightweight blow dryer. But what I love about this is that it literally conditions the hair as you dry it. So the number one complaint I hear in the salon is about heat damage, and that's damage from excessive hair drying. But this literally puts the hair in better condition after you've heat styled it, which is, I think, revolutionary.
Guys, I've got to admit something. I actually did pop over to Panasonic's booth earlier and get my hair done properly with this Nano E dryer. And it's actually stood up really well for the remainder of the day. That was about 6 hours ago or so. And I went outside, it's not frizzy, it's not turning into a lion's mane like it normally does when I get my hair blow dried, or I do a terrible job of it myself. Of course, it helps if you have a professional stylist on hand to do it for you, but overall the results are proving really, really nice, and I can definitely see a difference. If you want to check out a before and after difference, you can check out the CNET video. I've just popped it up online now, so you can see what my hair looked like before and what it looks like after.
I just want to see what it does to BT's hair.
I think
you don't mess with this. You don't mess with this.
I want to see that all get ionized. Right?
Moisturize.
Right?
Yeah, I mean, I'm intrigued. I loved how some of the ladies from the backstage area came to the front to check out. Okay,
Right.
for the audience out there right now, how many of you are kind of intrigued by this product right now? Put your hands up.
Hands up.
All right. I see some men, some guys with their hands up. I see the ladies with their hands up.
It's a bunch of dudes.
Come on,
and
you
half
got
of
some
them are
wavy
bald.
hair
What
up
the
there,
hell's
bro.
going on here?
You got some nice hair,
All right,
man. You got to
whatever.
be. He's like, don't bust me out like that. All right, thanks, Lexi. Okay, so what we're gonna do now here is you guys aren't ready for this. And this crowd here, this is gonna be fun.
I wasn't ready for any
This
of
is
this,
audience
so that's not a
participation.
problem.
I know you weren't. Okay, we have a segment here that I like to kind of play around with, and it's what I call CE yes or CE no. So what I've done is kind of find some of those things on the stage floor, and we want you, as well as my colleagues, to tell me what you think when we check these out, right? So, play that.
All right.
Can you feel that?
Yeah.
Turn it up.
That's a
Turn
CE
it up.
no already right there.
He's got his own digital underground.
That's a
going right now.
CES. Okay, here we go. First things first, this is the Polaroid C3 Cube. These are 1.3-inch cube cameras. If you guys can see, there we go.
All right.
They're magnetic. They're right here, Cooley.
Oh, there they are.
They're magnetic. You can take pictures. You can affix them anywhere. It's kind of like a twerky, cute little GoPro cube thing. CES or CE no?
CE hell no.
Oh.
Yeah. I'm sorry. That looks like a weird, creepy, like nanny cam kind of thing.
Like a
that you-
square
What's so
eyeball.
creepy about- Audience, CES or CE no? Oh my gosh, I thought they were cute.
What about
Yeah.
you? What about you?
No,
You're a
I don't
CES
think they're,
almost?
like some guys have been like looking at it and being like, oh, that's so cute. Not me.
No.
Okay.
Sinister.
They were looking at your head.
Okay, here we go. Next one. I'm gonna see what you guys feel on this one. This is the excuse me. This is the Prior VR. Okay, it's a body motion controlled suit to play video games. It can be used on dates to attract women.
Yep, clearly.
Oh, yeah.
CE yes or CE no? Cooley, would you wear this?
CE, oh, no.
Donald.
Oh.
Would I wear it? No, but I'm not gonna pan this entirely. It could be a CES. It depends on the context.
I mean, if it's done with wireless sensors and not all that cabling, we'll talk.
I'm talking about this right here.
That thing-
Audience, CE
oh, no.
yes or no? I want to hear you. CE yes or no? Oh, I heard some yes.
You got a
Yeah,
mixed
some
bag.
yeses.
Yeah.
That could be cool.
Okay, we're getting warm. All right, I'm feeling this one. This is the Withings Aura Sleep Kit. All right, now if you look at this thing, that little blue guy that sits on your tabletop, the mat goes under your bed. It diagnoses your sleep patterns, finds out rhythms if you're moving or not. Now, if it finds out that your sleep is disrupted, I see your eyebrow. It sends off signals and like kind of lights that supposedly stimulate melatonin release to allow you to sleep better.
Okay.
All right.
He's talking about melatonin release
talking
and
about
sensing what's
release and
moving in
rhythm.
my bed.
All right.
Come on, stop.
More
CES
stimulated
or CE no?
release.
CE, yikes, that's just intrusive. I think men.
If I sleep better, sleep is a precious thing. I would take more sleep if it worked.
Audience, CES or CE no? Yeah, I see some of
Yeah.
those people are like, I kind of like that.
Yeah. They follow
All
me
right.
on CE men, I think.
All right, this last one is my favorite of the day. This is the body kit strap. You know, if you're an action camera enthusiast, for the dog, you put it on your dog, and you can find out what it's like in Fido's world. CE, I know you're a cat lover.
I've got
man.
6 cats. I want 6 of them. CE, yes.
Donald.
Sure, I don't see there's anything objectionable there. CES.
I don't think there's anything wrong with it. I would wear it.
I know
Yeah,
you would.
no, that's my only fear is the pervy territory.
And that's a
that
real
thing goes in.
CES
That's a
for
CE.
me.
Yeah. All right, everyone in the audience, CES or no? Everyone like that one. All right, there you go. Okay, guys, thanks so much. That's it for tonight from the CNET stage here at CES. Join us tomorrow beginning at 9 a.m. Pacific time for the Inside Scoop,
I'll be
followed
there.
by the debut of a show Donald and Sharon will be doing called The Fix, a how-to everything, a special show here on new TVs here at CES and a wearable tech demo. The list goes on and on. If it's cool, you know, we got it here at CNET. We'll see you guys tomorrow, all right?